Meet Kangjiyama. He seems like your average guy, but here's the twist. He got reincarnated into his all-time favorite game world. And now, he's gearing up for the entrance exam at Noble's Academy. This place is packed with rich kids, and he's totally broke. On day 1, while registering his sword, the professor completely flipped out. The prof thought it was a senior pulling a prank, but Jiyama stood his ground. These are his swords. He's got no money, and his family can't cover the tuition. Then the professor noticed the green badge on his uniform. It meant he got in through a special admission test, and the prof got all emotional over his determination. The rich kids? Not impressed at all. When they found out someone poor got in with a special admission, they started complaining about the place smelling. Even with all the negativity, Jiyama didn't flinch. In his previous life, he never got to relax, so this time, he's determined to change that. He's young, he's handsome, and even though he unlocked a rare power, there's a strange limitation. He can only wield swords that are under 30 centimeters long. That's quite a disadvantage. When he first tried out his new power, it was so strong he felt like lightning was coursing through the sword and reverberating throughout his entire body. The pain from activating it was unbearable. If it feels like this every time, he's definitely not using it again. But maybe it's just a first-time thing, like with girls. However, when he tested his ability again, the pain was just as intense. Nearby, people were gathering for the ceremony that would determine the students' futures. All the young talents were present, and sitting at the top was one of the 7 legendary heroes, Klinga Siegfried von Nibelung. He's a disciple of Joachim, the Academy's founding hero. Every student knows and admires this guy, but the old man looked bored and unimpressed. Not even the arrival of another of the 7 heroes could lift his spirits. This woman, were more famous than her title as the sage among the 7 heroes, greeted the old man. The girl's name is Media, and Siegfried teases her for being 70 and dressing like she's still a teenager. Media doesn't take offense. She actually sees it as a compliment. She even mentions that if Siegfried accepted her blessing, he'd look a decade younger. But the old man declines, saying the elderly should embrace their age. Media has a youthful spirit, which is why she appears so young. Despite the old man's jabs, she agrees to attend the Academy's first day. She used to dislike these folks but is curious to see Siegfried's granddaughter. The students gathered looked like a rainbow with their dyed hair. Jiyama stood out as the only one with black hair, and the jokes about him not being noble kept coming. Everyone forgot about him when a girl appeared. Her blue hair and captivating presence made the guys blush like crazy. The Sword Emperor. Her name is Abel von Nibelung, and she's the main heroine of this story. The exam is about to start, and one of the ancient heroes set up this place at the Academy called the Subspace. In this subspace, you can get hurt or knocked out, but once you're back in reality, your body is totally fine. That's why any kind of combat is fair game here, even the deadly stuff. Siegfried and the media call it an Academy tradition. The students who last the longest get the top ranks. 2 old folks are curious about this special student, but now everyone's eyes are on the student with some seriously unique traits. Jiyama could have been one of the guys chasing after Abel, but he knows what's really up with this girl and her miraculous blessing. While everyone else is following their instincts, he decides to go the other way. He's even reading a book about how to live a chill life in this world. He also recalls that to fight here, he'll have to use that annoying ability of his. Might as well just give up, he thinks. When they announced that everyone would be sent to the subspace, everyone got pumped except for Jiyama. But when it finally happened, he was ready to face it. After in just 7 minutes, a bunch of students got sent back, and the way they were eliminated was brutal, leaving everyone pretty rattled. The media was all over it, announcing that Abel snagged first place, which wasn't surprising, given her impressive family background. This woman was super hyped to see how Siegfried's granddaughter performed, but the guy wasn't as impressed. She didn't manage to break the Academy's long-standing record, which has been held by Siegfried forever. Just as the old man was about to head out, he got hit with this intense feeling, like a punch to the gut. Everyone else felt it too. The students were terrified, staring up at the sky. The media asked Siegfried if he felt it, and had any idea what was going on. Even the legendary hero was clueless, but their eyes were glued to the sky. The sky was literally cracking open. It was mind-blowing. Then, out of nowhere, 2 people fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. The arena went dead silent. The media quickly called for the medical team to check on the students. Then we jump back to a few minutes earlier. Earlier, it looked like a free-for-all, but really, it was just 2 brothers wrecking everyone else. Thanks to these 2, the match was basically decided before it even started. This isn't just any fight, it's a death match, and Jiyama knows who's behind it all. The notorious twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, are naturally gifted in causing chaos. For the past half hour, they've been messing with the weaker students, getting a kick out of tearing them apart. Jiyama seems so insignificant that they haven't even noticed him. Eventually, all their victims are down, leaving the brothers bored and hunting for their next target. There's only one person left, a girl, trembling in the corner as they set their sights on her. Their intentions are obviously sinister, and Jiyama can't just stand by anymore. As Shun Mao approaches the frightened girl, he taunts her, saying she's just his type. Jiyama's patience snaps. That's the breaking point. Jiyama shouts from the back of the arena. The twins finally notice him. He jumped in without a second thought, and now they're both locked onto him. They spot his name tag's color and dismiss him as just another useless special admission student. They decide to take him out quickly and get back to the girl. Jiyama's caught in a tough spot, facing both of them head-on. His painless blessing only lasts for 30 seconds. That's nowhere near enough time against these guys. There's only one option left, and it's in his bag of sashimi knives. But if he grabs a blade, his blessing will kick in, bringing back that unbearable pain. He just wanted a peaceful life, and it's not even been half a day, making both brothers laugh hysterically. Shun Mao decides to stop wasting time and charges at Jayama. Jayama can't afford to be picky now, but he's got a desperate plan. Use his painless blessing for 30 seconds to counteract the sword god blessing's pain. All he needs to do is hang in there. He activates his painless blessing right before grabbing the sashimi knife. Once again, the blessing of the sword god kicks in, just as Shun Mao comes at him with a sinister grin. There's only one way for Jayama to make it out alive. If he can't cut through this mess, he's done for. But can a sashimi knife really slice through a person? He remembers asking his old master, a former gangster, why gangsters in movies always use them. His master said it was just movie nonsense. You can't slice a person like fish, not even with divine help. But the blessing is straightforward. If he believes it, he can cut it. Trusting the blessing over his master's words, Jayama lunges with his knife at the big guy charging at him. In a flash, Shun Mao is split clean in half. The other students and Mao Jun, the remaining brother, are frozen in shock. The quiet, gloomy kid just pulled off the impossible with a kitchen knife. Shun Mao's body hits the ground in 2 pieces. His brother lets out a scream. He frantically reminds himself that this is just subspace, and Shun Mao isn't actually dead. But that doesn't erase the horror of what he just witnessed. Mao Jun convinces himself that his brother must have slipped up. Now, as the surviving twin, it's up to him to step up. He stares at his brother's lifeless form and claims the power gauntlet for himself. Once he has the gauntlet on both hands, its full power kicks in. His defense skyrockets, his jumping ability doubles, and his punches pack a punch like a freight train. He's sure that not even an S-rank weapon can break through his defense now, but Jayama isn't even looking his way. He's just fixated on the countdown, keeping track of how long his blessing lasts. Spotting an opportunity, Mao Jun charges in for a sucker punch while Jayama's distracted. And then, in a blink, it's all over. Mao Jun finds himself on the ground, drenched in his own blood and barely clinging to life, as Jayama wraps up his countdown. The second it hits 0, the painless blessing fades away. The full weight of the sword god's blessing hits him like a freight train. He cries out, still gripping the knife, and then he just collapses. Later on, Jayama wakes up in this super sterile white room, probably a clinic or something. Before he can even sit up, 2 people stroll in. He hasn't met them before, but he instantly recognizes them. They're 2 of the legendary 7-star heroes. These are the top dogs of humanity, Siegfried and the Academy's director, Medea Poison. He can't help but question why these 2 powerhouses are here to see him. Medea asks for his name, but Siegfried cuts to the chase, hand nervously on his sword. He demands to know what Jayama did, saying they both felt a crazy strong sensation during the fight that was clearly his doing. The tension in the room is so thick you could slice it with a knife. Realizing he's got the world's strongest man breathing down his neck, Jayama plays it smart. He starts by apologizing, admitting he went overboard, and says he's ready to face any consequences. As the 2 are locked in a tense stare-down, and Medea has to step in to prevent a fight from breaking out. She tells Siegfried to quit intimidating the kid and then drops a bombshell. Turns out, while Jayama was out cold, Siegfried cleared up his blocked meridians. Jayama can't believe the sword master would do him such a favor, but his body definitely feels lighter now. Medea goes on to say they reviewed the footage and saw he was just protecting a female student in distress. She can't help but gush, calling Jayama the dashing prince she's always dreamed of. Siegfried has to reel her back in. The main takeaway, she says, is that she's not going to hassle him over what happened. Plus, the twins already had a bad reputation. After Jayama's actions, they've decided to leave the school. That's a massive relief for him. But there's more. They actually came to congratulate him for being the top scorer in the entire school. And just like that, Jayama's hope for a quiet, safe life is officially out the window. Later on, back in Medea's office, the 2 heroes meet up again. She's venting about something she's never encountered in her 2 decades running the academy. A student snagged the top spot among all the new recruits, then turned down the chance to join the school's elite star class. They tried to persuade him to change his mind, but Jayama is sticking to his decision. Medea asks Siegfried if he's bothered that Jayama outranked his granddaughter. Siegfried watched the video and saw the potential, but he thinks it's just a kid trying to shake things up. He explains that the subspace reflects the will of the founding hero. If it recognizes Jayama as the best, then the academy itself has chosen him, and that's final. Siegfried has his own take on Jayama. He finds him really odd. If Jayama had amazing skills, physical prowess, or even a bit of experience, it would add up. But Siegfried noticed he lacks all that. Yet, the video replay showed something intriguing. Jayama's movements are pure skill, my guy. It's like he's mastered the ultimate sword technique. He's been chasing this dream his entire life. While unblocking Jayama's acupoints, it hit him how weak Jayama's body was, lacking any real physical training. But there's something inside him that even the strongest can't wrap their heads around. That's why he's feeling super competitive with someone as young as his granddaughter. Medea, though, is more caught up in how good-looking he is. She's still impressed that he showed off his skills to save a woman in trouble. She jokes that if she were just a decade younger, she'd totally go for him. Siegfried is lost in his thoughts until she snaps him out of it, asking what's up. He dodges the question and instead asks her what students might call someone like her. Curious, she tells him to spill. His response is far from flattering, and she blows up in anger. Meanwhile, Jayama heads off to his first class. He turned down the star class offer, so they bumped him down to wolf class instead. Any lower, and the elders would have lost it. He was aiming for tiger class initially, but Medea practically pleaded with him to go for wolf class. In return, she promised to keep his status as the top student under wraps. He preferred to finish his studies quietly in a lower class rather than compete in a higher one. Wolf class is a bit more advanced than he wanted, but it's still within his comfort zone. Jayama pushes open the big doors and steps into his new classroom. For a second, all the students give him a curious glance. Then they realize he's a special admission student, and just like that, they lose interest. Jayama's cool with it. Their indifference means Medea kept her promise. Now, he just has to enjoy the peaceful life he's always wanted. He takes his seat at the desk as a familiar student approaches him, looking a bit nervous. She nervously thanks him for his earlier help, but Jayama has no clue who she is. She explains that she's the girl he rescued during the test. Jayama dismisses her gratitude, saying it's unnecessary. He figures anyone else in that situation would have done the same. It might seem like he saved her, but he feels it was more about saving himself. Accepting her thanks would feel dishonest. Jayama switches gears and introduces himself. The girl responds by saying her name is Chloe. Funny enough, they ended up in the same class. With introductions out of the way, Jayama tries to recall if there's a character named Chloe in the game. Maybe she was added after he quit, but that doesn't add up. When he stopped playing, the game's main storyline was already so advanced that adding a new character seemed unlikely. Looks like he stumbled upon another extra, just like him. Jayama asks her to keep what happened during the exam under wraps. He doesn't want his power getting out and messing up his chill lifestyle. Chloe agrees but starts to ask for something herself before she's interrupted by their homeroom teacher, who bursts into the room with a loud shout. Jayama tells her to head back to her seat so they can chat later. Introducing himself as Lee Wanbin, congratulates the new members of Wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants to kick things off with some basic physical exercises, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, plus 10 laps around the training area. For the genius nobles who've been training hard their whole lives, this is a breeze. But for Jayama, this workout is a nightmare that might just make him lose his hair. He nervously approaches after everyone else has left, and says he's not feeling up to the training. Surprisingly, the teacher not only knows his name but also seems to hold Jayama in high regard. Seems like Medea couldn't quite hide her thoughts about him. Lee Wanbin is aware that Jayama can choose classes from any level he prefers. He turns down the chance to join the star class and just tells the teacher he needs a bathroom break. That's how Jayama ends up stuck in the boring exercise routine with his classmates. They all breeze past him while he's struggling to keep up, feeling like he's about to collapse. Chloe catches up to him and notices he looks rough. She casually mentions she's on her 9th lap already, gives him a quick pep talk, and then speeds off to finish her last lap. By day's end, Jayama drags himself back to his dorm room and downs several bottles of water. He's barely been at the academy a day and is already running into unexpected issues. After the grueling training, he dashed to the cafeteria, only to discover the meals aren't free. When he checked the price for a spicy pork rice, he was stunned into silence. Just thinking about how much he paid makes him hurl his bottle at the wall in a fit of rage. He's nearly broke and kicking himself for not taking the cash his dad offered. Lately, he's been living off the cheapest water from the campus store, and he actually misses those free army dinners. Right now, he's just trying to distract himself from the gnawing hunger. The first thing that pops into his head is his blessing. Like clockwork, the status screen shows up, and it's way longer than before. His physical level's up, which means the sword god's blessing has improved, letting him use slightly longer swords now. He checks himself out in the mirror and sure enough, he's definitely made some solid physical gains, probably thanks to the sword master's work on his pressure points. It almost feels like his body has leveled up, but the sword god's aura is still just the size of a sashimi knife. If he keeps leveling up, maybe he'll wield a small sword someday. His hands even start twitching when he's not holding a blade, probably thanks to the blessing. There's a knock at the door. He opens it and sees Chloe standing there. She asks if she's interrupting, and he wonders why she's visiting. She says she hasn't seen him at the cafeteria and wanted to make sure he's okay. He fibs that he usually avoids food made by others, though inside, he's craving a meal. Chloe looks a bit let down, saying she hoped they could have dinner together. Before she can finish, Jayama's already dressed and telling her to come along to buy ingredients. That evening, they enjoy a fantastic meal cooked by Jayama, and Chloe is genuinely impressed. Chloe grew up by the beach and loves fish, and since Jayama's a pro at cooking it, they're a perfect match. He's itching to grab a knife, so he decides to refresh his skills by slicing some sashimi. The catch? The sword god's blessing kicks in whenever he holds a simple kitchen knife. He asks Chloe if she has a bigger knife because it'd be weird to use his own weapons for cooking. She goes to her room and returns with a massive sword, way too big for a fish. Left with no choice, he has to rely on his blessing. The blessing lasts 30 seconds, so he needs to be quick. Once hailed as his country's top swordsman, cutting fish is his forte. Time to show his skills. He slices the fish perfectly, wrapping up in 21 seconds, leaving him with 9 extra seconds of the blessing. The result is so impressive, he considers it a masterpiece. Chloe wonders how he's so skilled, and he admits he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Being a noble, she has no clue what a part-time job is, highlighting their different social standings. After finishing the meal, Chloe offers to handle the dishes since he did all the cooking. He steps aside to give her room to wash up. For the first time in nearly a week, he's stuffed, and he can't help but hum with happiness. His humming is cut short when Chloe accidentally drops a plate. She's probably never washed dishes before. Dropping plates is something he used to do at her age too. As he gazes out the window, ignoring the sound of breaking plates, a book falls off Chloe's study desk. It seems to be a diary, and it just so happens to open to a page where she wrote about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is adorable, with rounded letters and stickers, and he can't help but smile as he picks up the book. The breeze flips the pages to a section where she writes about meeting him in class and how she's interested in him. He finds it adorable and can't resist flipping through more pages. He turns a few more pages and spots his name again, followed by countless "I love you" scribbled everywhere. Suddenly, another plate shatters, and he looks up to see Chloe staring at him with blank, unsettling eyes. She calmly asks if he's been reading her diary. Chloe's lack of emotion isn't new. It's something she developed growing up, almost like a defense mechanism. Heroes gain respect by defeating demonic beasts, boosting their social status and global fame. But within their stagnant ranks, some factions misuse their power to oppress the weak. When the law can't touch these bullies, a shadowy group steps in to handle them, and they're known as Meet the Sisley family, known as the Auditors. They're all about keeping order and, well, carrying out assassinations. These folks are famous for working in the shadows while aiming for the light. Kids in the Auditor family start their assassin training before they even hit their teens. They learn to suppress their emotions and endure intense training to become flawless killing machines. Chloe is part of this blood-soaked clan, and she got her hands dirty for the first time at just 15. Her whole life, she's been reminded not to underestimate her assassin skills, which made her super aware of her own capabilities. Over time, the relentless training twisted her personality, casting a dark cloud over her heart. As her true self faded away, leaving only remnants of Chloe, finally reached the age to enroll in the academy. Joaquin Academy sorts students into different classes based on their skills. Every student here has talent at least on par with a dragon, but the Auditor family members, who thrived in the shadows, were. She was assigned to the common class by her family's decision. That was the deal between her family and the academy. She was instructed to stay hidden, and over the years, her family eliminated anyone who threatened their freedom. Chloe accepted her role as an assassin without complaint, convinced her destiny was unchangeable. That is, until she met someone unforgettable. As she stood there, vulnerable, with two sinister brothers approaching, a seemingly weak person in the room stepped up to protect her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale isn't real and there's no actual danger, this guy still tried to save her. Chloe had resigned herself to death, waiting for her inevitable fate. She had long abandoned pointless fights, and was trained to be meek and invisible. But somehow, because of the boy's actions, it felt like sunlight piercing through the clouds in her mind, and she watched as he wielded his sword not to kill, but to defend and protect her. Watching him fight for her, she suddenly recalls something. It's a children's fairy tale she used to secretly read under her pillow. The story was about a princess trapped in a castle, saved by a hero. As these memories flood back, she feels a tingle in her chest and her cheeks flush. This strange sensation? Yeah, it's definitely love. Meanwhile, Jayama's made a huge mistake by peeking into her private thoughts. She glares at him, and he knows he's in deep trouble. He's trying to figure out how he ended up like this. Was it when he messed with a teenage girl's pure feelings? Or was it when he naively followed her just because she promised him food? Either way, he's now facing the wrath of a teenage girl. His main goal now? Get out of this mess. He awkwardly shifts the conversation, mentioning how nice the moon looks, all while trying to find a way to slip out of the room without losing his head. She cuts him off mid-sentence, pressing him again about seeing her diary. He tries to brush it off, claiming he only glanced at her study guide. He even throws in a compliment about how hard she studies. But let's be real, flattery isn't going to save him now. He's shocked she caught him in the act. She's dropped the formal tone she used before, and it's like she's a whole new person. He swears he didn't see it, but she keeps at him until he finally admits he did. The moment he confesses, Chloe decides he's got to go, pulling out the same sword she once offered him for cutting fish. Jayama scans the room, trying to figure out his next move. They're on the 4th floor, so jumping out the window is a no-go. His only shot is the front door, but Chloe's not about to let him waltz out of here, at least not without leaving a few limbs behind. She's actually coming at him with a sword, and it seems like his time is almost up. He tries to understand why she's suddenly acting like this, and only one thing comes to mind. Her fixed pupils and those dark red eyes scream one thing. He's facing a Yandere, but considering her sudden switch from a sweet strawberry to a deadly killer, it's even more intense. She's a Yandere with a split personality. Handling her Yandere traits alone is tough, but throw in a dual personality, and it's a whole new level of chaos. Her personality shift seems to have been triggered by him opening her diary. That could be dangerous, but he knows she'll chase him to the ends of the earth unless he finds a way to bring her back to reality. He's got to act now to save his future. If he doesn't act fast, things are going to get even worse. The only way he's getting out of this alive is by finding a weapon, but he's only got 9 seconds left after spending 21 seconds slicing the fish. His sashimi knife is back in his room, but he can grab the kitchen knife he used earlier. There's no way he can reach it without losing his arms, though. He scans the room again and spots a box cutter on her desk. It's the only option, but he's skeptical it can trigger the sword god's blessing. Chloe charges at him with a sword, leaving him no choice but to find out. He snatches the box cutter, knocking the rest of the stationery to the floor, and extends the blade. Suddenly, status screens flood his vision. Being clever in a pinch boosts his mental resilience, and he gets a temporary intimidation buff. The system adjusts accordingly before activating the blessing. Chloe charges at him with her sword just as Jayama steps back with the box cutter in hand. Right before she can strike, he casually mentions her hair is a bit long. The intimidation buff kicks in, and Chloe hesitates. That's when Jayama makes his move with the blade. Everything suddenly goes dark and blurry, and by the time Chloe comes to, it's evening. Her room is dark, neat, and empty. Her mind immediately jumps to Jayama, wondering where he disappeared to. She calls out for him a few times, but the silence confirms she's alone. The last clear memory she has is sneaking glances at him while he stared out her window, but it's all a blur after that. She suddenly feels the urge to find her katana, but spots it leaning against her study desk. She sometimes blacks out when holding it, but it seems she kept it together this time. At least, that's what she tells herself. Back in the day, when she was still sharpening her skills, she'd black out while holding her blade. By the time she woke up, the place would be drenched in blood, and her elders would brush off her questions about what happened during her blackout. They'd always tell her not to deny her assassin talent. Still, not remembering what she did with Jayama leaves her feeling embarrassed. She hides her face in shame. But that embarrassment quickly morphs into something else as she starts thinking about Jayama. Then she spots a box cutter on the floor, and notices her hair seems shorter. In her trash bin, she finds some of her hair, all tidied up. That's when it hits her. He must have helped her cut her hair. She grabs her journal to jot down more about her love for him. Meanwhile, Jayama isn't nearly as head over heels as Chloe is right now. Honestly, he's just amazed he's still breathing. Hidden behind a nondescript wall at the edge of campus, he pukes up the meal he was just thanking Chloe for. He barely survives the first 5 seconds after his 9-second pain-free blessing wears off, and even then, he feels absolutely awful. After losing the only decent meal he's had in over a week, Jayama slumps onto a bench, pondering his next move. Now he's starving again, feeling worse than before Chloe showed up. His thoughts drift back to Chloe, and he starts questioning who she really is. Her sword skills are sharp, designed to take down an opponent in one strike or at least incapacitate them. The way she handles her sword, it's like she's always targeting vital points, almost as if she's trained for assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Jayama wouldn't have stood a chance. He felt genuinely threatened, so he instinctively went for her neck. Luckily, his knife was too short, only managing to snip some of her hair. Before heading out, he tidied up the chaos, thinking it would prevent any future issues. But man, keeping his life peaceful and secure is way harder than it seems. Turns out, being a regular guy is his toughest challenge. When he first got tossed into this game, he wasn't exactly lacking ambition. In his previous life, he mastered the art of cooking with just a sashimi knife, reaching the top of his game. So, letting go of his dreams isn't easy. But hey, everyone has their part to play, and in this world, he got summoned as just a background character. Miracle Blessing is both the game's title and the name of the protagonist's special blessing. It was also the blessing of the legendary hero, Valor Jacquin. Throughout the entire game, only the protagonist and the founding hero ever had this legendary blessing. The blessing's purpose is clear: save the world from the Demon King. So, the protagonist is chosen by Bamang, an SS-rank sword that's both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all Jayama's got is a humble, rankless sashimi knife. Honestly, it looks like he's destined for a life in the shadows. Since joining the academy, he's been bombarded with so many wild people and situations that his original goal almost slipped his mind. There were plenty of reasons to abandon his dream of a simple life. It's even clearer now, considering it feels like there's not a single normal person around. Having played the game before, he's got a decent idea of the main characters, but his understanding of the world is pretty limited. It's been a week since he joined, which means the protagonist should have awakened his blessing and started the late admission process by now. This is where the game's story kicks off, and while Jayama knows the basic plot, he never actually finished it. For the first time, he regrets bailing on the game halfway through. But here's the thing, he knows the canon path up to the halfway point, which is a huge edge. All he needs to do is stick to that path, no matter what. If he starts messing with everything, then he'll blow the only advantage he's got. From what he remembers, the story takes a dark twist in the second semester of the 3rd year, when the demons find out the heroes awake and launch an attack on the academy, led by a legion commander. As the battle heats up, it spirals into a full-blown war between demons and humans, turning the game into your classic fantasy saga. When he played it, all he wanted was to live out that carefree, simple teenage life he never had, so he ditched the game without a second thought. Now, the problem is he's stuck in a world headed for war, and there's a very real chance he could end up dead too. He's got 3 years left, so it's time to stop dodging reality and focus on what he can actually do. He's determined not to die and is set on getting stronger to make it through. Plus, in these typical games, the hero always ends up saving the day. All he needs is enough power to keep himself safe. He can't afford to be some weakling who gets taken out easily. He just needs to train enough to defend himself while staying under the radar. To pull this off, he has to cut back on using the sword god's blessing. Even the few times he's used it, it's been brutal on his body. It's a mighty skill, but it comes with way too many downsides for his taste. Just thinking about the blessing brings up a status window with all the details. Strangely, there are new entries in the info that he hadn't noticed before. The 3 new entries are a body. His mind and armament grade have levels next to them, showing how much he's grown. Each level reduces the strain of his blessing on his body. There's another stat called synchronization, but he has no clue what it means. Its description is just a bunch of question marks. He tries to tap on it, but access is denied. Apparently, he hasn't met the necessary conditions yet. It's just another mystery to this blessing, but right now, it's not a priority. He needs to focus on strengthening his body and finding a new weapon. Relying on the 30 seconds of painless blessing isn't sustainable, so he also has to master using a sword that doesn't rely on the blessings conditions. Fortunately, there's a monster hunting training coming up for the midterms in a month. The prize for this training is the longsword Morsame, a beater weapon that should last him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, making it the ideal weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but he's already making solid progress. While he's deep in thought, a voice suddenly snaps him back to reality. He looks up and is shocked to see someone he never expected to encounter. It's Abel von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, and the last person he should be talking to if he wants to keep the game's story intact. She points out that he's sitting in her spot, but he's too stunned to move right away. She ends up shouting at him, which finally gets him to understand. He scoots over to make room for her. He can't help but be struck by how beautiful Abel is, catching himself staring without realizing it. As he starts to leave, she tells him he doesn't need to. He can just shift over a bit. It's odd that she'd claim a public bench as her seat, but he decides to let it slide since he doesn't want to get tangled up with her. He can't stop staring at her. As the game's heroine, she's as stunning as you'd expect. Suddenly, she starts chatting, snapping Jayama back to reality. It's weird because the Abel he knows is usually aloof and doesn't engage with people. Even the game's charming protagonist couldn't get her to open up. She keeps talking, asking if he uses a blade as his weapon. He awkwardly confirms and then asks how she figured it out. She explains that her grandpa once mentioned swordsmen have a distinct look in their eyes. She then shows him her sword and offers to let him hold it. He's still feeling a bit off about the situation, so he politely declines. This makes her pout in frustration, like he hurt her feelings. But he just can't get used to her chatting with him. Then she asks if he knows her, which catches Jayama off guard because it's such a strange question coming from her. Everyone at school knows who she is. He responds nonchalantly, saying he's kind of aware of her. But she admits she has no idea who he is, which she finds a bit unfair since he knows her, but she's clueless about him. Jayama doesn't see the issue, thinking it's no big deal since they just met and names aren't that important yet. She jokes that he might be a spy sent by the Demon King, sneaking into the academy disguised as a student. It's pretty suspicious he's out here alone so late, and while it seems like she's just making stuff up, Jayama flips the question, asking why she's out so late too. It's clear from her gear and weapon that she's just finished training. She mentions she was doing breathing exercises, and as she talks, she gestures towards him, accidentally revealing the scars on her hands to Jayama. She quickly hides her hands, but Jayama has already noticed. They show the marks of her dedication. Abel agrees, pointing out that it's no surprise she's been working so hard. People don't get what it means to be part of the Nibelung lineage. They're expected to be perfect all the time. One mistake and they're in trouble. Abel then drops the bomb that she's not the top student this year. It's her first time losing to someone. Oddly enough, instead of being mad, she feels a weird sense of freedom. She's curious about who managed to outscore her. She really wants to meet them, just so she can rip them to shreds. Jayama is so shocked by that, he starts coughing. He asks her why she'd go to such lengths. She says it's because she feels humiliated. She begged her grandfather to reveal who that person is, but turns out, they're not even in her class. Plus, they skip the speech, leaving her to do it as the runner-up, which only made her feel more embarrassed. She cuts herself off before ranting further. It's strange for her to spill all this to someone she just met. Jayama finally asks what's been bugging him. Why is she even talking to him, given her usual attitude towards others? Her answer is a curveball. She says it's because he seems weak. Her family's motto is to stand firm against the strong and show kindness to the weak. Her classmates are already unbearable, so she has no friends. That explains why she's so cold to the protagonist in the game. With that out of the way, Abel stretches a bit and gets ready to head out. She stands up and hesitates for a second. Then she asks if he's really not going to share his name. Just like before, Jayama flat out refuses. Time rolls on, and to Jayama's surprise, he navigates academy life without any issues. Chloe's made some new friends besides him and is fitting into the class well. Jayama, on the other hand, has been keeping his distance since that awkward moment in her room. Sometimes when their eyes meet, her friends give him the stink eye because he's a special entrant, but Jayama's learned to shrug off their judgment. After all, he's not the only special entrant in class. There aren't many of them, but they all get along pretty well. There's definitely some inferiority complex going on, but Jayama figures it would be way worse if he were in a higher tier class. By now, the students in the Star and Dragon classes have probably split into factions, getting caught up in their own little power games. Even when he was just playing the game, it was wild to see. But now that he's actually living in this world, just thinking about it gives him chills. On the bright side, he's finally getting decent meals, all thanks to something Nidia gave him the other day. As a perk for being the top scorer at school, he scored a faculty card that lets him eat whatever he wants in the cafeteria for free. He's so grateful for this perk that bowing 3 times a day at the director's office doesn't seem like enough to show his appreciation. Plus, he's been handling his student duties pretty well, making sure not to mess up the main storyline. All he needs to do is keep this up for the next 3 years, and everything should go smoothly. Days pass without a hitch, and Jayama attends all his classes smoothly. During one class, an old teacher talks about the legendary hero Valajokin, who started the academy to train future heroes after realizing its necessity. Jayama already knows this stuff from the games. The founding hero, Valajokin, battled Lekin, the Demon King's right-hand man and leader of the First Legion. Their epic battle raged on for 20 years, with the hero finally claiming victory. But Jokin paid a price, losing an arm in his triumph, which meant he couldn't fight anymore. The war was brutal, full of carnage and bloodshed, And even though the hero won the battle, either side truly won the war. Just like that, the first human-demon war ended in a truce. To prepare the next generation, Jokin founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. This pact has kept the peace for 700 years, still holding strong today. The students are convinced they'll never witness a war in their lifetime. But Jayama is the only one who knows that peace is about to shatter. Everyone's gotten so used to the calm, it's no wonder. The only person he'd want to warn about the looming disaster is Medea, but doing so could mess with the main storyline. And he's clueless about where that might lead. Even though she often gripes about wanting to quit as academy director, Medea was among the first to sense something was brewing, thanks to her keen perception. To protect her students, she was the first of the 7 stars to head to the front lines. But Jayama never got that far in the game. He only found out about her fate from the game's fandom wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King. Knowing this makes it tough to keep the war under wraps, but he wishes he never found out in the first place. Class wraps up, and the students rush out into the hallway, drawn by some kind of commotion. It seems like the moment has finally arrived, so Jayama checks his phone. Just as he suspected, it's May 5th, the day when the protagonist officially joins the school. He blends in with the students crowding the classroom door, all of them in awe. Some are already convinced he's destined for the star class. As expected, the game's protagonist strides through the halls, with everyone making way for him. Leon Van Reinhardt moves with a confident vibe among his peers. But Jayama knows this is the day when the 700-year peace starts to unravel. Jayama observes as the whole school seems to idolize him, but he saw this coming. In the game, every girl seems to fall for him. If this were an adult game, Leon would have been toast before even facing the Demon King. Among all the women who seem to gravitate towards him, the ones who join his party are quite impressive themselves. It's a bit annoying to think about, but Leon Van Reinhardt, the main guy in Miracle Blessing M, is going to be one of the first drafted in 3 years. He calls it a draft, but it's really more like mandatory service. If Jayama gets drafted too, it'll be his second round in the army. The hero barely managed to seal the first Legion commander, which makes Jayama wonder just how strong the Demon King must be. There's no way the protagonist is going to lose, right? As he's pondering all this, his eyes meet Leon's, gives him a reassuring smile, almost as if he's comforting Jayama without knowing his thoughts. He's the protagonist, after all. There's no way he can handle these threats. Jayama turns to leave the scene, but suddenly someone calls out to him from behind. It's Chloe, and she shyly asks if she did something wrong. He wants to tell her she almost took his head off, but since they'll be stuck together for a year, he figures it's best not to make things awkward. So he fibs a bit, saying everything's cool between them, hoping to keep the peace and avoid unnecessary drama. Chloe seems relieved, slipping back into her cute persona, a stark contrast to the lethal maniac he faced before. Even when she was out cold, he sensed her sword skills were something else. Her blade felt like it was meant to be saved, yet the sheer killing intent was so intense it gave him chills. If her swordsmanship is all about killing, she might be even scarier than the mouse siblings. His thoughts are interrupted when she mentions she's the one who killed him and suggests they grab dinner together again tonight. She offers to treat him but warns that her cooking skills aren't quite up to his level. Thinking about having dinner with her again brings back memories of her intense bloodlust. He almost instinctively wants to turn her down. But man, those puppy dog eyes are a powerful weapon. It's nearly impossible to say no to such a cute face, and he feels guilty for even considering it. But if he doesn't refuse, he might end up waking up in a fridge tomorrow. Instead of dinner, he comes up with a better plan for them to hang out. He asks her for a favor, saying she's the only one who can help him out. That request instantly calms Chloe down. Jayama wants her to teach him swordsmanship since he needs a sword instructor anyway. Later, at the school's training grounds, he's swinging a wooden sword, testing his limits. As he thought, the sword's size doesn't interfere with the blessing. Now, he just needs to work on his sword skills. Chloe's insanely strong, making her the perfect trainer for him. It's also a perfect excuse for him to dodge another dinner with her. Since that day, he's made it a habit to watch a video called Surviving a Yandere before bed. Surprisingly, it seems to be helping him handle Chloe for now. She approaches him in casual clothes, her katana hanging at her side. He just got there because they agreed to meet at 8, but she's been waiting since 6:30. Jayama takes a moment to appreciate her, noticing her toned muscles thanks to her crop top. He hadn't realized it before since he only ever saw her in a school uniform. But now it makes sense why she's so strong. He hands her another wooden sword, and Chloe looks puzzled about not using real ones. There's no way they can train with real swords, and they're definitely not risking their lives, so real weapons aren't necessary. Chloe happily accepts the wooden sword from him, and she tests the swing, and the power behind her sword is enough to create a shockwave between them. She's so strong that the air itself trembles from her strike, making Jayama rethink asking her to train him. He decides to play it safe for now. Before they start training, he checks his blessing again. Luckily, the sword's length isn't a problem, and his body is steadily growing. But now that he thinks about it, it's strange for a blessing to level up with experience. He can't recall if blessings come with extra side effects, and he has no clue how much more he needs to grow before this mysterious hidden trait appears. Chloe approaches him and asks what's up, reminding him that only he can see his status screen. To her, he probably looks like he's zoning out. Nervously, he turns to start their training and asks Chloe to take it easy on him since it's their first day. So, he gets ready with his sword and squares off against Chloe. In his previous life, he learned everything by diving right into the action. He strongly believes that to truly achieve something, you can't just give a little, you have to be willing to give it your all. The reason he adapted so quickly at the academy is due to the intense training he received in his class. From a young age, he learned to recognize when he's making progress and when he's stuck. Even now, he knows his stance and grip on the sword aren't perfect. But despite all that, the final swing of the sword must always land on the opponent. He opens his eyes, ready to start the duel, and sees Chloe charging at him with full force. He barely manages to dodge her first strike as Chloe changes her stance and launches another attack, which he just manages to block. Somehow, as the fight goes on, she seems to be getting even faster, and Jayama is struggling to keep up with her speed. And on top of all that, she might not even be going all out yet. He asked her to take it easy on him. Her sword clashes with his again, and this time, the wood starts to crack under the pressure. She keeps up her relentless barrage of attacks, while he barely manages to block and dodge. With the force she's using, even one hit could be fatal, and he can't find any opening to strike back. Before he can figure out a counterattack, his sword gives up, snapping in half. Chloe tries to apologize, saying she was being as gentle as possible, but she still ended up breaking it. That's the least of her worries though, because the sword has shrunk in size and length, which means, unfortunately for her, it triggers the sword god's blessing. However, there's a big problem. The weapon's damage causes a system error. The force that usually suppresses the blessing's full power instead starts to. Jayama's personality gets altered, and by the end of it, his humanity drops, leaving him as just a fighting machine. The sword god's blessing kicks in fully as Jayama faces her with his half-broken wooden sword, surrounded by a menacing aura. Chloe steps back, noticing the clear shift in Jayama's demeanor. Jayama's body seems to be moving on its own, while inside his mind, he's back in his old body and finds himself standing in his kitchen. It all feels dreamlike, and all he can focus on is cleaning and cutting the fish in front of him. He can't recall what he was doing before, but right now, he just needs to get back to it. It's been a while since he handled a fish like this, so he opts for a Chinese cleaver this time. As he reaches for it, a message appears saying he can't pick it up. Since that's not working, he tries grabbing the knife, but again, a message tells him he can't pick it up. He's got no choice but to go for the sashimi knife. It's the only weapon the system lets him grab, but he knows it'll hurt if he holds it. He picks it up anyway, and surprisingly, he's totally fine. Actually, he feels kind of energized. A voice in his head tells him to just roll with it and let things be. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jayama is closing in on Chloe with the knife in hand. She tries to call out to him, but he keeps advancing, clearly intent on harm. Out of nowhere, he charges at her, and Chloe barely manages to block his strike with her sword. He presses against her sword and sends her flying back, crashing into a wall. He feels like a completely different person compared to their earlier sparring. He leaps at her, aiming to stab her with the sharp end of his stake, but she narrowly dodges it by jumping back. Chloe's only been hit once, but she's struggling to move. She can't wrap her head around how Jayama changed so suddenly, but she needs to stop the sparring match before he accidentally kills her. She tries once more to get him to stop, but Jayama doesn't react and charges at her again. He's moving so fast that dodging him seems impossible in her current state. All she can do is keep pleading with him to stop, and finally, she yells his name, just as his sword comes down straight for her head. Meanwhile, in Jayama's dream world, he's puzzled why the fish he's trying to cut keeps dodging him. The fish is also making a lot of noise as it bounces around, and he can barely make out that it's saying something. It sounds like it's calling someone's name. The noise becomes clearer until he can just about hear the fish calling out for someone named Jayama. Chef Kim's mind starts to clear, and he realizes he's Jayama, and the fish is calling for him. Just as he's about to stab Chloe with the broken sword, he suddenly realizes what's happening. Right before the wood can touch her, Jayama tosses the sword aside, smashing it into a wall, narrowly avoiding harming his friend. Chloe opens her eyes and sees Jayama holding her, smiling down at her. Since he's dropped the sword, the blessing's influence is gone, and he's himself again. Chloe, a bit shaken, asks if he's okay, and he reassures her that he's fine, thanking her for helping him train before heading out. After he leaves, Chloe heads back to her dorm room too. Ever since the entrance exam, she's had this feeling. Jayama's skills are more unusual than just powerful. When she faced him, she realized he unknowingly triggered his divine blessing, making her no match for him. Even with just a wooden sword, he completely overpowered her. As she strolls through the campus, someone lurking in the shadows notes that Chloe seems pretty pleased. Meet Nox Auditor, Chloe's older brother, who shows up out of nowhere and teases her for hanging out with someone he considers beneath her after she joined the academy. Chloe realizes he's talking about Jayama and warns Nox to stop badmouthing her friend. Nox, who just learned Jayama's name, tells Chloe to steer clear of him, or else the Auditor family might make him disappear. Chloe just walks off, telling Nox that even if the Auditor family shows up, they won't stand a chance against Jayama. As she leaves, Nox is left wondering who this Jayama is and how he managed to change Chloe so much. Meanwhile, Jayama is heading home, lost in thought about his so-called blessing. The power he received feels more like a curse than a divine favor, honestly. Trying to avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, he experimented with different weapons. But that power kept haunting him, even taking over his body, as if mocking his attempts to break free from it. When he battled Chloe, he didn't feel pain. Instead, it was like he was high on adrenaline. The blessing was like a curse, pulling his strings and whispering temptations to slash and destroy. He surrendered to it until Chloe's screams snapped him back to reality. That moment of clarity allowed him to toss the wooden sword aside, fearing he'd lose himself completely if he didn't ditch it immediately. It's ironic that Chloe, who almost killed him before, is now the one who snapped him out of it. He was mad when she broke the sword, but ultimately, he felt grateful. So, he didn't complain when he came back to his senses. He was scared of triggering the sword god's blessing again. But today makes it clear he can't ignore this issue forever. This gift is something he'll have to manage for the rest of his life. It's also why his dream of living a normal life is probably never going to happen. As Kiyama drags himself back to his room, he feels something inside him trying to eat away at his sanity. This isn't a blessing at all. It's a curse that's trying to swallow him whole. 3 days later, classes are back to normal, and Chloe is chatting with her new friends, but something feels off. Ever since that duel, Kiyama hasn't shown up to class, and they never exchanged contact info, so she can't even check up on him. Every time she knocks on his dorm door, all she hears are painful groans. She thought about breaking the door down, but worried he'd end up resenting her for it. She enjoys watching him from her seat in class, losing count of how many times she sneaks a glance at him each day. Initially, she thought her attraction was because he saved her life, but now she knows that's just an excuse. Whatever the reason, she simply misses him. The following day, Jayama is still absent when the teacher asks everyone to settle down and be quiet. It's raining, so the teacher announces they'll have a study hall instead of training. As the students head to their seats, the teacher also notices Jayama's been missing for several days. Knowing Jayama, there must be a reason, so the instructor decides to wait patiently for his return. While the teacher is managing the class, the doors creak open, and Jayama strolls in with a completely new look. Chloe jumps up in shock as Jayama apologizes to the instructor for being late. His eyes are sunken and lifeless, with a streak of hair turned ghostly white. Even the instructor is taken aback by Jayama's new appearance, just like the other students, and nervously tells him to take a seat. The students comment that Jayama looks different but somehow more attractive. As the day wraps up, the other students head out to do their own thing, while Chloe finally approaches Jayama after 4 days. She nervously asks what happened and why he was absent for so long. He pauses for a moment before saying he just felt a bit unwell and tells her not to worry. From her shaky voice, he knows she doesn't fully buy it, but there's nothing more he can say to convince her. For the last 3 days, he endured something like severe withdrawal symptoms until he was mentally drained. He couldn't leave his room or eat, so he just stayed in bed, hoping the convulsions would stop. The pain he went through during this time was unbearable. Things are way worse than before. It's all because of using that busted weapon. Plus, when he checks himself in the mirror, he looks the same, but his expression is more drained, and his hair is starting to go white. This is definitely a penalty from the sword god. Chloe feels guilty, probably because the last time she saw him was at the training grounds. She must be thinking this is somehow her fault. To ease her mind, he asks if she's still up for that dinner she mentioned before. Chloe's more shocked by this than by him returning to class. She almost jumps into a hug. Seems like he made the right call because she really liked the idea. She asks what he wants to eat, and the first thing he thinks of is fish. As they chat, he suddenly feels a weird sensation. He turns and sees someone watching them from down the hall. It's Chloe's brother, Nox, and the vibe shifts the moment they spot him. Jayama heads straight for the newcomer, telling him to stop staring and join the conversation. He suggests Nox should just come over and talk. Right off the bat, Jayama notices something weird about Nox's eyes. Chloe steps in, trying to prevent any chaos, but her voice is shaky, and you can tell she's unsure. Despite her hesitation, she's still trying to shield him in her own way. Nox questions Chloe if this is the guy she's willing to defy Adoro for. Chloe insists she wants nothing to do with her family, but Nox reminds her that she can't just erase her past. He says if you're born an auditor, you'll always be one. Chloe sounds like a rebel, while Nox talks like he's in some historical drama. Meanwhile, Jayama is just fed up with the whole situation. Nox keeps throwing insults at Jayama, and Chloe finally loses it. She shouts at Nox to quit badmouthing the guy she loves, and her outburst even catches him off guard. Jayama was hoping things could be handled calmly, but he's starting to accept these constant disruptions as part of his life now. The real focus here is the Auditore. They're the secretive group known for their assassination skills, and they make a grand entrance right in the middle of the action, playing a crucial role. Rumor has it they're not as strong as other heroic families, but when it comes to assassination, they're unmatched. All Auditore members are insanely powerful, thanks to their brutal training from a young age, turning them into top-tier assassins. So if Chloe is part of this assassin clan, her sweet and cheerful demeanor makes her the odd one out, unlike her brother. Nox looks like someone who's no stranger to killing. Jayama doesn't mind that, but it seems Chloe just wants a normal life. It's kind of like his sword god's blessing. Chloe finds herself trapped in the world of the Auditores, a life she never chose, destined to be a cold-hearted killer. It's a pretty harsh reality if you think about it. Jayama isn't trying to be a hero, and he doesn't plan to be one, but he figures if he can't save the world, maybe he can at least save this one girl. He steps in between Chloe and her brother, facing Nox head-on. He once tried to escape the sword god's blessing, but now he's decided to accept it, seeing it as a curse he's willing to bear. After all, Jayama's name means sword demon. With that resolve, he strides past the assassin siblings, telling Nox to come along. Meanwhile, Lee Wanbin is in his office, his mind occupied with thoughts of his student. When Jayama showed up to class that morning, it was clear something was off. His face was expressionless, and he seemed deeply disturbed. As he's lost in thought, a cheerful colleague enters the room, making a light-hearted comment about his baldness. Before they can continue their conversation, Lee Wanbin gets a call from the administrators. They want his approval for one of his students to use the subspace. Lee Wanbin urgently asks which of his cadets suddenly wants to use the subspace. They tell him it's Kong Jayama, who wants to challenge Nox Auditore. So, the stage is set for Jayama and Nox's showdown. Our main guy is chilling in the room, with 15 minutes to go before the fight kicks off. He thought getting subspace access would be a hassle, but it was surprisingly smooth. It's all thanks to Medea, who wanted him to be safe while facing a pro assassin. At least he won't be fighting in the real world. That means he doesn't have to worry about physical injuries, though there's still a chance of mental ones. But as long as he wins, that's all that matters. From the waiting room, he hears the arena buzzing. Looks like the fight between the two students is drawing quite a crowd. It's almost funny how he used to do everything to blend in, but now it seems completely pointless. Next to him, Chloe is overwhelmed with sadness and guilt, probably thinking this mess is all her fault. Jayama tries to reassure her that she isn't to blame, especially since she even lent him some gear, so things will work out in the end. She mentions that Nox is incredibly strong, a genius with unmatched talent in the auditory family's history. In the realm of dark arts, no one compares to him, and by 14, he was already considered the pinnacle of the dark arts. That title might sound cheesy, but it really shows his power. Jayama looks at the rose-colored blade in his hand, reflecting on the choices that brought him here. His old teacher always said he was meant to wield a blade for life. He never thought he'd still be running around with a sashimi knife, though. In his next reincarnation, an announcement blares over the speakers, letting everyone know the subspace battle is about to kick off. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before giving Chloe one last reassurance that he's got this. As he steps into the arena, he's immediately hit by the roar of his classmates' cheers. Jayama feels like a gladiator from ancient Rome with how intense the vibe is. Off in the distance, he notices the entire star class is here too, including all the main characters from the game. Nox makes his entrance as well, instantly grabbing Jayama's attention. The assassin seems offended that Jayama dared to challenge him with what looks like a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is off the charts, so Jayama should probably avoid provoking him. Naturally, Jayama does the opposite and taunts him, saying a true master never blames their gear. Nox draws his weapon, an S-rank sword known as the Two Hungarian Blades. Besides his top-tier gear, he's rocking one of the game's best auras, the Crow's Blessing. But Jayama's not messing around either. He's armed with a pair of budget kitchen knives. This is shaping up to be an epic showdown. The subspace barrier kicks in, and before it's even fully operational, the two students are already lunging at each other. Jayama activates the painless blessing as he unveils the knives, triggering the sword god's blessing. The crowd is in awe, barely able to follow the action in the arena. This match was supposed to be a breeze, with a special admission student getting wrecked by a seasoned assassin, but they're moving so fast, no one can keep up with the chaos. Even the star class students are taken aback by how intense this fight has become, especially Abel, who can't believe the person she thought was weak is this skilled. Their blades keep clashing, and Jayama is dodging all of Nox's attacks like it's nothing. The assassin, getting frustrated, unleashes another lightning-fast attack. It creates 3 afterimages of him. Somehow, even though the attacks hit Jayama directly, he still comes out completely unscathed. The students watching are impressed by Nox's strength and speed, and they think Jayama is just dodging every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else sees. Only those who can clearly see the match understand what's really happening. Jayama is effortlessly dodging every single one of Nox's attacks, like he's not even trying. Meanwhile, Nox is getting more frustrated, especially since he used his Crow's Blessing, thinking it would be enough to take Jayama down, but Jayama brushed it off like it was nothing. Now that Nox has witnessed Jayama's skill firsthand, he decides to be more careful and aims for a powerful strike that can cut through a wide area in one go. Jayama suddenly drops the sashimi knife he brought with him and grabs the rosy blade Chloe gave him. Just seeing the confidence in Jayama's stance makes Nox even angrier. He thinks Jayama, just some nobody, shouldn't be acting all high and mighty. As Jayama gears up for his attack, Nox unleashes a powerful strike aimed right at our main guy. But before he can even react, and in a blink, the match is over. Jayama just wanted a chill life, so he tried to keep a low profile and not draw attention. But now, he's given himself over to the sword god, solely focused on slicing Nox so precisely that Nox wouldn't even realize he'd been cut. The crowd goes dead silent as Nox's arm, still gripping a blade, sails through the air and drops lifelessly to the ground. This marks the start of Kong Jayama's story and the end of his peaceful days. Jayama turns back and finishes the job, slicing Nox into pieces, officially wrapping up the battle. The subspace barrier shuts off, and the crowd remains in shocked silence. Nox is on the floor, trying to catch his breath, arms sprawled out. Jayama calmly sheathes his blade as the announcer declares him the victor. Jayama isn't surprised the crowd is too stunned to cheer. He just unleashed some insane power out of nowhere, and he did it all with a knife meant for gutting fish. Even with his strength, he finds cutting people pretty unpleasant. The only relief is that both the Mao brothers and Nox were in subspace during the fight, so technically, no one was actually killed. Nox is still gasping for air on the ground, and Jayama can't help but admire him. The guy is as strong as Chloe said. He's got an incredible battle instinct, sharpened by experience. But anyone could pick up on his intentions from his intense killing aura. The announcer repeats Jayama's victory, and that finally snaps everyone out of their shock. The arena erupts in cheers and disbelief that a first-year special admissions student just took down a sophomore. Jayama's quiet, ordinary life is history now, but hey, he chose this path himself. With things as they are, he's got no choice but to power through with pure determination. Even the next day, Everyone's buzzing about the duel between the first and second year students. In the star class, Abel gazes out the window, her thoughts consumed by this one student. Thanks to the duel, his name is everywhere she turns, like he's the only topic of conversation. She couldn't believe her eyes during the duel. His sword skills were insane, and he was just using 2 kitchen knives. Seeing his blade skills left her feeling almost embarrassingly naive. She thought she was good with a sword, but now she's rethinking that. He was so impressive that she's convinced he's the top student her grandfather kept hidden from her. It frustrates her even more because she treated him like he was weak, but he's actually stronger than her. Her loud frustration wakes up her seatmate Rachel. She apologizes, but Rachel can instantly tell something's really bugging Abel. The blue-haired girl tries to brush it off, claiming she's just annoyed about missing her workouts lately. But Rachel sees right through her. She starts guessing what's really up with Abel. She nails it when she suggests it might be boy trouble, laughing at the idea of Lady Abel being into romance. Meanwhile, Abel insists it's not what Rachel thinks. Rachel ignores her protests and starts figuring out which guy has Abel all worked up. She runs through a list of possibilities, starting with Leon, the class star with the looks. Abel's deadpan reaction makes it clear it's definitely not him. That leaves just one possibility, the special student from yesterday's duel who shocked everyone with his strength. Once again, Abel freezes, unable to deny it outright, and that's all the confirmation Rachel needs. Without missing a beat, she grabs Rachel's hand and pulls her along to the tiger class to meet the boy everyone's buzzing about. They burst into the tiger class, with Abel reluctantly trailing behind her friend. The whole class is stunned as the 2 school beauties make their entrance. Rachel stands confidently on a desk, but someone tries to scold her for suddenly jumping onto another student's spot. She completely throws him off by dazzling him with her looks, while Abel can only face-bomb at her friend's antics. She spots Jayama napping at his desk with Chloe doting on him. Rachel initially thinks Chloe is his girlfriend, but she doesn't care. It just makes the situation more entertaining. She approaches Jayama and playfully blows air into his ear, leaving both Abel and Chloe in shock. As he slowly wakes up, she perches on his desk with a flirty smile and asks for his name. Jayama already recognizes her, and he's not thrilled to suddenly have another one of the game's heroines right in front of him. She gets close and pokes Jayama's face, throwing in a compliment about his looks. He's just staring at her, completely shocked. He doesn't get what's happening, but his gut is yelling that this is a dangerous situation. Out of nowhere, Chloe snatches Rachel's hand just as she was about to poke Jayama again, and she looks furious. Chloe demands to know what Rachel's up to, but her anger and deadly vibe only seem to entertain Rachel. Turns out, Jayama's danger radar was actually picking up on Chloe. Her whole demeanor flips, and she pulls a box cutter out of nowhere like a Yandere magic trick. If a knife fight kicks off in the classroom, it could lead to some major issues for him later. This scenario never happened in the game, and he's left wondering why it's all going down now. Abel rushes in, trying to pull her friend away from the mess, especially since this isn't even their classroom. But Rachel won't move. She insists she's just there to say hi. And then, to rub it in even more, she puts a hand on Chloe's head and tells her she shouldn't interrupt when grown-ups are talking. This only makes Chloe angrier, so she grabs a box cutter and gets ready to use it. Jayama and Abel watch in disbelief as Chloe attempts to stab Rachel, but Rachel easily catches her hand, being much stronger. At this point, Rachel is just provoking Chloe into a pointless fight, and Abel shouts again for her to stop before things get out of hand. Rachel frowns, then quickly tosses Chloe aside like she's nothing, but Chloe manages to catch herself before hitting the ground, which makes all the guys in class cheer at the unfolding catfight. Jayama, though, is just annoyed by the bizarre scene in front of him. So, Rachel taps into her clan's blessing, the Spear Saint clan. They have this belief that raw power beats any skill, no contest. Basically, they think brute strength is the ultimate winner. Rachel Demora, the Spear Saint's niece, totally buys into this idea. She straight up asks Jayama if Chloe is his girlfriend, and our guy immediately says no. This makes Chloe's anger shift towards him for a second. He quickly explains that Chloe is just a friend, which only piques Rachel's interest even more. Meanwhile, Jayama is still trying to wrap his head around what's happening. Now that he's more alert, he finally spots Abel, who looks just as confused as he felt earlier. He gets right to the point and asks why they came looking for him. Rachel says it's because Abel was curious about him and wanted to see his face. Abel shouts that Rachel's accusations are totally false and insists it was Rachel who practically dragged her there. Rachel assumed Abel really wanted to see him since she followed her to the tiger class. With the whole class now focused on her, she awkwardly tries to explain that it's all just a big misunderstanding. But Jayama cuts in, saying he just wants them to leave him alone. He tells them this straight up, which leaves both girls stunned. Rachel can barely contain her laughter. This makes her even more intrigued by Jayama, as she's into guys who catch her interest. She tries to invite him over to her dorm after class for some wild fun, and that's the breaking point for Chloe. Chloe shouts at Rachel to back off from her Jayama right now. Rachel tries to taunt her again, but Abel has reached her limit. Even Abel is struggling to keep her cool with Rachel's antics. Realizing things are getting out of hand, Rachel finally steps back, but not before telling Jayama she'll see him later. He quickly shuts her down, telling her not to come back. The two girls finally exit the class, and Jayama just dozes off again while Chloe hurries to check on him. Nobody notices Abel as he stops for a second, gazing at Jayama with a hint of longing. Then Abel walks away. As Abel and Chloe head back to class, Rachel can't stop thinking about how impressed she is with Jayama. Sure, he seems cold, but his empty eyes hint at something deeper. Rachel senses that if she kept pushing, she might end up in serious trouble. She was just curious, but he totally exceeded her expectations. From what little she saw, she can already tell he's way above the flashy but empty students in the star class. Her clan is all about marrying off to the best warriors, and Jayama might be a gem she doesn't want to lose. Rachel suddenly turns around and apologizes to Abel. Abel feels like she owes the Tiger class students an apology for her outburst, but Rachel's on a different page. Rachel's more focused on apologizing for Kong Jayama because she's not backing down now that she's got her eye on him. Meanwhile, over in the school's clinic, Nox is dragging himself furiously through the halls, with only one thing on his mind: taking out Jayama. He's never tasted defeat before, always being hailed as the auditory genius. But now, someone beat him using just kitchen knives, and the thought of Jayama's smug face drives him nuts. He's ready to rally his entire clan's power just to take Jayama down. Once he finishes off RMC, he plans to win Chloe back. Chloe's got the potential to surpass him, and he's not about to let some random special admissions guy steal her away. He's ready to call on his clan's power to make a statement. At least, that's how it was supposed to go down. But here we are, with Jayama, the guy he's been scheming to take out, just chilling in his clinic room, munching on an apple. Before all this, during class, Jayama was keeping a close eye on Chloe, clearly concerned. The other two girls have left, but Chloe's still visibly shaken, even though she was the one who first pulled out the blade. As she's spiraling into her dark thoughts, Jayama approaches her, hoping to bring her back to reality. He probably can talk her down from whatever meltdown she's on the brink of, but he really wishes she'd put down the box cutter while they chat. He asks about Nox, and she tells him, looking downcast, that her brother's in the academy's medical ward. That's strange, considering nobody can actually get hurt in the subspace, so technically, he shouldn't need any medical help. Last Chloe heard, Nox was admitted to the ward without any injuries. But it should be all good, and Jayama really shouldn't have to worry. Jayama can't shake the thought. Even though he got sliced up in the subspace, Nox isn't the type to get easily traumatized. To ensure everything's cool, he needs to check on Nox. So, he decides to find Nox. He asks Chloe for Nox's room number, even giving her a friendly head pat, a trick he picked up from the How to Handle Yandere series. And that's how we ended up here, with Jayama staring at Nox, who's clearly surprised to see him in his room. Jayama makes a comment about the room, noting how the auditories must be rolling in dough to afford such a fancy hospital room for just one person. Before Nox can question how Jayama even got in, our guy casually picks up a skinning knife from the bedside table. Nox tenses up for a second, wondering if Jayama's planning to finish what he started. But instead, Jayama just grabs another apple and expertly peels it. Then he places it back on the table. Jayama stands up. He strolls past Nox, casually suggesting he eat some fruit for his health. That really ticks Nox off, and he pulls out a knife hidden in his sleeve, ready to catch Jayama off guard. But Jayama, almost like he saw it coming, tells Nox that if he ever thinks about revenge, he'll end up sliced up along with all of Adetor. With that warning, Jayama slams the door shut as he exits, and the force is so strong that the apple he peeled turns into slices, showing he cut it so fast Nox didn't even notice. Jayama leaves the medical unit, hoping his mission is complete. Now Nox is just a flickering candle, ready to be snuffed out at any moment, and his spirit is crushed, thanks to Jayama's bold intimidation. Jayama just hopes it doesn't backfire. After all, the Aditors are a deadly group of assassins, and there's no way he can handle the whole clan with just 30 seconds of pain relief. Even though he can take down 10 people in 30 seconds, dealing with the rest is a whole different story, and that's assuming the worst-case scenario. Jayama's all about avoiding unnecessary killing. As he strolls back to his dorm under the moonlight, he feels like he's in the calm before a storm. This wild new life is starting to feel normal to him. As long as Nox doesn't cause any chaos, things should stay manageable. But there's another issue on his plate. It's Rachel, the girl he wanted to steer clear of. In the original game, she first approaches the main character and then latches onto the main heroine, Abel. Now that she's decided to approach him instead, it's a big sign that the timeline has shifted a lot. Plus, he's got midterms coming up. This time, he's got to buckle down and get serious if he wants to snag that reward. The test requires a team of 5 students to take down a demonic monster. These students can come from any class, and the goal is to highlight teamwork. Sure, individual skills matter, but trusting your team is way more crucial in battle. If you're not the strongest, your best bet is to find solid teammates, and hope they can carry you through. Not that these monsters are a huge deal anyway. The ones they'll face in this test are D-rank demonic mermen. Jayama recalls them being super gross in the game, so facing them in real life is bound to be even nastier. Seriously, it's going to be disgusting. If they were mermaids, at least they'd be easier on the eyes, but mermen? Just gross. But hey, mermaids are actually demonic humans and are the main force of the demon army, making them way stronger. Compared to demonic humans, these demonic monsters are basically just guard dogs or pets. Luckily, only mermen are supposed to be on the island, so the students don't have to worry about any demonic humans. It's been a month since Jayama started at this school, and tonight is the first time he's felt a bit of calm. Humans and demons have been at peace for 700 years since they agreed on a truce. But just like human history, there have been some conflicts between humans and demons, both big and small. Take, for instance, the incident half a century ago when Basman, the 6th Legion's commander, announced he would resurrect the 1st Legion's commander. That move led to a week-long battle that drenched the city in blood. In the end, humanity came out on top, and the 7 heroes emerged. However, 3 of those heroes paid the ultimate price, and neither side wanted to push things further. Aside from that, peace has held up until now. But Jama questions if this is true peace. The more he ponders, the more he realizes that the one who sealed the first Legion commander 700 years ago must have been insanely powerful. It took 7 people to take down the 6th commander. Despite their efforts, some of their group didn't make it, and now they have just 3 years before the second Human-Demon War kicks off. This time, the Demon King is joining the fray. It's a chilling thought, but worrying won't change a thing. Right now, Jama's got to zero in on the upcoming midterms. First on his list is finding some teammates, but that's tricky since he's got 0 friends. Still, he's the Academy's most talked about student, and maybe he can use that fame to his advantage. Hiding for 3 years isn't an option, so Jama decides to switch things up. He's done with laying low, but he still wants to live comfortably. Now, he's got to hustle to get people on his team. A week goes by, and he's still flying solo. Nobody's asked him to join their group. Maybe they're all just freaked out by him. He looks back at his classmates, wondering what's next. The only other person who's alone like him is Chloe. Maybe she's been on the outs ever since that fight with her brother, especially after he lost. Or it could be how she acted when Rachel showed up. Whatever the reason, he walks over and asks if she still hasn't found a partner. Just like him, she's still flying solo, and Jama's concerned. He's used to being alone, but she had friends once, and now they're all gone. She insists she'll be fine as long as he's around. Still, he suggests they team up to find 3 more people. With Chloe on his side, she's a major asset. He can only fight for 30 seconds, but she's like having 30 soldiers in one. Suddenly, the classroom's peace shatters as Rachel storms in, yelling for Jama. He can't hide how much he dislikes seeing her again. Chloe doesn't bother hiding her hostility either, pulling out a box cutter. Rachel keeps pestering him, even going so far as to fall onto his desk. So, she casually asks if he's found a group for the test yet. Not really paying attention, he just answers her question. Turns out, he hasn't found a group, which works perfectly for her plan. She invites him to join hers. Jama's a bit wary of the sudden invite. There are tons of students who jump at the chance to join her group. Why would she specifically want him? She straight up says he seems like he'd be more fun to work with than the others. Jama mentions he's already teamed up with Chloe. But no worries, Rachel's group has room for 2 more. Jama's still skeptical. This could be a risky move for Rachel if they mess up the island test. He looks over at Chloe, and she reluctantly nods, agreeing to join. With no more excuses, he agrees to join, and Rachel quickly texts someone, reminding him there's no backing out now. So Jama asks about the other members of the group, and the first name that pops up is Leon. Not just any Leon, but the fake protagonist of this world, the last person Jama wants to deal with. Jama wonders what he did in a past life to deserve such awful luck. Sure, he spent 30 years with a knife in hand, but that was just his job. Now he's getting tangled up with the heroines for reasons he can't figure out, and despite trying to stay low-key, he's still getting dragged into the main story. At least the heroines are easy on the eyes, so it's not all bad getting mixed up with them. The real issue is Leon Van Reinhardt. As the main character, any interaction with him is bound to shake up the main plot. At this point, Jama has no idea how things will unfold, but he's pretty sure it'll all be his fault somehow. He even tried to switch groups, but Rachel had already signed him up without asking first. It's the first time he's ever wanted to lash out at a girl so badly. And then there's the whole Yandere situation with his classmate. Speak of the devil, she pops up next to him, asking why he looks so freaked out since Rachel left. He explains he's just stressed about taking the exam with the Star Class cadets. Chloe reassures him that no one in Star Class is stronger than him, and he gives her a half-hearted thanks. He did choose Chloe as his partner, so he can't back out now. Honestly, she's probably the best choice for the exam. This might actually work out if he wasn't so negative about it. He asks Chloe when and where their first group meeting is. She says it's happening at a cafe on campus. It's almost time for the meetup, so he suggests they head over now. They arrive first, and both he and Chloe order drinks. Chloe goes for an avocado smoothie, and Jayama watches her with envy. He can't stop thinking about how pricey that smoothie is. Then he sips his cheap espresso, and nearly chokes on how awful it tastes. Since this cafe is an outside business, his faculty card is useless. For once, he has to spend his own cash. As he questions his life decisions, his phone buzzes with a text from Rachel. She says she's on her way, and soon after, she walks into the booth with Leon and another person trailing behind her. Leon and Jayama meet eyes for the first time, and then Jayama checks out the guy next to him. His first thought is that this guy looks like a total delinquent. Leon is the first to introduce himself, extending a hand to our guy. Jayama shakes hands with Leon, who praises him for his recent battle in the subspace. Just by listening to him, Jayama can tell Leon's a perfect mix of brains and class. They all sit down, and Rachel suggests proper introductions. Leon kicks it off, calling himself the group's leader and a star class student. He somehow ended up leading the group and genuinely looks forward to working with everyone. Rachel is up next, but since everyone already knows her, she passes the spotlight to the person next to her. The guy introduces himself as Speed Weapon, another star class student, keeping it short and sweet. Jayama, though, is more intrigued by his unusual name. Chloe follows, saying she's from Wolf class and got into the group thanks to Jayama. Rachel teases her for calling Jayama Jayamkin instead, and they lock eyes in a brief stare-off. Chloe takes a deep breath to calm down, and wraps up her intro. Finally, Jayama steps up, keeping it even briefer than Speedwagon, just stating his name and class. The group notes how awkwardly short his intro is, and Leon pulls out a laptop to get into the main agenda. He hits a button, and a holographic map of their exam region pops up. The place is Scopula Island, and they'll be teleported there via a subspace portal. But only the gate is subspace. Once on the island, everything's real, meaning they can actually get hurt by the demonic beasts. Their group is assigned to the northeastern coast, where 3 groups, including theirs, will hunt mermen. There's a cap on the number of mermen, so the exam goal is to hunt as many as they can within that limit. After sharing all the details, Leon wraps up the presentation and opens the floor for questions. Speedwagon jumps in first, asking if there are any dangers on the island besides the mermen. The instructors have already checked it out to make sure there are no other monsters or demons. Chloe then surprises everyone by asking if groups can ambush each other. Leon reassures her that the exam is solely about taking down demonic beasts, and any group conflict would mean disqualification. That question probably slipped out because of her assassin instincts. With no more questions, Leon dismisses the group, telling them to gear up for the midterms and meet again the next day for more discussion. The cadets leave the cafe, leaving Jayama alone with Leon. Things get awkward, so Jayama tries to make a quick exit, but Leon suddenly calls out to him. The faux MC asks Jayama where he's from, catching him off guard. Jayama pauses, taking a moment to think about Leon's odd question. He's heard this kind of question before, but coming from Leon, it hits differently. Leon's got this intense look on his face while he asks it, and Jayama can't figure out what's going on in his head. Leon could have brought it up earlier when they were doing introductions, but he waited until everyone else was gone to ask. Noticing the awkward pause, Leon apologizes for dropping such a heavy question out of nowhere and admits he feels like there's something about Jayama that reminds him of himself. Sure, Korean is the main language here because of the game's origin, but that doesn't mean other cultures aren't around. Just by looking, anyone can see Jayama's Korean, so it's odd for Leon to ask about his background and claim they're alike. With Jayama still silent, trying to wrap his head around this strange chat, Leon suggests he just forget about it and starts to leave the cafe. Jayama stops him, reflexively tossing the question back at Leon, asking where he's from. He regrets it instantly, realizing it was a knee-jerk reaction. But he knows he won't catch a wink tonight without getting some answers. Leon casually grabs Jayama's hand and mentions to our guy that he's from Germany. Without another word, Leon leaves, leaving Jayama puzzled about what just happened. When Leon first popped the question, Jayama couldn't help but wonder if the game's main character might also be from another world. It sounds wild, but it's a possibility he can't ignore. There's no rule saying only one person can get sucked into this video game, right? Plus, taking over the main character makes more sense than being some random extra. Jayama looks at the knife on his table and gets an idea. When the sword god's blessing kicks in, his senses go into overdrive. Maybe using the blessing will give him some clarity. He picks up the knife, removes the cover, and a message pops into his mind, just like he hoped. It confirms that Leon is indeed from this world. This voice reminds him of when he fought Chloe. When he taps into the sword god's blessing, he can barely hear it. Just thinking about it gives him a headache, even with the blessing that usually blocks pain. Still, the Leon he met today is definitely the same Leon from the game. No actor could pull off Leon's character so perfectly. It's odd that Leon suddenly asked which country he's from, and saying they're similar is pretty unsettling too. He checks a wiki page, but there's no info on Leon in this world. Things are getting strange, and Jayama decides this will be his last encounter with Leon. If something like this happens again, he figures he can just go see Medea, even if she tries to run off with him. Jayama is also surprised by how calm he's been, given everything that's been happening lately. Maybe it's his blessings at work, but when he checks his status screen, everything seems to be progressing smoothly. His mental strength and gear are steady, but his physical toughness has improved, thanks to all that training. His gear might get a boost too once he grabs Murasame during the midterms. The only mystery is the assimilation rate. It's shot up and seems like it's about to unlock something cool for him. It might be tied to what he's been doing, but it's frustrating not knowing, and he can't exactly ask anyone about it. But hey, there's something new at the bottom of the status screen. His blessing of painlessness has gone up by 10 seconds, so now he can use it for a full 40 seconds. Looks like all his hard work is finally paying off. As time passes and the groups keep meeting to plan their exam battle strategies, Jayama keeps training and sharpening his skills, until finally, the exam day finally arrives, and all the groups gather in front of the subspace gate. Jayama notices that this place feels way different from the training ground subspace. His team shows up too, and they're buzzing with the same excitement he feels. In their earlier meetings, they figured out everyone's roles. Rachel's leading the charge as the main damage dealer. Leon's in the center, acting as the leader to keep the team coordinated. Speed Weapons positioned behind Leon, ready to support. Chloe teams up with Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Jayama holds the rear guard position, rounding out their solid team setup. Jayama takes a moment to admire their gear. Rachel's got this S-rank weapon called the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd. Leon doesn't have Baoming yet, but he's still wielding a strong sword. Speaking of gear, Speed Weapons got a recorder. Who knew support roles came with musical perks? Rachel explains that the recorder is actually one of the rare S-rank items that can heal. Even Jayama knows that getting your hands on an S-rank healing armament is insanely tough. Owning gear like that is just next level awesome. Jayama moves in for a closer look, catching Speed Weapon off guard. Their conversation gets interrupted when a voice over the intercom announces the start of the first-year midterms. Lee Wanbin, the instructor for Wolf class, approaches the students. Since they already know the rules, he keeps it short and sweet. He advises them not to hesitate to retreat if things get crazy. No need to risk it all for some extra points. If they get hurt or want to quit, they just need to call for the instructor in charge. Now that the exam's about to kick off, Lee-won encourages them to give it their all and stay calm. Chloe looks worried, so Jayama asks her what's up. She says she's uneasy because she remembers that mermaids might show up on the island. Jayama reassures her again, saying the instructors have confirmed everything's good. Chloe tries to trust him, but she can't shake her nerves. Back in Sicily, where she grew up, mermaids were a common sight and were known for causing chaos. Humans now have a truce with these demonic beings, so they're rarely seen outside dungeons. But the rumors still linger, even though the truce means the exact conditions for mermaid appearances aren't fully known. He gently places a hand on her head to calm her down as the teachers call the cadets to step through the gate. She smiles, deciding to trust Jayama. Much later, she hears Jayama's voice cutting through the fog in her mind. It seems she lost focus for a moment, and now everything's flipped upside down. When she opens her eyes, she sees Jayama and the others. Rachel stands in front of something massive and asks Speed Weapon if he's managed to reach the instructor. But they're stuck in a cave, and his phone has no signal. Meanwhile, someone is on the ground, bleeding and in serious trouble. Right in front of them is the source of all this chaos, a mermaid. Let's rewind a bit to see how our crew ended up in this mess. As soon as they set foot on Scopuli Island, everyone was hit with motion sickness from passing through the gate. The only one unaffected is Jayama, who casually mentions he never gets motion sickness. Shortly after, they have their first run-in with a merman. It stares at them in shock for a second before darting away. Despite their gross appearance, they're much smaller than Jayama imagined. Leon points out that the one they saw is too small to earn them any points. To track down an adult merman, the team needs to head to their designated spot. Chloe Leon takes the lead, scouting ahead while the group trails behind at a more relaxed pace. Eventually, they reach their destination. Chloe comes back from her scouting mission to share what she found. She informs them there's a cave about 500 meters up ahead. Chloe guides them towards it. Even before stepping into the eerie cave, they notice dozens of eyes watching them. Leon estimates there are around 50 to 60 mermen inside, all gathered around a campfire. Taking down that many mermen could secure them first place in the midterms, but they need to prioritize their safety. Once inside, they'll lose internet access, making it tough to reach an instructor. It's a risky move with big rewards, and the decision falls on Leon, their group leader. Before arriving on the island, Leon carefully assigned roles to each team member, and now it's his moment to lead them to victory again. Leon quickly decides to send Rachel into action. Rachel leans back and launches a golden spear straight into the cave. The spear hits the campfire dead center, extinguishing it and startling all the mermen. Before they can figure out where it came from, Rachel is already on top of them. In a flash, several mermen heads are rolling. Speed Weapon steps up next, boosting Rachel's skills with his power, making it a breeze for her to take them down one by one. Jima can't help but gasp in awe at Rachel's strength. Chloe notices this, and Neandra draws her katana, activating her blessing to join the fight against the fishmen. She charges in, determined to match Rachel's count, taking down more mermen as the two race towards each other. They don't ease up, even as they get closer and closer, and Jayama starts to worry they might not stop at all. Just inches apart, they finally pivot and take out the last of the mermen. A merman charges straight at them both. They quickly step aside and keep taking down the rest. Jayama lets out a relieved breath. Turns out, he worried for nothing. Finally, with their teamwork, all 60 mermen are defeated. With the area cleared, Leon suggests moving on to continue the exam elsewhere. That kind of drive and leadership is why the blonde MC is the team's core. This just confirms for Jayama that Leon is the real MC here. No one else could embody such heroic traits. As Jaya's mind drifts, he momentarily looks away from Leon. He glances back just in time to see the blonde hero collapse after taking a deadly hit. The others are frozen in shock as something powerful emerges from the pile of dead mermen behind Jayama. It's a demonic mermaid, the very creature Chloe feared would crash the island party. Jayama senses that everything's been going a bit too smoothly. Now, the big question is, should they make a run for it or stay and fight? It's uncertain if they can even escape safely while taking care of Leon. Rachel tells Speed Weapon to alert the instructors about a mermaid sighting. But just as Jayama feared, the cave is messing with their internet, so contacting the instructor is impossible. Everyone's freaking out, except for Jayama, who's keeping it together. With Leon out of commission, only one person can step up to lead. He takes charge and starts dishing out orders. He tells Rachel to keep the mermen at bay no matter what. Then he instructs Speed Weapon to shower Leon with healing blessings. Finally, he calls out to Chloe, who's spaced out, and tells her to evacuate the other cadets and inform the instructors about the situation. It takes a moment for his instructions to sink in, but eventually she goes off to do what he asked. With everyone clear on their roles, Jayama approaches the mermaid, leaving everyone else stunned. He tells Rachel and Weapon that the mermen are their responsibility. As for the mermaid, he claims slicing up bitfish is his forte, so it's only fair he handles it. Demons have a unique power akin to human blessings. It's called magic, and it's potent enough to take down the protagonist in a single blow. That's the power gap between humans and demons. Jayama's got the sword god's blessing, but that doesn't mean he's guaranteed to survive this fight. In the original game, you couldn't defeat a magic-wielding demon without a party. Yet here he is, about to take on a boss that usually needs a full-scale raid. In other words, Jayama's in deep trouble, but there's no turning back now. Chloe should be back with help in about 10 minutes. Jayama's got just 40 seconds to take down this massive fish, or he'll end up worse off than the main character. Rachel's doing her best to fend off the merman, while Speed Weapon is pouring all his energy into healing Leon. The wound's pretty nasty, but it's healing up anyway. Even with all this chaos, he can't help but get distracted by the sight of the mermaid, which is enough to make super weapons bones rattle. But Jayama? He's all in, ready to take it on solo. The demon makes the first move, firing off the same laser that took Leon down. Jayama dodges it and charges in with his knife, closing the gap. The mermaid mostly sticks to long-range attacks with water magic. Jayama's not a magic expert, but he knows this demon's just a big fish with flesh and bones. All he needs to do is get in there and slice it up. He leaps in close to the demon and takes a swing, but it dodges and makes a beeline for speed weapon instead. Before it reaches him, Jayama jumps in and slices off one of the monster's fins, making it howl in pain. The cut isn't deep enough to do much damage. RMC charges in for another strike, but the creature quickly dodges and melts into water. The mermaid seems to be targeting those who are already hurt, like speed weapon. Leon's a bit better now, and speed weapon calls out to Jayama. Jayama checks on him to make sure he's okay before diving back into the fight against the mermaid. To speed weapon, Jayama looks super impressive. In one of their chats, speed weapon mentioned admiring heroes who put others first. Since starting at the school, he hasn't found anyone who fits that hero mold. That's why he teamed up with Rachel, hoping to see that hero quality in Leon. He even bluntly told Jayama that he doesn't see him as a hero. But now, in this wild situation, the one putting it all on the line is Jayama himself. Meanwhile, the mermaid keeps up her assault, firing off fish-shaped magic blasts that Jayama expertly dodges. But this time, instead of just whizzing by, these blasts loop back and tail him. Turns out, the mermaid can control these attacks, and they're relentlessly pursuing Jayama through the cave. With Jayama occupied, the demon seizes the chance to go after speed weapon again. Jayama arrives just in time to slice into the demon before it can strike, but it's another shallow cut. He can't defeat it with just these minor hits. To finish off this demon for good, Jayama needs to stab it as deeply as possible. The mermaid launches another blast at him, but this time, he dodges, causing the blast to smash through the cave ceiling and shoot into the sky. The attack is so intense that cadets around the mountain can see it, and they hear a thunderous roar echoing afterward. And to top it off, it starts raining. The instructor with one group suggests they quickly move the wounded before the rain starts causing problems. Back in the cave, the mermen begin to retreat, giving the cadets a brief moment of relief. The mermaid got crushed under debris when the cave collapsed, but Jayama is convinced she's still alive. Just like he thought, the mermaid bursts through the rocks and charges at the students. Jayama hasn't been able to fight properly because he's been worried about the injured Leon. Now that the mermen are gone, he tells Rachel to look after Speed Weapon and Leon for him. Speed Weapon can't believe Jayama is facing a demon alone. He thought the guy was crazy before, but now he might be witnessing the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, Jayama is just relieved he can finally focus without worrying about his team. He's got only 10 seconds left of the painless blessing. Jayama's racing against time to survive, and he locks eyes with the mermaid, both ready for the showdown. They charge at each other, gearing up for the final battle. Meanwhile, Chloe is sprinting through the forest, desperately searching for someone to assist her. Exhausted, she knows she can't afford to stop, or those she left behind will be at risk. Her body aches intensely, but every time she thinks of pausing, she remembers Jayama alone in the cave. He's battling that bee solo, all for their safety. To Chloe, Jayama is the strongest person she's ever known. He hates fighting and avoids unsheathing his sword unless absolutely necessary. He only fights when there's no other option. Since Jayama chose to confront the mermaid, Chloe feels she must find help. Still, she can't shake the feeling that if she were just a bit stronger, maybe she could have supported him somehow. Behind her, a massive explosion rips through the cave wall, and she instantly knows it's Jayama and the mermaid going at it. In her panic, she stumbles over a vine and nearly takes a tumble, but she catches herself just in time and keeps sprinting. She can't afford to stop or fall until she finds help. As she races forward, something ahead catches her attention. Her mind's a blur, so she can't make it out clearly, but her gut tells her it's mermen. She draws her sword, ready to defend herself, and strikes at the nearest figure, only to be shocked when they block with their own sword. Turns out, it's not a merman, it's Abel. The moment she realizes she's found another person, Chloe halts and collapses to the ground. Abel's team gets on edge, suspecting there's something strange going on in the area. Meanwhile, Chloe weakly tries to urge them to go help Jayama. Luckily for her, Abel recognizes her from when she and Rachel attended Jayama's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon is totally blown away by what he's seeing. He wonders if he'll ever witness something this incredible again. Jayama's fighting style is like a master swordsman expertly handling a slippery fish on a cutting board. At this point, it's not just about battling a demonid. Jayama is completely dominating it. This scene is definitely going to be burned into his memory forever. Even Rachel, the heir of the Spear clan who grew up around powerful warriors, has never seen skills like this before. Still, she's the first to shove him aside when a stray attack heads their way. Speed Weapon almost forgot where he was, mesmerized by the intensity of it all. Jayama's opponent is a demon using magic. A sword against magic isn't the best matchup, even if our guy has the upper hand right now. If the demon pulls out some magic that can't be countered, Jayama could be in serious trouble. Just as Speed Weapon thinks that, as if on cue, the mermaid lifts its hands and unleashes a new magic attack called Needle Squall. The rain around them suddenly crystallizes and freezes, pausing everything for a moment. Then, the mermaid lowers its hand, and all those sharp, frozen raindrops come crashing down towards Jayama. He manages to dodge some and deflects the rest, but they're too tough for his knife, which starts breaking apart as he fights. Instead of holding onto the broken blade, Jayama throws it at the mermaid. It slices right through the mermaid's side, leaving a huge hole in its waist. Jayama quickly follows up with a final move, aiming to cut through the mermaid with a powerful slash. But the mermaid dodges and uses a merman's body to distract Jayama. Then it begins charging a massive attack right in front of our MC. This one's way too close for him to dodge. Just as the attack is about to hit and panic sets in, his mind suddenly shifts to a clear space. In this space, he spots a red line showing exactly where he needs to cut. He hears a voice telling him, "If you can slice it, it will cut." Jayama adjusts his grip on the knife and slices right through the magic. The cut sends a massive shockwave through the area, and when the smoke clears, Jayama is standing over the lifeless mermaid. The demon makes a few noises as it dies, and sending it back into the pool it emerged from. Rachel and Speed Weapon are stunned, watching the scene unfold. Somehow, a freshman took down a demonoid solo. Then suddenly, Jayama drops to his knees, coughing up blood. Rachel reacts first, rushing to his side, while Speed luckily, the protagonist is okay, but they hear more sounds behind them, and Speed Weapon turns, thinking the mermen have returned. Abel's eyes first land on Rachel, who is tending to an unconscious Jayama. For some reason, this sight angers her, but she pushes it aside to survey the scene. The rest of the team looks like they're barely hanging on, but Leon seems totally unfazed. She tells them she's contacted the academy, and they'll be there in an hour to help out. With backup on the way, she's eager to find out what really went down. She asks Speed Weapon to spill the details, but he's more annoyed with the academy and the instructors who supposedly checked the island thoroughly. He doubts they'll believe him, but he starts sharing what he saw. Speed Weapon gives Abel the lowdown on how Jayama took down the mermaid solo. Just as he expected, she's finding it hard to wrap her head around it. The stories her grandpa told her as a kid seemed more believable than this, but despite how wild it sounds, the evidence around them backs it up. Why would they make this up anyway? Still, Abel can't come to terms with it. She's descended from the legendary hero Baylor Joaquin and his apprentice Aaron Nibelung. That's her heritage. She's had a unique trait since birth, thanks to her promising bloodline. Determined not to be overshadowed, she worked tirelessly to stand out. Despite everything going her way and all her achievements, Kong Jayama still shows there's a massive skill gap between them. Abel feels a mix of fear, dread, and admiration. She instructs the group's healer to try and patch up Jayama while they wait for the teachers. On closer inspection, she sees he's in bad shape, barely clinging to life. Yet, he took down a demonoid solo and won. Abel can't help but feel envious of him. Speed Weapon pulls her back to reality, suggesting they might want to keep the details of this incident from the instructors. The academy claimed they checked the island beforehand, but a demonoid emerged from a cave that cadets could easily spot. Something just doesn't add up here. Leon gets straight to the point, asking Speed Weapon if he suspects any demon factions infiltrating the academy. Leon tries to clarify, saying that's not exactly what he meant, but they can't completely dismiss the idea. It's clear this cave isn't easy for cadets to overlook, and as Speed Weapon mentioned, without Jayama, Leon's group would have been in serious trouble. Sure, there were conflicts during the 700-year truce, but demons never dared to mess with academy cadets. The truce even includes a clause that any such act would justify going to war. Speed Weapon snaps them back to reality, saying they're overthinking it. It's good to be cautious about a potential spy, but it's too early to jump to conclusions. For now, they need to ensure their stories align. So if there's a spy lurking in the academy, Jayama's definitely gonna be a target once people hear he took down a demonoid solo. Abel isn't really on board with keeping this hush-hush, but since Jayama's put in so much effort for them and everyone's on the same page about it, she suggests they chat with her grandpa first. The cadets head back to school and Jayama ends up in the hospital. He wakes up with the bright sun in his eyes and can't believe he's still breathing. The last thing he recalls is the mermaid firing off a magic sphere just before it bit the dust. Dodging it wasn't an option, but he barely caught sight of it. He sliced through a line with his sashimi knife, splitting the magic in two before it exploded. Thinking back, that magic sphere was definitely made of water. Plus, after he activated the sword god's blessing, he felt something he just can't put into words. He calls up his blessing to double-check, and sure enough, the screen appears again. His mental fortitude has gone up by 1 point. That's probably why he didn't freak out when facing the mermaid. Plus, his assimilation rate has climbed enough to unlock a mysterious attribute. The next attribute is set to unlock once his assimilation rate hits 15%. Maybe this strange unlockable is what let him see the red line to strike the mermaid. While he's mulling over his blessing, the door swings open, and someone familiar rushes in. It's Medea, and she immediately pulls Jayama into a bear hug. She fusses over him while Jayama struggles to breathe through her intense embrace. She finally lets go and apologizes, then explains why she's there. She opens a dimensional pocket from her purse. She pulls out the reward he's been hoping for since the exam, the Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank sword with top tier stats, exactly what Jayama has been searching for. He looks at it, totally shocked, while Medea asks if he likes it. She says sorry for giving it to him like this, saying he should have received it officially. Meanwhile, someone is lurking at the door, watching everything unfold. Calls out to the person, telling them to stop creeping at the door and just come in. Siegfried Nibelung clears his throat and awkwardly steps inside. He goes to stand next to Medea. This whole scene gives Jayama a weird sense of déjà vu, reminding him of his first day at the academy. He wonders why the Sword Emperor is here too. Medea explains she heard about everything from his teammates. Then, both of them bow and apologize on behalf of the academy. They admit fault for the midterm chaos. Because of their oversight, everyone there almost lost their lives. Jayama is speechless as she keeps talking. She promises him they'll get to the bottom of what happened. Siegfried chimes in, thanking him for saving the cadets. He nervously scratches his cheek, saying he did his best. Medea acknowledges his efforts but insists they need to keep the incident under wraps. She's convinced the mastermind is within the academy, so they must stay discreet to prevent any leaks. Jayama gets it and doesn't hold their decision against them. Medea chuckles, saying Jayama sometimes seems like an old man in a teenager's body. The two administrators leave the room and head back to the block. As they stroll through the halls, Medea asks if he remembers their first meeting after enrolling in the school. Siegfried was lounging on a bench, and she told him off. He silently drew his sword in response. Siegfried acts like he doesn't recall, and Medea gives a small smile. It feels like just yesterday, but it's been 60 years. Still, they've only scratched the surface of Joaquin Academy's history. When they first enrolled, the school was already a relic, steeped in history. There were all sorts of incidents, big and small, over the years. But for 700 years, the academy had been a safe haven, nurturing and protecting its cadets. Then, out of nowhere, the vibe shifts, and Medea's presence is so intense that it shatters the windows around her. Before the midterms, she got reports that they'd done several preliminary surveys of the island. Scopuli Island was a rare spot for mermaid sightings, so she made sure to take every precaution to protect her beloved students. Yet, despite her efforts, something terrible still happened on her watch. Siegfried puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and she snaps back to reality with an apologetic expression. Then, she quickly shifts to fangirling over Jima, amazed that he single-handedly took down a mermaid. She asks Siegfried his thoughts on it. Siegfried has witnessed natural talent countless times. He's seen many names celebrated as the prodigies of their generation. Families obsessed with heroics and honor often toss around the word genius, without much thought, only to watch their stars fade away. Whenever a kid shows even a hint of talent, they're labeled a genius because of their lineage. But he won't let anyone use that word for his own granddaughter Abel. However, when it comes to Jima, whose skills are beyond comprehension, maybe genius is the right word. Siegfried wonders how far Jima can go if he keeps gaining experience. Siegfried thinks Kong Jima might reach heights he could only dream of. He walks past Medea without answering her question, but not before advising her to stay at the academy for now. She smiles and follows him, and they chat casually as they stroll through the halls. Later, Jima gets discharged from the hospital and heads back to class, just as the headmaster suggested. The whole deal with him taking down a Deminoid on Scopuli Island is being kept hush-hush. Jima thinks his classmates are so chill because he dealt with the mermaid. Once he got out of the hospital, his first stop was the school's forge to upgrade and reshape Murasame. Right now, the sword's just a metal stick to him, even with the sword god's blessing. So, reforging it with the blacksmith Volander is a must. He's crossing his fingers for a successful upgrade as he mulls over recent events. Suddenly, he hears Chloe calling his name. He turns around and sees her coming his way on crutches. Her legs in a cast, but thanks to some speedy medical treatment, the doc says she'll ditch the crutches in a week. Injuries aside, she seems to be doing a lot better. Even though Jima took down the mermaid solo, it was a team effort that got them all out alive. Chloe's SOS, Rachel's merman takedown, and Speed's healing and blessings all played crucial roles in that fight. Leon's the only one who didn't really step up to the plate. Jima's wondering if he can really take down the Demon King with that kind of attitude. Maybe it's because he got hurt first, or something. Their conversation gets cut short when the instructor bursts in, telling everyone to sit down for some announcements before the training assembly. Once everyone's seated, he tells them there's going to be a co-instructor joining them. At first, the students are a bit annoyed by this sudden change, but then they see who's going to be instructing them. Siegfried strolls into the class, leaving everyone stunned. Li Von Ben even bows to him out of respect. Jima's just as shocked to see the strongest human showing up in his class. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an old man gets slammed against a wall. He's grabbed by the neck and pinned there. A pink-haired woman smacks him across the face, knocking him to the ground. He apologizes to Instructor Kim, who's trying to catch her breath. This woman, who's giving him a brutal beating, is the 5th commander of the Demon Corps. She's clearly not happy and demands to know why he didn't team up with her when he had the chance. The man attempts another apology, but that just earns him another slap. The purple-haired instructor has had enough of his apologies. The whole plan was to have Leon return from the exams barely alive. Sure, he's a hero candidate, but there's no way he could handle a mermaid solo. Thanks to the old man's screw-up, Leon's now chilling at the academy. Instructor Kim kicks the old man in the face again, but instantly regrets it when she notices blood on her shoes. She still can't wrap her head around a full Deminoid being taken down by a bunch of first years. But given the new recruits this year, she's not entirely shocked. The elder pipes up, mentioning that it was just one cadet who took on the mermaid. Instructor Kim initially assumes it's Leon, but the elder clarifies it's actually Kong Jiama, the academy's top student. The Demon Corps commander hears the name of this special admission student, and that's all she needs to know. Looks like she's got a new target to chase. But this target isn't exactly the easiest one to track down. Wolf class heads out for their usual training, except for Chloe, who is still hobbling around on crutches with a cast. Jiama can't help but feel a bit envious of her downtime, and he's stuck sprinting alongside his classmates. To top it off, there's an older guy tailing him every lap, and he's surprisingly quick and agile for his age. Siegfried catches up to Jiama, urging him to pick up the pace, wondering if he's still nursing injuries from the midterms. It's odd seeing the Sword Emperor himself running with first years, especially with a special admission student. Siegfried von Nibelung is destined to become the Sword Saint, one of humanity's most powerful figures. Plus, during the Second Demon War, he'll be Leon's swordsmanship mentor, and his role in the story becomes crucial later on. So why is such a big deal training with the wolf class? The main plot is seriously derailing, and it's all falling apart. Leon never got the Sword Saint title in his past life, which was a huge problem. But since he's not from the Nibelung bloodline, he can inherit the family title, so it doesn't really matter. Still, it's awkward for Giamma, especially with all the jealous looks from his classmates. Siegfried is so chummy with Giamma. It seems like they're practically running together. Siegfried also takes time to teach Giamma, emphasizing that a warrior's strength and endurance are their foundation. No matter how skilled or exceptional someone is, it's all pointless if their body can't handle it. Once Giamma is fired up, he takes off, expecting his student to keep pace. He assumes his student will keep up with him. After they finish running, it's time for field training. For this session, personal weapons are off limits. Instead, they have to use weapons provided by the school and learn to master them. Siegfried tosses a bunch of weapons on the ground. He even spots a sashimi knife in the mix. The students are shocked by this unexpected rule from their teacher. One student wonders why they can't just use their family heirlooms. The reason? Mastering the basics is crucial. Relying too much on fancy weapons makes people slack on their training, and they might confuse the weapon's power with their own. Ultimately, a true master can't blame their gear. These words hit home for Giamma. He nods in agreement, and with no time for small talk, the Sword Emperor instructs the student to grab some weapons and get the basics down. Cadets who can skillfully handle regular weapons are more likely to score high in class, impacting their promotion evaluations at year's end. Hearing this, the students get pumped and scramble to grab whatever weapon they can. Giamma naturally gravitates toward a sashimi knife lying unnoticed on the floor. As soon as he picks it up, he catches Siegfried's eyes on him. After gathering their weapons, the students regroup, and Siegfried announces they'll spend the day getting used to their new gear by doing one-on-one training without a subspace. To keep things in check, Siegfried offers to demonstrate proper sparring. Li Wanbin steps up to spar with the Sword Emperor, but his trembling gives away that he's not ready for this. This has to be the biggest crisis of his life, but Siegfried has something else in mind. He calls Giamma to step up for a sparring session. Siegfried grabs one of the old novice weapons from the pile, but in his hands, it suddenly looks razor-sharp. The other students are baffled and envious because the Sword Emperor himself is personally challenging Giamma. Giamma steps forward, and before they begin, Siegfried asks if his bones have healed. After getting a yes, he tells RMC to grab his sword. It's just a sparring match, but Giamma feels it's way too intense. Crossing swords with the Sword Emperor won't end easily. If things go south, one of them might lose a hand, and if they're really unlucky, even a head could roll. Despite these worries, maybe due to some divine influence, Giamma's instincts are itching for a fight, but he tries to calm things down by saying he's nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, his classmates are mocking him behind his back, teasing him for backing out of a fight. Siegfried isn't impressed either and calls Giamma out for hiding his power and pride as a swordsman. He questions why someone so talented lives like a coward. Pride is a big deal for Giamma, ever since he became the country's top swordsman. It's also why he never lets go of his sword. The Sword Emperor's provocation is a test, and if Giamma falls for it, he'll regret it for a long time. Yet, he can't ignore his pride as a swordsman or his desire to fight. Li Wanbin sees Giamma's shift in attitude and tries to intervene, but Siegfried stops him. Looks like Giamma has already decided what he's gonna do. He pulls out his sashimi knife and gets ready for action. They lock eyes for a moment, and even at 70, Siegfried can still see the enlightenment he found through the sword. Back in his younger days, he remembers a one-armed, wandering knight teaching him the art of swordsmanship. The knight's skills were definitely at a high level, and now, the kid he's been watching since the allocation test, Kang Giamma, might be the one to lead him to that level. Giamma makes the first move and charges at Siegfried, but the sword master is ready and meets him with a slash. Giamma is quick on his feet, dodging and spinning for another attack, making Siegfried deflect with his sword, and they clash once more. Giamma's guts to charge straight and without dodging is almost inspiring to Siegfried. As they keep fighting, Siegfried notices that even Giamma's physical abilities have improved a lot. He can push the Sword Emperor back with ease, but his sword isn't exactly light either. Siegfried's not taking this match lightly at all. Meanwhile, the other students are watching, totally clueless about what's happening. They think Giamma just got lucky in the last subspace sparring with Nox. Yet, even the Sword Emperor seems to be really interested in Giamma, who's just a special admissions student. They hope the Sword Emperor will teach him a lesson that'll make him cry. But after several minutes, they're just standing there, staring at each other. Li Wanbin knows what's really going on. They're not just standing still. They've reached a level that the wolf class instructor thought was impossible. Before the spar, he warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out, things could get messy, and it might affect the other cadets too. But Siegfried promised he wouldn't actually cross swords with Giamma. The older guy already knows RMC can jump into this special place called the mental realm. To handle a showdown with Siegfried there, Giamma has to be way more skilled than anyone thought. A duel in the mental realm is all about outsmarting your opponent. Siegfried can already tell, just from their brief clash, that Giamma is leveling up fast. If that's true, the Sword Emperor might need to step up his game too. He unleashes a powerful blessing known as Sword Spirit Protection. Even outside the mental realm, the students can feel the intense pressure radiating from their clash. The blue glow from Siegfried's sword is something else. It seems like their battle got so intense that they burst out of the mental realm and back into reality. Things are spiraling out of control, and if Li Wanbin doesn't step in, there's definitely going to be some serious trouble. Before he can intervene, Jayama and Siegfried are already charging at each other. Suddenly, a loud shout halts them both in their tracks. Medea shows up just in time, and her arrival is so intense that the ground cracks beneath her fury. The fight comes to an abrupt end, and Siegfried is dragged back to Medea's office for a serious lecture. He tries to apologize, but the headmaster isn't having any of his weak excuses. She tears into him for losing his mind and picking a fight with a student, especially after she went through so much to secure his teaching position. In that heated moment, Siegfried lost it and unleashed his full aura. He might have faced an even harsher reprimand, but as soon as Medea showed up, he turned to her and apologized. In the 50+ years they've known each other, Medea has never heard him say sorry, yet today, he said it twice. That's the only reason she's even trying to hear him out right now. She straight up asks him why he would use the sword spirit's blessing on a student. If Medea hadn't shown up when she did, things could have turned deadly. Siegfried explains that if he hadn't used the blessing, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Jayama. That revelation leaves Medea stunned. For someone as proud as Siegfried to admit that, things must be seriously messed up. She knows about Kang Jayama's natural talent, but she also knows just how powerful Siegfried is. Then he drops the bomb that Jayama has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried, on the other hand, only mastered it when he was almost 30. The fact that a 17-year-old has done it blows Medea's mind. Jeffrey is clueless too, but he can't deny what he witnessed. All this new info is just too much for Medea to wrap her head around. But she remembers what she saw after she stopped the fight and checked on Jayama. The second she got to him, any shred of dignity she had as a teacher or one of the 7 stars just disappeared. Right then, all she could feel for Jayama was pure fear. It was the same kind of fear she felt when she first met the 6th Division commander, Vaesen. She can't quite grasp why one of her own students would give her such chills. But it does make Siegfried's wild story seem a bit more believable. So she straight up asks Siegfried if he lost. Normally calm and collected, Siegfried snaps, shouting that Jayama's natural talent can't possibly match his own. Plus, he insists he wasn't fully geared up, which is why things went south. Medea calls him out for breaking his own rule about blaming equipment. Seriously, can gear really be an excuse when facing the way he's overreacting just makes him look ridiculous? Her words tick him off so much that he tries to summon the sword spirit right then and there. But Medea snaps him out of it with a solid slap. Somewhere else, Jayama wakes up from a dream where he relives his battle with Siegfried. Everything turned out fine, but the Sword Emperor is pretty hot-headed. If Medea hadn't stepped in, things could have gotten really messy. The mental realm is a bizarre experience. You can only access it by fully mastering and understanding your weapon. It's a special space that activates under certain conditions, and only top-tier masters who've dedicated their lives to one weapon can enter. Because of this, even in the World Miracles Blessing game, fewer than 10 heroes can freely access the mental realm. Leon, our main guy, has the hero traits but needed 3 years of intense training just to get in. That's when Jayama quit playing. But he managed to enter right away, maybe because of his sashimi knife. Including his past life, he's been wielding that sashimi knife for over 20 years. Plus, every time he taps into the sword spirit's blessing, he reaches a level of focus that goes beyond normal perception. His current life and his past are starting to collide, creating some wild situations. From what he's learned, dodging problems just makes them worse. Instead of going with the flow, he's better off tackling things head-on, one step at a time. Now that he's got control over the mental realm, he might be able to train without needing the sword god's blessing. He gets up from the bed and carefully reveals his sashimi knife. With a bit of focus, he dives back into the mental realm. Suddenly, the realm shatters, and a giant hand reaches through the void towards him. It extends down, and a finger lightly taps Jayama's shoulder, jolting him out of his trance and causing the hand holding the knife to fill with something intense. Whatever it is, it's too much for the knife, and it crumbles to dust. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, some elders are having a heated debate. The old man who was chatting with the Demon Corps commander is now arguing with the other elders of the academy. He's trying to persuade the other elders to check out Jayama, suspecting he might be a hero candidate. But the elders aren't buying it, since everyone knows Leon is the hero candidate. He argues that Leon's still not ready and can't even properly show his blessing. Meanwhile, Jayama's skills are obvious, especially after he took down the genius twins during the class placement exam. Plus, Medea is hiding info about him under the guise of protecting the student. Everything about him screams suspicion, so they need to dig deeper. He also points out that the 7 stars have been interfering way too much in their business. Ever since Medea, one of the 7 stars, became the academy director, their influence as elders has taken a hit. After Bauman lost, the public only cared about the 7 stars, treating the elders like their ancient history. If a hero shows up, it could change their reputation even more. The other elders see his point. They also feel like they need a common enemy to keep their power intact. So, they all agree that the hero threatening the Demon King has to go. This guy became an elder at the academy thanks to the purple-haired instructor, and that's why he's pushing so hard to convince the other elders by force. If he doesn't act now, Erekor, the 5th commander of the Demon King's division, will definitely make him regret it. After more convincing, the elders finally decide that Kang Jayama needs to be investigated and taken out. To do that, they need to send orders to the Adeor family. But that's not the only issue Jayama's dealing with. Right now, he's looking at the blacksmith he trusted with his weapon, and the guy is backing away, terrified. Jayama hoped to use the Murasame as a backup for sashimi knives, but somehow, Valen turned his only shot at escaping the sword god's blessing into a sashimi knife. And to make matters worse, the sword's been downgraded from a B rank to an E rank weapon. Even Volender is baffled. In his 30 years of crafting weapons, he's never seen anything like this before. When he tried to forge the sword, it was as if the metal itself resisted being shaped. He quickly melted and reforged it, barely managing to give it a decent form. If an average blacksmith had attempted this, they'd have ended up with a useless chunk of metal. Even with Jayama's 2 decades of knife-making experience, he can see the craftsmanship is impressive. The specifications match the sword god's blessing, but the hardness is still rated E. Despite that, the knife has the potential to become a great weapon if reinforced. With the right reinforcement, it could definitely become useful. Jayama just needs to bring the reinforcement materials, and Volender will fix it up at no extra cost. Jayama isn't convinced and demands to know what happens if it breaks again. Volender nervously assures him that even though it's an E-rank weapon, it has the potential to grow into an A-rank one. It could evolve into something even more impressive. Plus, there's this never-fail material that guarantees the Murasane will get stronger. But that material only comes from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. A-rank beasts are about as tough as E-rank demonids, so sending him on this mission is like telling him to fight another mermaid-level threat. It's nuts to risk his life just to upgrade some gear, especially when even low-rank demons drop materials for reinforcement. Jayama asks Volender for a promise, and the blacksmith swears on his honor. On another note, he wants Volender to refund half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which is worth about 10 million and won. Volender isn't on board with that, especially since he crafted the weapon exactly as requested and even waived the enhancement fees. Jayama argues that his B-rank sword is now scrap, and given the market value, it seems only fair. Volender tries to push back, but the sharp look from Jayama and the gleam of the blade are enough to silence him. Volender, seeing no way out, tries to negotiate the price down to 500, but Jayama bumps it up to 1000, which is still way too much for Volender. Jayama won't budge, and his sword is more than ready to make Volender pay in other ways. It's either the cash or his life, so Volender reluctantly agrees to the deal. Jayama finds a quiet bench on campus to check out his blessing again. With a new weapon in hand, his arsenal has expanded, offering more options. The main reason he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing was the intense pain, but his new stats have dialed it down a notch. Leveling up his pain reduction is now his top priority. He tested it earlier, and while the pain is still brutal, it's gone from feeling like he's dying to just barely being able to breathe. So if leveling up even once eases the pain this much, imagine what constant leveling could do. He might eventually wield the sword god's blessing without any pain at all. It looks like his armament power-ups happen whenever he gets new weapons or upgrades them. Now that midterms are behind him, he should focus on enhancing his weapons to boost his levels. If he keeps progressing like this, he might finally grasp the full extent of his power, or maybe even discover who tossed him into this world. While he's having lunch on a bench, someone sneaks up on him, jolting him out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and it seems like her recovery is going well. She's even ditched her cast, and Jayama asks if she's feeling better now. She still needs crutches to get around, but she's already feeling stronger than before. As they chat, Jayama spots a rice crumb on her face, and reaches over to brush it off. That little touch is enough to make her nearly topple over with happiness. But from there, she notices Jayama's got the Murasame resting on the bench next to him. It's the first time she's seen him with an actual weapon. Usually, he's just got some random tool, so this is a big deal. But he's still hung up on it being E-rank. Even though he got a partial refund from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather more materials to upgrade it before it's any good. Jayama doesn't really have a reason to get stronger. Since taking down that mermaid, he's been handling mid-tier magical beasts just fine. But he wants to upgrade the weapon to ease the pain. Chloe sees him deep in thought and thinks he's upset because she mentioned the weapon's E-rank. Her Yandra logic kicks in, and she decides the blacksmith who made Jayama sad has to go. But then he realizes someone or something is watching them nearby. He heads over to a tree close by and gives it a solid kick, making an unexpected guest drop down. It's Nox Auditor, Chloe's brother, and he's not too thrilled about being discovered. Chloe's on edge about him just popping up out of nowhere, but Jayama notices there's no scent of blood on him, and he doesn't seem to be packing any weapons either. Still, since he was tailing them, he's got to be after something. Nox stands there quietly for a bit, and Jayama starts thinking the worst, but Nox quickly clears up that he's not here for any deadly business. He's actually here to warn Jayama that the Academy elders have asked the Auditor family to take him out. Chloe challenges Nox, asking if that's his real reason for showing up, but he doesn't answer directly. Instead, he points out that being away from home for so long has made her lose her sharpness. Chloe ignores him and tells Jayama to stay behind her so she can shield him. The two guys watch as the slightly impaired girl tries to swipe at Nox from a distance, before Nox continues his warning. He doesn't care what Jayama's been up to, but the elders are oddly obsessed with him. It's not just him. The whole Auditor family feels uneasy, so they put the request on hold for now. They secretly made the request, even bypassing the Academy head. Since it's a direct order from the elders, ignoring it is tough. If the pressure keeps up, the family will have to look into RMC. No matter the reason, because Chloe is part of the Auditors, Neox felt she needed to know. That explains his actions. He came under the guise of family principles, but really, he was just worried about Chloe. With nothing more to add, Neox turns to leave, but Jayama stops him, wanting to ask about Neox's earlier comment on Chloe getting weaker around him. The red-haired older student just turns back around and keeps walking. Even he can see Chloe's happiest with Jayama, so he lets it be. Chloe's never seen her brother act like this before. Before leaving, he tells Jayama to ensure Chloe doesn't get hurt again. Jayama doesn't get it right away, which only frustrates Neox further, so Jayama quickly agrees. So, Neox seizes the moment to ask Jayama how he got so strong. Jayama is surprised he's seen as strong. To him, true strength means being ready to face any threat, like the Sword Emperor. Jayama can only keep up that power for less than a minute a day, so he doesn't feel he can brag about his strength. Neox used Chloe as a reason to pry into family secrets, so Jayama can't trust him to stay quiet. To satisfy Neox, Jayama tells him he's missing desperation. No matter how skilled Neox is, there's a certain vibe from those with real-world experience. If Neox stays in the academy, he'll hit a growth ceiling. He needs to get out and experience the world. If Neox keeps pushing himself, he'll definitely gain something valuable. Jayama's reached his limit on spewing nonsense without getting caught, so he bails before Neox can grill him further. Meanwhile, in class, the students dive into history and the essence of blessings. Jayama's mind is elsewhere, fixated on the fact that the academy elders have their sights set on him. These elders are the descendants of 5 out of Balar Joachim's 7 disciples. Jayama recalls their massive influence, not just within the academy, but across the entire world. In the game, they were always throwing wrenches in the protagonist's plans to protect their own power and safety. Players dubbed them the corrupt remnants. But why are they suddenly zeroing in on Jayama instead of the main character? He scribbles down some theories about why they might be gunning for him. Reflecting on his time at the school, he realizes he's stirred up quite a bit of chaos. It's almost like he's been trying to draw attention to himself. Despite everything he's done, it still doesn't make sense why the elders are targeting him. One memory that stands out is the fight with the mermaid on Scopuli Island. It's obvious the mermaid wasn't after him, but was actually targeting Leon, who was in their way. Even though media tried to cover it up, word of his victory must have reached the upper echelons of noble society. The fact that they were after Leon, a hero candidate, suggests someone among them, or maybe all of them, are in cahoots with the demons. They didn't just try to stop him, they aimed to take him out. All this is just to maintain their grip on power over humanity's safety and the academy. The whole plot is seriously corrupt. Jayama could easily storm into the elders' chambers and take them all down, but it's not the right moment for that yet. When the time is right though, Jayama will definitely take action. This new info cements his decision to hit the dungeon for weapon enhancement materials. First off, he needs to assemble a team because tackling this solo would be a nightmare. Chloe's all in to help, but he needs more than just her. Instead of someone like Rachel, who's all brawn, he needs a strategic mind. Speed Weapon is the first person he thinks of. After class, he makes his way to the Dragon class to track down Speed Weapon. As soon as he arrives, a brute immediately confronts him, clearly not thrilled that Jayama is a special student. This low-level extra is exactly the type Jayama knows will be a pain to handle. Our main guy just walks away, warning the wannabe bully not to mess with him unless he wants his jaw busted open. The brute instantly pulls back his fist, gearing up for a fight, but Jayama can tell the punch is way too slow. Before he can hit back though, someone else steps in, landing a punch right on the brute's jaw. The ruckus catches the attention of other students as Speed Weapon shakes his hand, feeling the sting from hitting such a tough jaw. Jayama's heard of strength mages, but a strength healer? That's a first for him. Speed Weapon grins and asks if RMC came looking for him. Jayama agrees to chat and spills all the details Speed Weapon needs. Basically, he needs to form a party ASAP and could use some help rounding up members. If they team up, they'll split the clear rewards, but Jayama wants to keep the magical beast materials. The issue is, in his class, if he tries to gather a party, only Chloe shows up. But if Speed Weapon steps in and talks to folks from the Dragon class, things might turn around. Speed Weapon thinks that without the Academy's rules, Jayama could easily clear 5 or 6 dungeons solo. That would be the case if he could handle his blessing side effects without his magical painkiller. Jayama admits he can't even clear one alone. But Speed Weapon isn't buying it. He thinks Jayama's just being modest. They switch gears to some casual chat, and Speed Weapon mentions how Jayama's looking much better after the midterm chaos. After a bit of back and forth, Speed Weapon decides to take Jayama up on his offer. He figures there's no reason to say no, and teaming up with Jayama might be a fresh experience. Jayama's got his sights set on a C-rank dungeon called the Buffalo Dungeon in Kowloon. With him, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, they've got 3 people in the party. They just need one more person. Jayama quickly points out he'd rather it not be Rachel or Leon, but they probably wouldn't want to join anyway. Rachel's been keeping to herself since Jayama's hospital stint, training hard at the academy. Meanwhile, Leon's busy prepping for higher-level dungeon raids with the older students. That's a relief for Jayama, but it still leaves the question of who'll be the last team member hanging in the air. There's someone who comes to mind for Speed Weapon, but knowing them, they're probably already asleep. Jayama finds that hard to believe since it's still daytime. But that's just how they are, and Speed Weapon isn't surprised at all. He tells Jayama he'll introduce them. First though, they need to hit up the convenience store for something. They arrive at what looks like Speed Weapon's place. It's a traditional Japanese-style house, and Jayama didn't even know the academy had something like this. Even when he played Miracle's Blessing M, he never came across this spot. In his previous life, he was a chef specializing in Japanese cuisine, but he never got the chance to visit Japan, even though he always wanted to. They stroll through the courtyard and reach the back, where they find the person Speed Weapon mentioned. Just as expected, she's out cold. He tries to wake her up, but it's not happening. So, he leans in and whispers in her ear that he brought it. Jayama has no clue what that thing is, but it jolts her awake instantly. Speed Weapon points at Jayama, saying what she's after is with him. Without missing a beat, she dashes towards RMC and grabs the bag he's holding. The speed of her grab makes her spin in the air and land right on top of him. Jayama is stunned as this new girl lounges on his chest, munching on the treats he and Speed were trying to figure out. She casually asks him, still sprawled on his chest, if he has more yanggaeng, a Korean dessert made from bean paste. In Jayama's previous life, after endless work, he wished for a miracle blessing and a way to escape a life surrounded by men. Like any gacha addict, our MC sat on his porcelain throne, hoping the money he spent would bring him luck with RNG. The angel who drained his wallet was none other than Abel von Nibelung. Like any gacha addict, he's super bummed when he realizes that luck is never on your side. Instead, it feels like the game just mocks you as a standard but rare character pops up on his screen. This character asks if he has any yanggaeng. Her name's Saki Ryoso, and her stunning appearance only makes him more aware that gacha games are a total scam. Miracle Blessing M is all about the main guy, Leon, and a bunch of heroines. The developers officially crown Abel von Nibelung as the main heroine. Each heroine has her own unique charm and skills, but the game mainly focuses on Leon and Abel facing challenges and starting their love story. Even in his past life as a gambling addict, Jayama was drawn to Abel's allure. He ended up spending way too much money trying to get her. Because of this, the other heroines slowly faded into the background. Out of all the heroines, the one who disappeared the quickest, just like in his previous life, she lands right on his chest, casually asking for her favorite snack. When he hesitates to respond, Ryoso turns away, disappointed, calling him a fool. Despite her laid-back attitude, Ryoso is actually a top-tier DPS among all the ranged attackers. She's a skill-based character, unlike Leon. Plus, since she barely affects the main story, her joining the party won't mess up the plot. Recruiting her should be fine for Jayama, right? Speed Weapon nervously holds out another piece of candy, and she snatches it from his hand, demanding to know what he wants from her. Weapon cuts to the chase, mentioning that Jayama approached him earlier that afternoon. Jayama is looking to assemble a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid happening in a week. Ryoso gives him a puzzled look for a moment, then steps closer, asking if he's the one who fought the upperclassmen during the subspace training. Jayama doesn't answer right away, and they both just stare at each other. Before Ryoso can turn away, she considers the impact of the dungeon on their grades. There's really no good reason for her to say no. But Jayama doesn't seem to have the determination she was hoping for. It's kind of weird for her to judge someone while half asleep, but she makes it clear she doesn't want to team up with someone who lacks motivation. Speed Weapon tries to stick up for Jayama by reminding Ryoso about the recent fight, but she's still not buying it. Then Speed Weapon almost spills the beans about what went down during the midterms with the mermaid. He quickly backtracks before she gets too curious. He flips the script on her, pointing out how she drools over yanggaeng without a second thought. Jayama just watches them bicker, unimpressed. A party member can be greedy or rude, but not both. Jayama sees no point in wasting time trying to convince her. He turns away and tells Speed Weapon to come along. They don't need her bad vibes messing up their group. Ryoso coldly questions if the dungeon raid is really that insignificant to him. They lock eyes for a moment, sizing each other up. Out of nowhere, he whips out a hidden knife and hurls it. Without even glancing, he nails one of her archery targets. The knife lands perfectly in the bullseye. Before Ryoso can even react, he throws another knife, hitting the first one right on the handle. Ryoso is floored by the display, and Jayama casually asks if she's interested in joining their party now. The following day, Ryoso is the first to arrive at their meeting spot. She greets Speed Weapon and Chloe as they walk in, then nervously says hi to Jayama when he takes his seat. They dive right into business. The dungeon permits are sorted, so it's time to strategize. Speed Weapon steps up to a board and starts breaking down the dungeon details. The Buffalo Dungeon is home to C-rank Dominid buffaloes. Known as water buffaloes, these guys charge from afar and then brawl up close. But they're vulnerable to ranged attacks. Overall, it's a pretty straightforward dungeon run. The school has one strict rule: never open the stone gate at the center. Rumor has it there's some kind of seal on it, but that's just speculation, nothing's confirmed. Plus, the Academy's permit insists the gate stays shut, so there's no reason to break the rule. Jayama nervously agrees they should never open it. Yet, his tone suggests he knows more than he's letting on. They ask if he knows what's behind the gate. He lies, saying he has no clue and they shouldn't mess with it. In truth, he knows there's a hidden boss behind the gate, which only opens under certain conditions. For now, it's locked by the system. Despite the risk of opening it by accident, the efficiency is unbeatable. He shifts his focus to Ryoso, who's happily munching on another yanggaeng. She really seems to love those candies. She defends herself, claiming the brain needs sugar. As they chat, he senses something ominous in the area. Well, Chloe is ready to take out any girl who even glances at Jayama. They're keeping an eye on him. They'll definitely show up when the time is right. Later, they kick off their journey to Gamyodo Churwan, where the dungeon is located. After leaving the army, Jayama promised himself he'd never return to that city. Yet here he is, willingly putting together a group to head back. The bus halts at a checkpoint, and the driver has to let the armed guards know they're students from Hawken Academy. Apparently, there are restrictions preventing just anyone from entering the dungeon area. Back then, he sensed the elders were watching him and felt like something bad might come from this trip. Speed Weapon snaps him out of his thoughts, offering him some eggs, but Jayama declines. Speed Weapon then teases him about being nervous over a simple C-rank dungeon. He offers Ryoso some eggs too, but she quickly turns him down. She gazes out the window, not really engaging with the group. Yet, for a brief moment, Jayama senses her eyes on him. He already feels like the Academy elders keep a close eye on him, but it seems like everyone else is staring too. The bus finally pulls up to this place where ancient demons used to hang out. Now, it's just a basic farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices Jahello is carrying a ton of stuff and asks about it, only to learn it's just a bag full of kitchen knives. The group heads toward the dungeon, and Chloe, as usual, offers to lead the way. With that, they confidently march toward the dungeon. Just like at the dungeon border, the guards at the entrance need to confirm that they are indeed from Hawken Academy, and then they ask the 4 students to sign a visitor log. One guard seems extra curious as he watches Jahello jot down his name. Speed Weapon calls him over to the dungeon before he can chat with the guy, and the big mechanical door opens for them. Jahello takes one last look behind him as the doors close, and the man keeps watching them from outside. The dungeon walls are covered with cute little signatures and doodles from past students. It feels more like a tourist attraction than a dungeon. Suddenly, he feels a tug on his arm. He turns to see Ryoso, looking exhausted and out of breath. She asks if he has something sweet to perk her up. Jahello digs into his pocket and hands her a piece of candy. But candy's not really her thing. She asks if he has any yangyang instead. Jahello, not here to babysit, tells her to bring her own. She's saving hers for later though. Their chat gets interrupted when Chloe spots monsters charging at them from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon checks to ensure the team is sticking to the plan. He prepares to buff the attackers, while Saki draws her weapon, ready for action. Jahello notices her weapon is an S grade, the Crimson Bow. With a weapon like that, clearing the dungeon should be a walk in the park for them. The real question is whether he can count on Ryoso to handle things right. Especially since she pauses to snack on her favorite treat just before the monsters show up. The monsters come charging through the dungeon cave, and Chloe boldly charges at them, wielding dual crossbows. She leaps into the air and fires off 2 shots from her crossbows, hitting 2 monsters right in the eyes. They drop, but the rest of the pack keeps charging at Chloe. The red-haired girl draws a sword from her back as Speed Weapon advises her to retreat, but Ryoso is quicker, letting loose 3 arrows at the monsters, taking down 3 of them before they can reach Chloe. Jahello is impressed with her skills, but he's more worried about her breaking the item he needs for his weapon upgrade. No matter her attack power, a strong carry is still a carry, and she's an unstoppable DPS force. They venture further in, but one of the monsters that wasn't completely dead suddenly springs back to life and charges right at Ryoso before she can react. She tries to turn and fight it off, but trips over a rock and starts to fall. With no way to defend herself, she hits the ground and braces for impact. But luckily, Jahello swoops in just in time to catch her and slice the monster before it reaches her. Ryoso looks at him in disbelief as he holds her up, and she lets out a surprised little hiccup. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guy who was watching Jahello earlier picks up a call from someone unknown. Seems like there's a plan unfolding behind the scenes. With most of the monsters down, Jahello starts gathering buffalo horns for his weapon upgrade. As he's doing that, Ryoso approaches and offers him some yang to thank him for saving her. He is more than happy to accept it. But Chloe's intense Yandere vibe isn't exactly helping the situation. He quietly gives Chloe some instructions about the staff member they spotted earlier. She nods, and they keep discussing it. Speed Weapon curiously asks if they're a couple since they seem pretty tight. Chloe blushes at the idea of dating Jahello, but our MC quickly clarifies that not every guy-girl friendship is romantic. Chloe isn't thrilled about that, and shoots Jahello a glare but stays silent. She switches gears and wonders why there are so few mobs in the dungeon. Even if a dungeon's popular, it shouldn't be this empty. Ryoso also senses something's off with the lack of buffaloes. Like they're avoiding something. Buffaloes don't act like this, so their behavior seems strange. They're usually calm creatures, and locals even use them for farming. Jahello is baffled that people would farm with demonic animals, but crazier things have happened. There's something more suspicious though. Ryoso doesn't bring it up. They have cell phone signal to call for help anyway, so everything should be fine. As they navigate the dungeon, Jahello asks Ryoso how she knows Speed Weapon. Turns out, Ryoso aced the written exams, and Speed Weapon was right behind her in second place. He bragged about it for weeks, which is how they got acquainted. She also mentions she placed third in the placement tests. Jahello didn't peg Speed Weapon as a bragger, but then Weapon surprises them by saying Rachel is his distant cousin. So, being loud runs in the family. This also explains why Jahello, a player of the game, didn't know about Weapon's connections to the main characters. Weapon's family is a branch of the Changsong clan, while Rachel comes from the main branch. That's why they at least know each other. But now's not the time for this chat. Weapon reassures Jahello that he's living the dream. Honestly, Jahello is the impressive one here, so there's no need to worry about Weapon. Weapon even suggests Jahello could join the 7 heroes, and Chloe nods in agreement, but Ryoso stays silent. Instead of joining the conversation, she steps forward and declares her disdain for the 7 heroes. The others are confused but don't dwell on it. Right now, they need to focus on clearing the dungeon quickly and heading back. They need to rack up 20 kills for the dungeon to count as cleared. As they move through the area, Jahello spots some eerie, cursed-looking claw marks on the walls. Weapon and Chloe move ahead and call out to Jahello, snapping him out of his thoughts. Outside, a man is on the phone with someone mysterious. He confirms that Jahello's group should have run into the enraged buffaloes by now, and mentions he followed the instructions given. He figures the buffaloes should have taken care of them by now. The voice on the other end warns him not to get overconfident, and questions if he's ready to take the blame if things go south. The man is left speechless. The academy instructor just tells him to report back when he has results. The call ends, and the guy stares into the open dungeon doors. He's doomed either way, so he figures he might as well see for himself. He even forced the gate open to ensure their survival chances in the dungeon are 0. But recalling Jayama's eyes, it's like the teenager could see right through everything. To double-check everything's going smoothly, the man steps into the dungeon to assess the damage. Inside, Chloe warns them that more magical beasts are approaching from behind. Thanks to her blessing, she senses about 50 of them heading their way. Suddenly, the ground shakes as a stampede of buffalo charges toward them. This swarm is overwhelming, and it's hard to believe these are just buffalo. They're supposed to be harmless. But this group of buffalo is clearly agitated by something. At that moment, Jayama recalls something his mentor once said: "You can't use a chicken knife to take down an ox, just like sashimi knives are for fish." But Jayama's curious about beef sashimi, which is like using a sashimi knife on an ox. His mentor lifts his knife, and Jayama thinks he's about to get whacked. His mentor just grins at the fish he sliced and agrees that's spot on. This whole scene takes him back, and Jayama realizes he's about to use a fish knife on cows. With no time to lose, Jayama starts barking orders. He tells Chloe to mess with the herd without charging in. He wants her to break their formation without attacking. Then he turns to Weapon with a grin, asking if he's ready. Weapon instantly knows Jayama's about to work his magic again and smiles back, totally ready. Ryoso, not used to Jayama's insane luck, can't get why they're so chill. Then he calls out to her, telling her to hold the front and stop anything that gets close. She nervously agrees and then asks Weapon why Jayama seems so unfazed. Ryoso just tells her not to be shocked by what's coming next. A herd of 50 buffaloes is no joke, so he came ready with a bunch of sashimi knives. As one of the buffaloes gets close, Jayama hurls his knives at it like a pro. In just a few minutes, the 50 buffaloes are reduced to nothing but chunks of meat, thanks to Jayama. Ryoso is so stunned that she drops her yonging. It all went down in the blink of an eye. Chloe dashed in with her feline's blessing, taking on some of the wild buffaloes while dodging the others, setting up the perfect distraction for Jayama. Then our main guy jumped in with his throwing knives, slicing through dozens without missing a beat, until the roar of one buffalo made him stumble and freeze. The others seized the moment to pile on him, and at one point, Ryoso started to worry, thinking Jayama might be getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. But in a flash, a huge herd of buffaloes on RMC gets sliced into pieces. The only ones left standing are Jayama's crew. After that impressive display, Jayama calmly puts away his knife and starts collecting horns in his bag. With the painless blessing lasting 40 seconds now, taking down the buffaloes was a breeze. Chloe comes over to congratulate him on another job well done. He acknowledges that he couldn't have done it without his team's support. As they chat, Ryoso just stares at Jayama, totally stunned. Speed Weapon tells her not to be so shocked since he did warn her about Jayama's skills, but he gets why she's speechless. Even he finds it hard to believe. Watching Jayama and Chloe stand over the pile of bodies, they both wonder what kind of beast Jayama really is. The group keeps moving towards the dungeon entrance. The dungeon's clear condition was 20 buffaloes, and Jayama soloed it twice. RMC tries to defend himself, saying he didn't do anything during the midterms. Speed Weapon almost brings up his fight with the mermaid but catches himself since they're not supposed to know about that. Remembering Ryoso is with them, he quickly changes the subject, and they keep heading towards the exit. As they walk, Chloe notices that the area is unusually quiet. They reach this pillar-like structure, which seems to be the one gate they're not supposed to open. They pause to stare at it. Suddenly, the gate begins to open on its own, and the chains sealing it start to crumble away. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the worker from earlier is shocked, staring at a pile of buffalo corpses in the corridors. He can't wrap his head around how they managed to take down so many buffaloes alone. All he can think about is his massive 20 billion won debt from Sherwon Land. A few days back, a woman claiming to be a Hawken instructor approached him with a deal. If he does what she asks, she'll clear his debt. She wants him to grab a demon stone and use it to control the buffaloes, then make them go wild when Kanjiyama arrives. Finally, she instructs him to open the stone gate deep inside to wrap things up. Initially, he was reluctant because she expected him to sacrifice the students, but the temptation of having his debts wiped clean was just too strong. He grabbed the stone, practically drooling at the idea of all his problems disappearing, and then left, with her telling him to stay in touch and answer every unknown call. With his 20 billion won debt potentially erased, there's no way he'd worry about a bunch of kids. Once the stone gates are open, there's no chance they'll make it out. Jayama and his crew step through the stone gates, trying to figure out where they are. Now it's clicking why everything seems so easy. They walked right into a trap, all because Jayama ignored his instincts. The gate only opens when the giant's demon stone is brought into the dungeon. The demon stone is a mid-game quest item, and those fragments from earlier were actually parts of the giant's mana stone. He didn't think the door would open with just those pieces though. If this follows the game's storyline, the reward for clearing this area is massive. But first, he needs to focus on staying alive. He notices something on the second door. There's a single red line etched into the supposedly indestructible stone gate. He's already burned through all 40 seconds of his painless blessing during the fight, but the Murasame should hold out a bit longer. It might just let him slash the gate and escape before he can attempt it. A massive presence makes the students stop and turn around. It's a huge buffalo, and it looks incredibly strong. The reward for taking down this beast is the Blessing of Transition. This ability lets you transfer and amplify your blessing to a chosen target, but it's a one-time deal. The creature guarding this awesome reward is an A-grade demon known as the Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. Suddenly, the torches in the room ignite on their own, casting light on the Buffalo King. The buffaloes flanking him on the left and right look way tougher than any they've faced before, and the Buffalo King himself is seriously intimidating. Even if Jayama manages to slash open the gate for an escape, once that thing wakes up, getting out without a scratch is a pipe dream. This isn't like the midterms. He knew about the mermaid, but he's fought minotaurs before. At full power, Jayama can handle 3 by himself, but he's already burned through all 40 seconds of his painless blessing. He needs a plan here. He asks Speed Weapon if he can throw a pain reduction buff his way, just for 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon stops casting it even for a second while Jayama's fighting, he's definitely going down. He leaves the smaller enemies to Saki and Chloe, telling them he's got the big one covered. With the plan set, the students brace themselves as the Buffalo King awakens with a thunderous roar. Jayama taps into the blessing of the sword god, and is instantly overwhelmed by a wave of pain, making him cough up blood. But thanks to the weapon's boost, he's able to move. The demon charges at him, and Jayama dashes forward too, dodging the initial strike and darting to the side before the beast can react. The pain from the sword god's blessing is intense, causing him to vomit blood, but he's strong enough to face the buffalo. Jayama deflects another attack, then maneuvers behind the beast, aiming to take it down, but instead, he gets kicked by the massive creature, sending him flying backward. He manages to regain his balance midair and spits out more blood. The sensations he couldn't feel before due to the painless blessing are now flooding back. Embracing the full force of the sword god's blessing feels liberating. Jayama charges in for another strike, dodges a massive swing from the Buffalo King's axe, moving so fast the rest of the group can barely keep up. The two beasts keep clashing as Jayama effortlessly avoids every attack. Frustrated, the Buffalo King lifts its axe high and slams it down towards Jayama. When the dust settles, Jayama is chilling on top of the Minotaur's axe, without a scratch. Ryoso can hardly believe a human can move like that, let alone fight at such speed. She can't concentrate on Jayama's battle, since she's busy fighting one of the Buffalo guards herself. She knows the basics of combat, muscle control, stance, and using kinetic energy to disrupt the enemy's balance with minimal effort. But knowing and doing are worlds apart. As Jayama occupies her mind, she fires an arrow right into the buffalo's eye, making it charge at her in fury. Even when staring death in the face, Jayama's focus is rock solid. His attitude reminds her of Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. She draws her bow and takes aim at the charging bull, blasting its head off with one powerful shot. She looks back at Jayama and recalls a recent rumor about a special admissions student who was strong enough to aim like Siegfried using his aura. Meanwhile, Jayama's aura is nearly as intense, and the fear it induces sends the Buffalo King into a frenzy, attempting to knock Jayama off its axe with a punch. But Jayama effortlessly dodges and slices open the arm the monster uses to attack him. At the same time, Chloe also takes down the buffalo she was battling, wiping the blood off her face. She's still new to fighting demonids, but she knows the more human-like they are, the deadlier they become. It might differ for each person, but if a demon acts that human, it's definitely a powerhouse. This means the one Jayama is up against is incredibly strong. The monster roars in pain, clutching its wounded arm. The creature grabs its axe with the other arm, trying to cast a spell. But here's the kicker, demonoids can't use magic. So, what's it doing? Well, it's sacrificing its own life force for mana. The magic energy is so intense, it's tough to even get close. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon is playing his flute like his life depends on it, hoping Kong Jayama can pull off a miracle. The monster lifts its axe, now fully merged with its one functional arm. It swings down at RMC, who's already in bad shape, still coughing up blood. Jayama raises the Murasame, blocking the first strike, causing a ton of energy to spill out around him. He thought about slicing through the magic attack, but it's just too thick. Dodging isn't an option either because his teammates are right behind him, and they'd get hit. The Buffalo King keeps pressing the attack, and Jayama is slowly getting pushed back. It looks like he's about to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, an arrow flies right into the monster's eye. Jayama turns to see Saki, who angrily tells him to stop daydreaming and finish off the monster. Jayama shuts his eyes for a second, and when he opens them, he's got this new surge of power. Slowly, the axe begins to slice through, and the Murasame glows with a blue light. This blue glow is just like the aura from Siegfried's sword when he sparred with Jayama. Eventually, Jayama powers through and slices right through the Buffalo King, taking it down with just one swing. Even after all they've witnessed, his teammates are still blown away by Jayama's strength. The once fearsome monster crashes to the ground in two massive chunks, and Jayama glances up at the dungeon ceiling, finally calming down as he realizes he actually did it. Ryoso stares at him in disbelief, finally getting why Speed Weapon has so much trust in our guy. Plus, his assimilation rate jumped from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon he collapses to the ground, his lips sore and bruised from playing the flute for so long. Every time Speed Weapon watches Kong Jayama, the guy just keeps defying all logic. The blue light from his sword lights up the whole cave. It's wild that someone so young can already manifest an aura. You start to wonder if he's even human. Ryoso walks over and tells him to breathe, snapping him back to reality. She then says she gets what he meant earlier about not being too surprised by Jayama and why he sticks around him. She asks Speed Weapon if the academy's trying to block Jayama from joining their class. Maybe they are, but that doesn't stop a student from finding another way in. Ryoso smiles, realizing she wants to join him on this journey too. Jayama is gasping for air as the adrenaline fades. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, his body still feels the strain. Yet, fighting without the blessing of painlessness, Chloe runs into him, tears streaming down her face, asking if he's okay. He tries to calm her down, but her weight isn't helping his already serious injuries. She steps back, embarrassed, while he reconsiders his life choices. Suddenly, a status window pops up, showing he's gained a new blessing. This blessing was meant for Leon and is a spirit rank, the rarest kind out there. It only shows its true power when paired with another blessing. The blessing of transition lets him transfer a blessing he owns to another person or object, but he has to touch them directly. It's crucial for managing the dual-natured bounding, a sword Leon will get later. Now that Jayama has this powerful blessing, he figures he might as well make the most of it. Then, he spots someone watching them through the now open stone doors. He asks Chloe if she remembers the favor he mentioned earlier. In an instant, she charges at the man. He has a chance to just walk away. But then, she drives a knife into his thigh, pinning him in place. Speed Weapon and Ryoso are totally clueless about what's happening, while Jayama strolls over, explaining that he had asked Chloe for a favor earlier. The guy tries to act all innocent, asking what he did to deserve this, and the other two quickly catch on. Turns out, the rampaging buffalo horde and the open stone gate were all his doing. It's sketchy because there weren't any cameras in the dungeon, yet he conveniently showed up right on time. It's clear he was targeting them, but they can't figure out why. Ryoso quickly realizes that this staff member didn't pull it off alone. Since he's not talking right away, she and Jayama threaten him with death if he keeps quiet. Facing certain death, he finally cracks and admits that an academy instructor approached him a few days ago and he offered to wipe out his gambling debt if she helped him take down this group of students. Speed Weapon is shocked that someone would betray a group over a mere gambling debt. He tries to defend himself, but that just makes Speed Weapon even angrier. Ryoso stops him from attacking the injured guy and asks what the person looked like. He describes her as a woman with purple hair and eyes. She was also pretty tall. Ryoso quickly figures out that it's probably her class's assistant instructor. Her sharp eyes made her memorable. Speed Weapon realizes she's likely behind the midterms incident too. Ryoso asks about it, and Jayama finally tells her that during the midterms, they encountered a demonoid mermaid. She figures out that Leon ended up in the hospital because he fought a demon. Now that Jayama has spilled the beans, Speed Weapon doesn't have to keep it a secret anymore. He reveals that Jayama took down the monster solo. She doesn't even doubt it after seeing what Jayama did today. While they're arguing, Jayama stops recording on his phone. He got all the info he needed from the staff member, so the guy's no longer useful to him. Chloe yanks her sword out of the guy's thigh, making him scream in agony. A dungeon that was never supposed to open just did, making it the perfect chance to make someone disappear for good. As Jayama turns to leave, he tells their group's assassin to deal with the trash. Chloe doesn't hesitate as her eyes go full Yandra mode, and the guy's screams are cut short. As Jayama exits the dungeon, he mentally dares Hawken Academy's elders and instructors, plus anyone else after him, to bring it on. No matter what they try, he's determined to wipe them out completely. Jayama heads back to the academy with his prize from the dungeon, the Cow King's Horn. It's from Minotauros, the boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo dungeon, and it ensures successful weapon enhancements below a certain rank. He asks the blacksmith to use it on the Murasame. The blacksmith is stunned that Jayama shows up with some A-grade beast material. Even for a Hawken Academy student, that's just wild. Someone asks him how he managed to take down the boss solo, and Jayama casually mentions he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he plops the beat-up Murasame on the table and asks if it can be fixed. Volinder, who was all excited, is now horrified that Jayama trashed the E-rank sword he worked so hard on. But one look from Jayama completely changes his attitude. With their business wrapped up, Jayama turns around and heads out, leaving the sword with Volinder to handle. As he walks away, Volinder wonders how his life ended up like this. As payback, he thinks about making the sword even this time. Before Jayama exits the shop, he turns back and tells Volinder to use the leftover materials to grab himself a drink. Volinder sighs, questioning how a kid like this ended up in his life. He takes a moment to think about how much he's improved. He's definitely leveled up a lot. Still, it might be smart to hit up Speed Weapon for more blessings down the line. He checks out his blessings screen, and every time he does, it seems to get longer. The biggest change is in the assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, the assimilation rate spikes big time after each major battle. Clearing another dungeon will probably boost it again. And who knows, it might unlock something even cooler for him. But while his stats are shooting up, he's been getting gray hairs ever since his first spar with Chloe. Now Jayama's stressing about whether he'll go bald once his hair turns completely white. With all these enemies gunning for him lately, he needs to be ready for anything. He can't let stuff like this lead to a pointless death. He also has to figure out how to use the blessing of transition. It's a bummer he swagged it from Leon, but since he's the main character, he'll end up swimming in buffs anyway. There's a lot on his plate, but right now, he just needs to focus on getting better. He glances at his table and spots a gift of Yoken, a candy so sweet it's almost inedible. It's obviously from Ryoso, and it reminds Jayama of his first time leading a team to clear a dungeon. Now, dodging assassination attempts is just part of his routine, but having friends isn't so bad either. Weapon and Chloe aren't central to the main plot, and he's not even sure if Chloe sees him as a friend. After the dungeon, Chloe landed in the hospital with a fever, and Jayama thinks about visiting her when he gets a chance. He doesn't have much time to dwell on it though, as the wolf class instructors enter and tell everyone to quiet down. Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his pocket with a text from an unknown number asking what he's up to. Jayama's clueless about who this could be and wonders if they texted the wrong person. Then, the mystery texter hits him up again, telling him to look ahead. He looks up and spots Ryoso strutting into the classroom with a smug grin, waving her phone that has the same wallpaper as the mystery contact's profile pic. The instructors announce that starting today, Saki Ryoso is joining their class. With the announcements done, the instructor tells everyone to gear up and be at the training grounds in 30 minutes. The class is in disbelief that Ryoso is now one of them, especially since the instructor mentioned she requested the transfer herself. As she walks through the room, everyone tries to chat her up, but she just brushes them off. Jayama watches her confidently stride past. He wonders if she's really joining his class. Among this year's recruits, she's part of the so-called miracle generation. She's one of the top 4 students in the school, alongside him, Rachel, and Abel. Plus, she snagged the top spot in academics, and her combat skills are top-notch too. She's the perfect mix of brains and brawn. Plus, she's Kojima Saki's sister, one of the 7 heroes, famously known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki is the Prime Minister of Japan, making Ryoso pretty much Japan's princess. In this world, Japan still holds its status as a superpower, so the class is freaking out like they've just met a celebrity. Everyone except Jayama, who's silently praying she doesn't approach him. But she flashes a smile his way, and Jayama keeps pretending she's not there. Ryoso hops onto his desk with grace, showing him her phone and basically demanding he saves her number right then and there. Seems like Jayama's gut feelings are always spot on. Meanwhile, over in Gamioto Chowan, near the dungeon gates, some guys are grilling witnesses about a person who vanished in the Buffalo Dungeon. The last thing the guy said before heading in was that he was worried about the cadets and had to check it out himself. The guard who entered the dungeon seemed unwell, but nothing else seemed off. The detectives dismiss the guard they're questioning so they can continue their inspection. As night falls, they step outside for a smoke break. It's not unusual for people to die in dungeons, but no matter how severe the accident, there's always a body left behind. This time, though, there was no trace of Hyman's body in the dungeon. Instead, there was just a heap of fleas and blood, piled high with buffalo corpses. It's hard to believe students could have done this, yet the cadets returned safely, while the staff member who followed them vanished without a trace, not even leaving a body. Something's definitely off, but the detectives can't pinpoint what it is. They wonder if he might be inside the stone gate, but that's unlikely since the gate has never been opened before, and they can't just storm into the academy and question the cadet directly. The place is packed with nobles, and the big shots wouldn't even sign off on a warrant. One detective heads off for a bathroom break while the other leans against a crate, trying to piece things together. Out of nowhere, his partner collapses beside him, and he spots long, slender legs emerging from the shadows. The detective instantly senses magic at play, which means a demon's nearby. But to his shock, it's a human who steps into view. Before he can even process it, the woman swiftly decapitates him. As his body hits the ground, his last thought is that she's a human who's made a deal with a demon. She's a demi-demon, half human, half demon, a villain, no doubt. Ryoso is chilling, munching on snacks, enjoying her new spot next to Jayama. She casually asks Jayama why he hasn't touched the snack she offered him, but he brushes her off, mentioning that sometimes Chloe sits right where she is now. Ryoso doesn't mind at all. To her, it's all about who gets there first. Jayama seizes the moment to ask why she transferred to their class, but the teacher interrupts, announcing there's 5 minutes until assembly. Everyone else heads out, but Ryoso just puts on an eye mask, ready to catch some Z's. Jayama asks if she's joining morning training, but she opts for meditation instead. Honestly, she's just planning to nap in class without a worry. Before he leaves, she tells him to stop calling her Saki. She wants him to use her first name, Ryoso. In her culture, close friends use first names, not last names. Jayama points out that Weapon still calls her Saki, though, brushes him off, telling him to go enjoy his training before settling down for a nap. Meanwhile, in the dragon class, Rachel stretches and thinks about how unusually loud her class is today. She tries chatting with Abel, mentioning that Ryoso recently transferred out of their class. It's not like her to do this since she's usually just napping in class and not really engaging. Abel seems indifferent, but Rachel keeps pushing, sensing it might actually be bothering her. Transfers only happen if there are open spots, and their class was short by 1 student this year, which is impressive since Ryoso figured it out despite always dozing off in the archery hall. Abel doesn't get why Ryoso's transfer is a big deal to her, so Rachel explains that Ryoso recently teamed up with Jayama to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel starts to catch on to what Rachel means, and her cheeks turn red as Rachel keeps teasing her about her crush on Jayama. Rachel tries to deny it, but she can't help noticing that whenever Jayama's name pops up, Abel acts differently. There's definitely something fishy going on. Abel shakes her head, insisting she's only spoken to Jayama a few times and that's it. She swears there's nothing between them and wishes Rachel would quit spreading weird rumors. Rachel takes this as Abel saying nothing's happening now, but who knows what the future holds. Suddenly, Rachel's whole vibe shifts, and she tells Abel she might fool others, but lying to herself isn't a good look. This makes Abel freeze, and Rachel just tells her to think it over. This reminds Abel of a recent chat she had with her grandpa. He mentioned he'd be starting as a teacher at her school, and at first, she hated the idea, thinking he was just joining the staff to keep tabs on her. She'd really hate that since she's already dealing with too much unwanted attention. But Siegfried explains he's joining the school staff to keep an eye on the first-year students. After the midterms, Abel asked for his help, so he's decided to watch over them. He reassures her that they won't cross paths too often. Siegfried tries to play it cool, but there's a sharp glint in his eyes that gives him away. The sword master, who usually seems indifferent, is suddenly stepping into the action. The only person Abel thinks could stir such a change in her grandfather is Kang Jayama, a prodigy who ignores social status and breaks through noble society with sheer strength. He's got an insane level of talent that defies logic, and his background is that of a fast-tracked student. When Abel first met him, he was just a scrawny kid sneaking around, but now he's grown into a strong, sharp-eyed young man. He's even surpassed Leon Reinhardt, who's supposed to be the hero candidate. Jayama is on the hero's journey, but he never brags or flaunts his accomplishments. He just keeps moving forward quietly. If he ever acted arrogant, she might not like him, but he's so different that she can't help but respect him. She's actually jealous because Siegfried notices him, which makes her feel even more embarrassed. Rachel interrupts her thoughts with a teasing look. Abel rashly insists she has no feelings for Jayama and claims she doesn't even have time to think about him. Rachel says that's perfect because now she can pursue Jayama with hardly any competition. All she needs to do is deal with Ryoso, and there'd be no one else in the way. Meanwhile, in Jayama's class, the teacher is explaining blessings and their rankings. The rank depends on the spirit that inhabits it. If there's a guardian spirit, it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit is involved, then it's a spirit-level blessing. As the class continues, Ryoso suddenly wakes up from her nap, only to drift back to sleep again. Even the professor can't seem to rouse her, but the class just carries on. It's been 2 days since Ryoso joined, and she hasn't shared why she's here. Mainly because she's been snoozing the whole time, leaving no opportunity to ask her. If all she's doing is catching Z's, there's no point in her sitting next to him in the corner. Luckily, Chloe is still in the hospital, or things might get complicated. But hey, Ryoso did cover for him after that dungeon fiasco, so it all ended smoothly. She's on a whole different level, way better than Weapon. The teacher goes on about blessings, ranking them into 4 categories. The weakest is a personal blessing, then a guardian, followed by a true blessing, with the heroic blessing being the top tier. Most cadets have a personal spirit blessing, the weakest kind, but sometimes a personal spirit blessing can outshine a guardian level one. Spirit level blessings are super rare though. So, Jayama managed to snag one of those spirit level blessings, specifically the blessing of transition. Then you've got the heroic level blessings, which are pretty much the stuff of legends. Since blessings first appeared, only one person has ever awakened it, Valor Hawaken, the hero of Origins. Nowadays, there's a rumor about another person, and Jayama is aware that they're talking about someone with the miracle blessing. Class wraps up, and the teacher mentions they'll continue the story next time. But Jayama isn't done yet. He wants to know about this phrase he always hears faintly when he activates the sword god blessing. The phrase goes, "May the blessing of the gods be with you," which makes the teacher pause for a second. Even Ryoso perks up a little at that. The teacher doesn't quite get what Jayama means, but there's a problem with what he said. It's because there are no gods left in the world, which means no blessing of the gods can be given. As the teacher exits the classroom, Ryoso laughs at Jayama for asking such a cringe-worthy question. He asks if she's done sleeping, but she just turns over and goes back to snoozing. Jayama doesn't blame her and figures it's nap time for him too. As Jayama drifts off, a message starts popping up in front of him. He wakes up to see a big message right in his face. It says the GM wants to chat with him. Suddenly, Jayama's in this trippy world with floating scraps everywhere. The message is still there, hovering in front of him, then it switches to a question. It asks if Jayama wants to have a chat with the GM or not. The message updates, saying the GM is messing with the world line using code. Jayama's never heard of a world line before, and it's all pretty confusing to him. Out of nowhere, everything goes silent, and a message pops up saying the dimensional gap is too big and his level isn't high enough. He hasn't unlocked the mysterious new trait yet either. So, the big question is whether Jayama still wants to go for it despite all this. He pauses for a second, scanning his surroundings, trying to make sense of it all. This place doesn't feel like a dream to him, but there's a chance he'll finally uncover the secret behind his sword god blessing and why he's in this world in the first place. He decides to meet the GM, and suddenly, the world starts shifting as the global code gets rewritten. Out of nowhere, the world shatters, and he's thrown into a place he knows well from when he first awakened the sword god's blessing. It's the academy entrance. Now, he spots a light at the end of the area, and just like every other time he's seen it, he can never quite make out how clear it is. But Jayama can sense he's inching closer, bit by bit. He just needs to push a little further and do a bit more, and he should be able to reach it. Out of nowhere, he hears a voice urging him to wake up. A hand bursts through the darkness and grips his shoulder. The system senses some outside interference and decides to delay the chat with the GM. Jayama reaches out, trying to cling to this reality, but the hand forcefully pulls him out of the space. Just before he's completely yanked out, the GM leaves him a message. It tells Jayama to cut and sever, no matter what. The message wraps up by wishing him the god's blessings. Suddenly, Jayama snaps back to reality as Ryoso shouts at him to wake up. He's always telling her not to sleep, yet here he is, catching some Z's himself. Her nagging stops when she notices Jayama is crying, and he's not really focused on her at all. Later, Jayama sits on a bench, lost in thoughts about the dream he had. Ryoso seemed genuinely worried after seeing him cry, but looking back, he can't even recall what went down in that dream. It's pretty awkward that Ryoso caught him crying. He's lost in thought when his new, quirky friends show up. They're all here to piece together what they've learned so far. They know someone at the academy is after Jayama, and they need to deal with it. Ryoso cuts Weapon off as he starts recapping, since she's already familiar with the whole situation and doesn't want to hear it all over again. Jayama asked Weapon to brief everyone, but he seems to be struggling. As the two of them bicker, Jayama spots Chloe coughing behind him. She's got a mask on and clearly isn't fully recovered. He checks in with her, and she says she's better but keeping her distance just in case she's still contagious. He turns back to the arguing duo and asks Ryoso if she's discovered anything new since their last chat. She's more annoyed that he called her Saki instead of Ryoso, and makes sure he knows it right away. Jayama glances nervously at Chloe, but she's either too sick or too worried about spreading her flu to react as she usually would. To ease the tension, Jayama starts calling her Ryoso, like she prefers, and they shift the conversation back to their issues with the Academy Elders. Weapon thinks they need to clear things up and plan their next move. Besides knowing the Academy Elders are after Jayama, they also got a description of a suspicious female instructor from the guard. But knowing all this doesn't really help, and the Elders' motives are still a mystery. The Adetori family will likely handle it properly anyway. As for the female instructor though, Ryoso feels like she's seen her before while reviewing every instructor and assistant through the Academy's internal security system. She found someone who fits the description, but oddly, her identity can't be confirmed. Jayama is stunned that Ryoso can pull off something like that, but for her, it's just another day in the world of tech overflow. The Academy's security is top-notch, so she had to hack in at the crack of dawn when the system's defenses were weakest. She's already running on fumes, and now she's even more wiped out. That's why she's always dozing off in class. That's probably how she snagged his number, even though he never actually gave it to her. They haven't nailed down anything yet, and it's not like they can just march up to the Elders and make demands. But Weapon's got a different plan. He wants the four of them to start their own club. Clubs at their school get freedom and financial backing from the Academy. The place really pushes for student teamwork. There are tons of perks, like clubs being recognized as official Academy groups. Joining one also means they'll get the Academy's protection, since just being students isn't cutting it. A club could be a great shield for them, given they've got enemies lurking both inside and out. Jayama's got the inside scoop on clubs from his past life gaming days. Clubs were just one of the game's many features, designed for the Academy setting, where players could deck out their own space with furniture. Players could invite characters over and boost affection levels, but honestly it seemed more like a cash grab from diehard fans. This whole setup was dubbed the housing system, and Jayama never really cared for it back then. Who would have thought it'd be so handy now in real life? To start a club, there are some hoops to jump through. You need at least 5 members and have to submit a proposal to the admin office. They're short 1 member, thanks to all his sake. As people age, relationships become more strategic. Yet, folks still trust and support him, even though they barely know each other. He's really grateful to have them around during all this. First up, they need to pick a name for their club. Chloe throws out memories of assassination, but the rest of the crew finds it way too intense. Ryoso suggests they just pick something random, since no one really cares about the name anyway. But Weapon quickly shuts down that lazy idea. They mull it over quietly until Jayama comes up with a suggestion. How about a travel club? They could explore dungeons and venture a bit beyond the Academy without drawing too much attention. Everyone seems on board with the idea, and just like that, the travel club is born. Next up, they need to find a club advisor ASAP and sort everything out before next week's exams. The tricky part is that without an advisor, they can't officially form the club, and advisors need to be at least professor level at the school. Chloe thinks they should ask the professor from the Blessing Studies class because he's super popular and nice. But the guy's always swamped, so it's a long shot that he'll say yes, even though he'd be perfect for it. The Academy's got over 500 staff members, but only about 30 of them are professors. If they focus on those teaching first-year students, there are just 10 professors to consider. The school pushes for clubs, but there are a lot of mixed signals. They turn to Jayama, asking if he has anyone in mind. Jayama's got a plan. Since they need someone at the professor level or higher, he knows exactly who to approach. There's one person ranked above a professor at the Academy. When Jayama reveals who it is, the group can hardly believe he's serious. To make their club official, the president has to apply in person. Jayama, being the club president, has to be the one to submit the application at the administrative building. The woman handling the paperwork is immediately skeptical about Jayama's ability to lead. It's hard to believe this person works at the Academy. She's blatantly looking down on the MC just because he's a special admissions student. Jayama tries to brush off her condescending vibe and tells her to just process the application if it meets the requirements. She stands up and completely towers over Jayama. She tells the MC that to start a club, they need a faculty advisor. But from what she sees, Jayama doesn't have any professor willing to support their club. Jayama asks her to clarify, but her meaning is pretty clear. She assumes that since Jayama is a special admissions student, no professor at the Academy would want to advise a club he's starting. Given his background, she thinks Jayama's club idea is doomed from the start. Her attitude isn't all that surprising. Jayama used to have some goodwill for this place, but now it's all slipping away. After nearly 20 years in the service industry, he's dealt with more than his share of awful people. Usually, keeping his mouth shut is the best move. But that doesn't mean he isn't tempted to throw a punch at this girl. Instead, Jayama whips out his phone and calls someone who can handle this mess for him. He tells them he's in the admin office, about to sort out his club registration, when the woman starts yelling at him for daring to take a call right in front of her. The person on the line says they're nearby and will be there soon, so Jayama wraps up the call. As soon as he hangs up, the woman jumps at the chance to berate him for disrespecting her in her own office. Jayama tells her to just stick to the procedure because the person he called is on their way. Amidst all her shouting and scolding, the large woman doesn't notice her coworkers bowing their heads and avoiding eye contact with her. She keeps bragging about being the cousin of a friend of the headmaster, claiming she can easily get a special admissions student like Jayama kicked out. Jayama chuckles at that and leans in to tell her to keep it down because she's being way too loud. That sets her off, and she starts showing a wild expression that Jayama calls her real face. Suddenly, the door flies open, and everyone jumps in shock. From the broken doorway, a furious headmistress storms into the office. Jayama tells the woman to show respect to his club advisor. The headmistress smiles at Jayama, glad to see him in person again. Jayama tries to apologize for the trouble, but Medea says she'd come running anytime he needs her. Hearing Jayama's name for the first time, the woman realizes she's been talking to the top freshman student of the year all along. Medea, all smiles, tells her student to drop the papers and focus on prepping for his exams. She assures him that now she's around, she'll handle everything else for him. As soon as Jayama leaves, Medea's demeanor shifts, and a staff member rushes to bring her a chair. The woman tries to say there's been a misunderstanding, but Medea doesn't need any special powers to see that the woman was mocking his background. Of all people, she chose to mock the student personally picked by both the headmistress and the swordmaster. Medea silently uses her blessing to place a resignation letter on the table, telling the woman to start writing in 5 minutes. With that sorted, Medea informs him that the club application went well, and they just need one more member. The girl is likely fired, but he doesn't feel bad for her. Medea then asks him to stop by her office after class. Jayama heads back to the guy who's both his rival and buddy, the blacksmith, Volander. He's there to pick up his gear. Volander asks him to hang on for a moment. Volander finally looks like a legit blacksmith, but Jayama has no clue what the guy thinks of him. As a former player, he's got mixed feelings about Volander. After everything that's happened, the negative ones are way stronger, but Jayama still feels sorry for him. Volander, the blacksmith, was one of the key NPCs handling almost all equipment upgrades. In games like this, he was a character people either loved or hated, and he was infamous for emptying players' wallets. Jayama didn't spend much in his past life, so he couldn't fully relate, but big spenders often held rituals, hoping for a stroke of luck, desperately wishing Volander would bless them just once. But honestly, most players just cursed the guy because his enhancements were so luck-based. Even Jayama did when his Murasame got downgraded from a B grade to an E. Volander snaps him back to reality, asking what he's thinking about. He shows off the newly upgraded sword, confidently claiming it's his best work yet. Plus, he's added some special features to the sword, making Jayama super happy. The Murasame's sword, known as the Scattered Rain, now looks shiny and brand new. Jayama is so impressed that he calls the blacksmith a god for bringing him such luck. With this enhanced weapon, his painless blessing now lasts up to 50 seconds. Jayama used to think 40 seconds wasn't enough for clearing dungeons, but those extra 10 seconds are a game changer. Using this blessing alongside the blessing of transition means that as his armament level increases, he'll reap even more benefits. This is fantastic news for him. Despite his past complaints, the painless blessing is surprisingly versatile for a spirit level blessing. Volander also advised him to check out something else with his new sword. The sword's now upgraded to a D grade. After all that effort, it's not quite the boost he was hoping for. He used materials from an A grade beast like the Buffalo King, so he thought it would hit at least C grade. But hey, since he'll be channeling aura through the Murasame a lot, boosting its hardness by 2 grades is still a win. At least now it won't break during a fight. There's also this flashing button on his status screen that's tempting him, but Jayama's got a bad feeling about it. He gives in and presses it, revealing some new info. Thanks to a successful reinforcement and the T-weapon's high growth potential, he can now add up to 3 special abilities to the sword. These abilities need magic stones to activate, and they'll kick in randomly. Magic stones are super rare, and Jayama's shocked that his sword needs them to power up. Meanwhile, the elder working with the demon commander hurls a drinking cup at a mirror. Then he just starts drinking straight from the bottle. Before tossing that aside too, he gazes at a ceiling picture of his dad, Ryman von Beimhark. This guy was one of those legendary 7-star heroes, famously called the Mad Tiger. Sadly, he lost his life in battle 40 years ago. It happened during T's campaign against the 6th Legion commander, Vasman. While society hailed him as a noble hero, right after that, his own family members, eager to grab the Beimhark legacy, tried to take him out. To survive, he had to toughen up and get a bit ruthless, but those plotting relatives ended up turning on each other instead. In the end, he managed to stabilize his family's shaky foundations. By 30, he became an elder at Hawaken Academy, aiming to guide humanity and support an absolute ruling class. Lucky for him, demons gave humanity a perfect enemy, justifying their rule. But as always, unexpected twist came along. Enter Leon von Reinhardt, the hero with the power to take down the Demon King. Leon's been chosen by fate as a hero candidate. But honestly, with the massive power gap between humans and demons, the odds of him actually taking down the Demon King are slim to none. The 1st Legion commander, Lekin, was sealed away by their ancestor, the legendary hero Baylor Hawaken, setting a legendary precedent for those who followed. Then one day, someone approached him with an offer to handle this so-called hero candidate personally. She looked like an instructor, and he was initially puzzled by how someone so low in the hierarchy dared to speak to him so casually. But as soon as their eyes locked, it was obvious who really held the power. She is a human who ditched her humanity to make a direct pact with a Legion commander. She's a half-human, half-demon, basically a villain. Things were already messy with just Leon, but now a low-born special admissions student is making it even worse for him. Even the authorities seem reluctant to act, saying they don't have enough reason to move forward. The elder, Clyde von Beimhark, tells the man to call in the Undertakers. Jayama is jotting down his thoughts in a notebook during class the next day. He's mostly focused on how the Murasame needs magic stones to power up. The gap between weapons with magic stones and those without is huge. A weapon with 3 slots for special abilities is like hitting the jackpot. These magic stones drop from certain dungeon bosses and A rank or higher demonic beasts, which are basically demonids in disguise. Seems like Jayama's fate is to battle demonids to level up. Maybe it's because demon is part of his name. He looks over at Ryoso, who's snoozing peacefully with her quirky sleep mask, and wonders if she pulled another all-nighter. It's been a week since they tackled the dungeon with his new club members. The key to unlocking the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, and one that originates from a massive creature called a gigant. Apparently, someone has already taken down a gigant and claimed its stone. In the game, these giants were so powerful that just one step could make the ground tremble, and a gigant is nothing compared to the beasts introduced in later game updates. Those creatures were like walking natural disasters. Jayama pauses to think if it's really worth risking his life just to enhance his weapon with special abilities. Hunting these demonic beasts for stones should have been Leon's responsibility. While he's deep in thought, Chloe walks into the classroom and says hi. She's surprised to see Ryoso snoozing away in the spot she wanted to sit, but she doesn't mention it. Jayama asks if she's fully recovered, and she assures him she's feeling much better. Even though Jayama struggled after releasing that blue light from his weapon, he cuts her off, saying they shouldn't discuss it further. She's talking about aura, this blue light thing that only super strong people can use. Honestly, maybe farming magic stones is worth it after all. Even though he wasn't into it at first, now he's all about getting stronger, completely ditching any thoughts of peace and safety. But his main goal hasn't changed, he's just focused on staying alive. There are unexpected twists, and stuff that never existed in the game is now gunning for him. The plot he knew is getting all messed up, and it's like the world just won't give him a break. Somehow, a month has flown by since he started at the academy, and soon the truth about the Second World War, set to happen in 3 years, will come out. Jayama's decision to power up and upgrade his weapon is more of a must-do than a choice. At this point, he can't be sure about the war's outcome because he has zero faith in Leon as the hero candidate. I mean, even if the mermaid was a demonide, taking down the hero candidate with a single move is just plain embarrassing. This whole mess is too overwhelming for him to even describe. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the weapon until Ryoso punched him in the face. Ryoso came by to check on the club registration, and Jayama tells him the headmaster gave the green light. They just need one more member to make it an official club. Also, Speed Weapon mentions that Leon's been on a wild spree lately. Leon's been tearing through high-rank dungeons non-stop. It's like he's finally stepping up as the main character. Jayama starts rethinking his earlier comments about the blind. Word on the street is Leon cleared an A-rank dungeon yesterday with a small team, while they barely survived a C-rank one. Weapon notes that Ryoso seems to know a lot about the blonde hero, hinting she's got a thing for him. She doesn't answer right away, just glances at Jayama before looking away and saying she's over him. Leon's been leveling up big time, and if he keeps it up, he'll snag Ba Meng during the survival island training. Actually, when you think about it, Jayama surviving this long with just the sashimi knife is kind of a miracle. Maybe his presence is like a shield, drawing all the danger and attention away. Even if that's the case, Jayama's not just gonna sit back. If it's about staying alive, he'll swing that blade without a second thought. He's got no interest in being the perfect hero, and he's definitely not the main character here. He quietly vows to cut down anything in his path. Ryoso hears him and jokes about him being into anime, since that line sounds straight out of a show or game. Meanwhile, a sketchy group trails a maid through the academy halls. One of them is puzzled about why they're getting calls from the Hawaken Academy elders. If they're getting this kind of attention, they might as well go pro as an assassination squad. The boss, a woman with short silver hair, warns her subordinate to shut up unless he wants to lose some teeth. Another thug tells the newbie that their boss can't stand the elites, but the payout for this job was just too tempting to pass up. As the chatter continues, the boss repeats her order for silence. They arrive at the elder's office, and the maid announces their presence through the door. The elder invites them in, and Zhang Taiping, the deputy leader, Perry, a grunt, and their boss, Ray Shin, enter first. They're part of the Undertaker Syndicate, a mercenary villain group. The elder thanks them for traveling so far and promptly instructs his maid to hand them a package. Inside the package is info on Kong Jiama, and one of the guys questions why they're getting intel on some kid. The elder stays silent for a moment, then says Jiama will be dealt with during next week's survival island training. If they pull it off, they'll get the 100 million upfront, just like they talked about. Plus, there's an extra bonus waiting for them once the whole job is done. Ray wants to know how exactly they should handle Jiama. The elder casually suggests tossing him into the ocean around the island and letting the fish and sharks finish the job. On the day of the written exam, Jiama is chilling with a sandwich while going over the study material. He's already crushed the midterms, so he doesn't need to stress too much. But since they post the exam rankings for everyone to see, he can't just slack off. The top 2 spots in the written test are held by members of his club, so he can't afford to fall behind. While he's studying, Ryoso texts him a reminder to grab breakfast before the exam. Jiama casually mentions he had a sandwich, and she launches into a lecture about how crucial sugar is for his diet. Ryoso seems to have a knack for spouting nonsense first thing in the morning, and it's a wonder how she managed to become the top scorer. Jiama shares that his country has traditional sweets for exams too, and she perks up at the mention of sweets. But Jiama abruptly ends the conversation by telling her to eat dirt. She keeps bombarding his phone with texts, demanding to know what he meant. Jiama, however, has already tossed his phone aside and put it on silent, done with her antics. He's got to concentrate on acing the exam and not letting the Yan gang fanatic outdo him. That's easier said than done though, because Giamma's not the sharpest tool in the shed. While Ryoso and Weapon bicker over the answers, Chloe asks him how he did. He admits he guessed all the questions, but truth is, he barely scraped by using his brain and game lore knowledge. But surely he did better than Chloe, right? He asks if she's heard from Nox or if there are any updates. Chloe says her brother called the day before, but she missed it because she was asleep. He called at 7 p.m, and she had been pulling an all-nighter studying, so she didn't catch it. Giamma knows Chloe's a night owl, so he suspects she ignored it on purpose. Auditory member contact info is top secret, so unless Nox reaches out directly, Chloe's intel is all he's got. They have their reasons, but things are still awkward between them. Giamma thinks siblings should get along better. Weapon's loudly complaining about studying for days without sleep, only to find out Ryoso beat him in the exam scores again. As Weapon spirals into a panic attack, Ryoso gets up and moves closer to Giamma, curious about his conversation with Chloe. She suddenly asks if they're dating, and Chloe starts daydreaming in the background. Giamma quickly denies it, insisting it's not what they think. Then she leans in and asks why Giamma keeps ignoring her texts if he doesn't have a girlfriend to worry about. He explains it was just one time and insists he doesn't always ghost her. Their chat gets interrupted by Chloe, who's furious that he and Ryoso have been texting. He turns around as she eerily calls his name, only to see her in full Yandra mode. She glares at them and calmly questions him about their texting. Chloe's sudden outburst is shocking. The redhead didn't say anything when they were sitting together, but now she's losing it over some texts. Even Weapon can't figure out her sudden mood swing, but Ryoso finds it all pretty funny. She teases Giamma about Chloe's behavior, but Giamma warns her to back off before things get worse. She ignores him and keeps bugging him about why Chloe's acting up, even though she totally knows the reason. It's obvious she gets what's happening with Chloe, but she's just having a laugh, not realizing the Yandra storm that's about to hit. Chloe's had enough of their flirting. She's direct. Giamma never even gave her his number, yet he's all buddy-buddy with Ryoso. Giamma tries to say her number is top secret, but she's not hearing it. She's stuck on the fact that Giamma swore he'd be her one and only prince. Ryoso hangs on to Giamma, dying to know what's up, while Giamma struggles to explain amidst the deadly vibes from one of his pals. He tells her Chloe's a Yandera, but she acts clueless about what that means. Weapon yanks her off Giamma by her face, clearly in the know about the real situation. Chloe whips out the classic Yandera box cutter, ready to slice through anything in her way. This time, it's a whole new level of Yandera mode, and Giamma is clueless. He's been slacking on his NeoTube research about Yanderas. Now he's stuck, not knowing how to deal with her. Chloe starts moving toward him, declaring that from now on, she'll make sure he's only got eyes for her. Before he can even blink, she charges at him with a box cutter. Even Ryoso sees how bad this situation is getting. She keeps swinging the box cutter, venting about how Giamma always makes her feel sad. He's constantly flirting with other girls instead of focusing on her. This time, her swipe misses Giamma and heads straight for an unsuspecting Ryoso. Giamma reacts quickly, deflecting her hand before it can reach the girl behind him. He then pins her down on the table, trying to keep her from getting away. Weapon and Ryoso watch in shock as Giamma attempts to calm her down, and the archer seems really ticked off by what's happening. As she's pinned down, he tries to get her to chat with him. She attempts to shove him away, but her strength is fading with him on top. She doesn't want to talk to him, though. He hasn't bothered to stay in touch, and now suddenly he wants a conversation. Giamma leans in close, saying he prefers face-to-face talks over just using a phone. That actually seems to calm her down a bit. She starts trembling as Giamma leans in even more, determined to settle things right here. He thanks her for always thinking of him, which sends Chloe into a Yandera frenzy. Giamma's charm is so strong that even Weapon starts blushing. He stands up, now that Chloe's completely under his spell, and reminds her of their time in the Buffalo Dungeon when they teamed up. They've been through a lot together, so Chloe getting upset so quickly seems unnecessary. Now that she's calmed down, Giamma seizes the chance to make his exit, feeling relieved he managed to defuse the tension. Weapon checks if he's okay, but Ryoso just stays quiet, looking totally let down. As the chat continues, Giamma suggests they tidy up and get going, while Ryoso slips out of the room. Later, Ryoso and Weapon head back to their dorms, both thinking about Giamma. From past run-ins, they know that whenever Giamma's name comes up, Chloe always seems to radiate a deadly vibe. It's pretty clear she has some intense feelings for our guy, but it's a strange kind of love. The real shocker though, is Giamma hiding a sashimi knife behind his smooth talk and kind demeanor. He's hoping to talk his way out of any sticky situations. Giamma's ready to drop the charm and get rough if he has to. He knows how to wield a threat, and at first glance, that might make him look like the bad guy. But in truth, those are the traits of a leader. Weapon was already on board before, but now he's convinced Giamma's meant for big things. While he's pondering this, he spots Ryoso angrily tapping away on her phone. She's been pulling grumpy faces for a bit, clearly upset about something. She won't spill the beans on what's bugging her, so he asks why she's so glued to her phone. Turns out, she's deleting a video from her NeoTube channel that her subscribers weren't into, called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandera. It's the same series Giamma used to handle Chloe, though Weapon's clueless about that part. The video's racking up over 200,000 views, but she's set on deleting it, saying she doesn't need it anymore. Weapon shifts the conversation, and they keep chatting while strolling through the campus. Meanwhile, over at the Academy Library, Giamma is flipping through books with his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, there's a survival training event on Avalon Island. It'll last 3 days and 2 nights. Despite the intense name, cadets can only form teams of 1 to 4 people. The school even sent out an official announcement with all the details. It's more like a school event, similar to camping. Jama is in the library, picking up survival guidebooks to prep for the training trip. Since it's about survival, the academy will test each cadet's self-sufficiency, but the results won't impact their grades. Even for Jama, who played the game, this training event was unforgettable. It's a key part of the storyline where the main character gets the hilt of Bamang, the protagonist's main weapon. During the island training, something happens that ignites feelings between Abel and Leon. Back then, he was really into it, but now he's not as jealous anymore. Since joining the school and facing endless dangers, he's become pretty cynical about love. With the academy elders on his tail and a mysterious instructor lurking around, he's got too much on his plate to think about romance. No matter how attractive she is, this isn't the time to fall in love. He figures love can wait for his next life. Right now, as a swordsman, he's more interested in the holy demon sword Bamang. Maybe it's the swordsman in him, but he just can't resist wanting it. As a former player, he already knows where Bamang is and what it can do, but finding its scattered pieces is crucial to the story. And even if he knows all the locations, he can't just grab them. To get Bamang, which picks its own master, he needs to manifest the blessing of a miracle. So, this weapon is basically tailor-made for our protagonist. Comparing it to Jayama wielding a sashimi knife is just unfair. Instead of chasing the impossible, he should focus on what he'll actually need to know for the 3 days on the island. After what went down on Scopuli Island, the director asked the Sword Emperor to step in as a guest instructor for the Wolf class. Imagine the world's strongest hero taking a bunch of first-year students on a camping trip. The main story has definitely taken a turn, but at least now he can pursue his goals safely because of it. Jayama heads to the shelf to grab another book that might have the info he needs. He didn't come to the library just to find basic survival tips he could easily look up online. He's on the hunt for something specific about Avalon Island. He cracks open a book about the island's history and starts reading. Avalon Island is way out in the far western sea. It's a mystical place where the landscape is always changing. Right in the heart of the island, there's an ancient lake known as the Queen's Lake, or as some tribes call it, the Land of Beginnings. At the moment, no one lives there. Jayama already knows all this, and it seems like he'll have to dig through the entire library to find exactly what he's after. As he's sifting through the books, a voice calls out, and a firm yet gentle hand lands on his shoulder. It's Leon, the blonde-haired main character, who greets Jayama with a small smile. Meanwhile, some girls nearby squeal with excitement just at the sight of Leon, but Jayama is more interested in the book Leon is holding. It's an introductory book on magic, and it looks like Leon is trying to learn from what went down during the midterms. But even so, the protagonist shouldn't be here in the library studying magic right now. Jayama can't help but feel suspicious about this whole situation. Leon sits down across from RMC and asks Jayama what books he's into. Jayama says he's just trying to learn more about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Leon comments that Jayama seems surprisingly dedicated, and RMC can't really argue with that. With workouts, dungeon dives, and studying magical creatures, his schedule is packed. Knowing what's coming in 3 years, Jayama is doing everything he can to prepare. He's just looking out for himself. Leon mulls it over and tells Jayama that they're not the same. This reminds RMC of the time Leon asked about his origins. The blonde isn't acting much different from how he did in the game, but something's off. Leon seems sad, and there's something unsettling about his troubled demeanor. Leon doesn't give Jayama a moment to process things. He just stands up and wishes him a safe trip home. There's something off about Leon for sure. Maybe it's the burden of being the hero who's supposed to save humanity. Whatever it is, it's a lot to handle. Once Leon leaves, Jayama gets back to searching for what he needs before the library shuts. The survival training day finally arrives, and all the students gather at the training grounds for the orientation. Abel and Rachel catch up with Ryoso and Chloe, while Jayama's 4 wives exchange a quick, intense look. Abel and Ryoso engage in some casual chatter, until Rachel jumps in to ease the tension. She points out how Ryoso joined Jayama's class and seems to be trying to snatch him away from them, but Abel interrupts before she can go too far. Rachel doesn't back down though, and just gets louder. Ryoso mentions that not only did he and Jayama explore a dungeon together, but they also started a club. Now, she might end up spending 2 nights and 3 days on a survival training island with him too. Ryoso interrupts to say that Jayama plans to do the training solo. Apparently, Jayama wants to try some things on his own and is set on tackling the whole island by himself. This news gets Rachel all hyped because it means Jayama will be all by himself for the entire 3 days. Rachel suggests a fun little game for the 4 of them to play while exploring the island. Jayama might have said he wants to go alone, but there's no rule against them being there too. So, Rachel invents a game called the Rachel Game, where one lucky girl gets a shot at some one-on-one time with Jayama. Avalon Island's terrain is always shifting, and even using the spatial gate, they'll end up in random spots. Just meeting up is tough, and forming teams is even tougher. So, the Rachel Game has one rule: whoever finds Jayama first wins. The other 3 have to back off. The girl who finds Jayama gets to have him all to herself. If they bump into each other, they can choose to team up or go solo, but they should never interfere with one another. All the girls agree, but Avalon blushes like crazy at the idea of having Jayama all to herself. She decides to sit this one out. This actually makes it easier for the others since there's one less competitor in the mix. Meanwhile, Jayama, the guy all the girls are after, is fighting to stay awake after pulling an all-nighter in the library. He jotted down everything he needed on his phone, and came armed with 24 sashimi knives and a secret weapon up his sleeve. Media keeps texting him like a worried mom, making sure he's all set for the island trip, even reminding him to pack his underwear. She's like his school grandma. Before heading out, Jayama pauses to check out the school and the teachers hanging around the training grounds. He's on the lookout for a tall female instructor with purple hair and eyes. He has no clue what she's up to, but if she's targeting him, the island survival training would be the perfect chance to take him out. The island's ever-changing landscape makes it easy to cover up any traces. Of course, the same goes for Jayama, but he's not exactly thrilled about using a knife on someone. That doesn't mean he's just going to sit around and let himself get killed. The main problem is spotting the right teacher, but it's like everyone here took a dip in food coloring because there are way too many women with purple hair and eyes. Siegfried and Abel interrupt his thoughts as they stroll through the training grounds. The Sword Emperor tells Jayama to keep pushing for good results but also to rest and enjoy the process. After some more chit-chat they head off, but Abel lingers, giving Jayama a long look before leaving with a huff. Jayama just laughs it off, remembering from the game that she'll soon find a boyfriend. While watching her go, he doesn't notice Ryoso sneaking up with a playful glint in her eyes. Or so she thinks, until Jayama suddenly spins around and gives her a sharp flick on the forehead. She yelps and jumps back, shocked by the unexpected hit. She only wanted to wish him luck with training, but now she's too annoyed to even look at him. Jayama can't figure Ryoso out. He's been losing sleep because she's always hanging around him. If he just ignores her, she'll get even more antsy and start pacing like a madwoman. He can't figure out what's got her so hooked, but Ryoso is still technically a heroine. He'd rather not get any closer to her than necessary. The spatial gate to Avalon Island opens, and the students are instructed to carefully pass through for their test. Jayama steps up to the gate, determined to finally find what he's been searching for this time, and he's set on getting through this event without any drama. The gate transports him, and he lands in the sacred land of Avalon. More precisely, he's right in front of the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. But this isn't a sightseeing trip. There's a survival test to ace, and with everyone hustling, he can't afford to slack off. Luckily, he snapped a photo of the island's map back at the library, and he marked the spot where he can snag the Blessing of Regeneration, based on his memories from playing the game. The map seems pretty familiar, so Jayama figures the blessing is near the lake in the island's center. He needs to get as close to the World Tree's lakeside as possible. From there, he plans to cross the rocky and forested areas. With 3 days left of island training, the academy didn't just send them for fun. They have a mission to find hidden orbs around the island, like a treasure hunt on a school field trip. The more orbs a student finds, the better their grades at the end of the test. Apparently, these orbs can also be used as enhancement materials, which makes Jayama even more eager to collect some. Following a survival book he read in the library, he pulls out a secret weapon he brought just for this test. It's a medium-sized machete he picked up in the hiking section of a supermarket. It's usually used for clearing weeds and logging, but the key thing is, it's long enough to avoid triggering the blessing of the sword god. He got this machete just for training purposes. He's saving those precious 50 seconds of the blessing of painlessness for something big. As he's testing the machete, a curious little rabbit pops its head out from a bush and gives him a look. Jayama initially thinks it's a great chance to grab some food, but his plan shatters when the rabbit steps out. Turns out, this rabbit is way bigger than Jayama, and it's definitely intimidating. Still, Jayama's taken down a cow king before, so this oversized bunny shouldn't be a problem. He doesn't even need to use the blessing of the sword god to deal with this creature. Meanwhile, Abel encounters a rabbit too. Thankfully, this one's normal-sized and way cuter than Jayama's monster rabbit. Abel thinks about helping it find a safe spot, but the rabbit bites her hand and then makes a quick getaway. Abel charges after the rabbit, sword in hand, ready to make it her dinner. It's the perfect opportunity for her to test out the results of her special training with this rabbit. But the rabbit's faster than she expected, and it even turns back to give her a cheeky smirk, like it's mocking her. It reminds her of Jayama, who is always hiding his true skills. She picks up the pace to catch it, but the ground suddenly shifts, throwing her off balance, and she tumbles into a lake. The rabbit peers down at her from the water's edge, looking disappointed. Once again, she's reminded of Kong Jayama. Meanwhile, the boy she's thinking about is also struggling with a rabbit the size of a monster. He's trained hard to stay fit, but without the blessing of the word god, he's barely managing to keep up with this ordinary rabbit. Jayama drops to his knees, accepting defeat. He figures it's better to starve than waste energy for nothing. He gives them a chance to leave, but before they go, they throw a mocking grin at Jayama. That smirk makes Jayama instantly reconsider. He decides to activate his blessing, and takes down the rabbit right away. Meanwhile, Rachel is sprinting through the forest, determined to find Jayama before anyone else does. She's been running in circles, but she can't lose hope yet. After all, she was the one who came up with this game and was bragging the whole time. She changes direction, hoping to save time by just moving without overthinking it. Her voice is so loud that even Ryoso, somewhere else on the island, can hear her as she dashes through the trees. She's also on the hunt for Jayama, determined not to be the loser in this game with everyone else. When she landed on Avalon Island's beach, she quickly adapted her goals to fit the unique environment. The only constant on the island is the World Tree, and knowing Jayama's solo nature, she figures he's probably heading straight for the island's center. Tracking him down is going to be a hassle, but she can't let anyone else find him first. Chloe is having a blast frantically searching for Jayama. She's so focused on her mission that she barely notices the monsters and animals trying to attack her. She races through the forest, determined to find him. As one of the top scouts, she's sure she'll be the first to locate him on this island. And when she does, he'll only have eyes for her. Spotting someone in the distance, she speeds up, hoping it's Jayama. Meanwhile, Jayama is chilling by a campfire, roasting a rabbit he caught earlier. After spending all day skinning the beast, he's finally set for food. Suddenly, he hears something moving through the forest and snaps to attention. It doesn't sound like a wild animal, so Jayama wonders if someone might be after him. Right now, he can't afford to relax, especially knowing there are people at the academy who want him dead. Luckily, he saved his blessing for just the right moment. Chloe darts through the trees, zeroing in on her target, only to find Rachel instead of Jayama. They immediately start bickering, frustrated that they keep bumping into each other. Meanwhile, Jayama nearly slices Abel in half as she tumbles in front of him. They both freeze, locking eyes. The awkward silence is broken by the sound of Abel's stomach growling. Even though she didn't want to play the game, Abel somehow stumbled upon Jayama first. She takes a good look around his makeshift campsite, and sees that Jayama is doing pretty well. He's got a cozy fur coat and plenty of jerky to keep him fed. Despite her efforts, Abel keeps losing to him, even in this survival test. It's humiliating, and to make matters worse, she's freezing from her earlier dip in the lake. Jayama approaches her from behind, and hands her a fur coat to keep warm. She tracked him down because she couldn't resist the aroma of his cooking. The blanket he gives her is warm enough to soothe her. Earlier, she twisted her ankle while chasing a rabbit. Jayama spots her injury right away and quickly wraps her ankle to prevent any infection. After tending to her wounds, he asks why she's out here alone. The Rachel game pops into her head, but she can't mention that. So, she says she prefers being alone, which oddly makes her like Jayama. She recalls telling the girls she wouldn't join their game, but now with him, she can't resist the urge to win. She snaps a quick photo with her phone, proving she found Jayama first. She sends it to their group chat, instantly announcing her victory in the game. None of them can even get close to Jayama. Ryoso and Rachel freak out when they see the picture, but it's too late now. Abel just stares at her phone, lost in thought. Jayama hands her a piece of meat. It's awkward between them for a bit. Then Abel finally breaks the silence. She asks how he got so strong, but Jayama doesn't have a quick answer. Most of his fights are over in a flash, yet his strength is off the charts, causing quite a buzz since he joined the academy. He figures it's probably thanks to his teacher. Abel gets it. She spent 17 years learning the sword from her grandpa and thought she knew it all. But meeting Jayama makes her realize there's so much more to learn. She asks which family taught him swordsmanship. He doesn't answer directly, instead saying he learned that being strong doesn't guarantee victory. It's always the ones who never give up until the very end that come out on top. Those who can endure and push through are the ones Jayama sees as truly strong. Abel looks at him for a moment, then bursts into laughter. To her, Jayama's cliché makes him sound like an old-timer, reminding her of her grandfather. This also takes her back to their first chat on the bench. It's their first real conversation since then. He offers her another piece of meat, and she thanks him as she takes it. She gets so relaxed that she doesn't even notice when she drifts off to sleep. By then, Jayama is already gone, leaving all his food and supplies behind without saying a word. Her leg is completely healed, thanks to his help the night before. Abel can't hold back her tears, realizing it's the first time she's ever felt genuinely cared for by someone. No matter what life threw at her, she always had to handle it alone. Even when she faced massive challenges, she always found a way to conquer them. But she did it all alone. That's the burden of bearing the Nibelung family name. Now, Kong Jayama has stepped in and done everything for her, without expecting anything in return. She's always envied those who can give kindness freely, and now he's done it for her. With a surge of energy, she grabs her sword, ready to embark on her journey. Sitting and crying won't change a thing for her, so she knows it's time to move forward. She dons the coat Jayama gave her with pride and heads out to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, Jayama trudges through the forest, his thoughts drifting to Abel. He admits she's really pretty, but he senses Abel doesn't like him much. He's not too concerned though, since he knows that's just how Abel is. She's always been this proud and distant young lady. He ended up helping her after they randomly crossed paths, not because he had any feelings, but because she seemed so pitiful that he couldn't just ignore her. Now that he's interacted with her, the main storyline might shift a bit, but it should mostly stay on track. Today is also the day when Abel and Leon start catching feelings for each other. He just hopes she won't end up giving that fur blanket to Leon. Anyway, he's finally made it out of the forest after hours of trekking, and now he's laser focused on finding the blessing before the sun sets. The blessing he's after is the blessing of regeneration, a guardian class blessing, just one rank below the blessing of transference. It's meant to boost the body's ability to heal itself, but the twist is, it can only be used by the person who possesses it, which basically makes it magical doping. But since he has the blessing of transference, that restriction doesn't apply to him. He can even fix up his sashimi knives. At first glance, the blessing seems like a cheat, but the regeneration isn't strong enough to regrow lost limbs. It's just a perk that speeds up healing. The blessing is like a hidden bonus in the game, so it doesn't really impact Leon's growth. Since Leon will eventually get stronger and gain more buffs, he absolutely needs to secure this blessing. After a bit more walking, Jayama finally spots what he's been searching for. It's right next to a massive orb from the test, and it's so obvious, it's basically a freebie. He came for the blessing, but scoring an orb too is a lucky bonus for him. He reaches for the orb to check it out. Someone steps in his way. It's Leon, and he already knows Jayama isn't here just to admire the world tree. Leon locks eyes with Jayama, fully aware that Jayama has ulterior motives for being here. Jayama tries to bluff, claiming he just spotted the orb from afar and came to check it out. Leon unsheathes his sword and challenges Jayama to take it if he can, but only if Jayama can beat him in a duel. Ever since Leon was born, half the world seemed to celebrate with him. At least, that's the story he's heard his whole life. The sword in Leon's hand gleams as he glares at Jayama. But something's off because Leon should be with Abel right now. Today is supposed to be a major turning point in the story. It seems like Jayama unintentionally hijacked their event, and nothing significant happened all night. Even knowing that, fighting over it feels a bit pointless. Leon swings his sword at the wall behind him, and it collapses instantly without a fight. He's dead set on this battle, and nothing's going to change his mind. Jayama finally gets a clear view of the sword Leon is wielding. So, there's this sword called bombing, which Leon is supposed to find. But Jayama notices something off about it. Bombing is actually the most evil demon sword out there. The sword has a blue gem in the middle, acting as a catalyst. This gem gives bombing its holy power, which is what keeps its magic in check. The catch is, bombing runs on magic power, and even though the ether gem tries to balance it out, the sword's nature still depends heavily on who wields it. That's why in the game, bombing can turn into either a demon's sword or a holy sword, based on the player's choices. Leon tells Jayama to chill out and just treat this like a practice fight. Leon must be out of his mind though, because he hasn't even mastered the mental realm yet. There's no way he can beat Jayama right now. Leon steps up, seemingly trying to use this battle with Jayama as a way to level up after getting bombing. Our MC kind of gets where Leon's coming from, but it's just a hunch. One thing Leon knows for sure is that the orb is just a cover. He's tired of waiting around, so he charges straight at Jayama to kick off the fight. Meanwhile, Ryoso is trudging through the forest, scratching her neck in frustration. She eventually crosses paths with Weapon, and now they're both wandering together, trying to track down Jayama. Weapon didn't plan on meeting her, but here they are, reluctantly teaming up. He figures she's on the hunt for Jayama, and she doesn't argue. It's clear to Weapon that Ryoso's got a thing for Jayama. Just a month ago, she was all about napping at the archery range, but now, whenever Kong Jayama's name pops up, she's suddenly all energetic. He's also noticed she's been taking on extra tasks without being asked, even though she usually avoids anything complicated or boring. Ryoso comes to an abrupt stop, turns to Weapon with a blush, and asks if her crush on Jayama is that obvious. As they chat, suddenly, a loud noise echoes from afar, startling the birds in the trees. It feels like an earthquake, but Ryoso knows it's actually Kong Jayama causing the ruckus. Jayama's in a tough spot because Leon is way stronger than he expected. The machete Jayama was counting on as his secret weapon is already broken in half. Leon doesn't even think Jayama is putting up a fight, assuming our MC doesn't respect him at all. The reality is Jayama couldn't react in time. He didn't expect Leon to actually swing bomb on, and he's not keen on getting into a fight without knowing the full story. Jayama hesitated because using his blessing might accidentally harm Leon, but if he doesn't defend himself, Leon could easily take his head off. Leon is the main character in Blessing of Miracle M, and he's not someone to be taken lightly. As the blonde hero approaches, Jayama has no option but to draw his sashimi knife. He's about to take on a monster, and doing it without using his power would be just plain crazy. He needs to ditch the idea that he can survive without tapping into his blessing. So, he activates the Blessing of the Sword God, and charges as Leon makes another dash at him. They clash, but in a flash, Leon slices through the first sashimi knife with ease. Jayama quickly grabs another from his bag, and hurls it at Leon. The blonde effortlessly cuts down all the knives before they even get close, then charges at Jayama again, slicing through several pillars on his way. Jayama dodges the attack, and turns to create some space between them. Leon is on a whole new level compared to the midterms, but even the protagonist's power-up has its limits. Another massive slash from Balmung sends debris flying everywhere. Leon has nearly drained all his energy in this battle, but through the wreckage and dust, Jayama walks toward him, completely unharmed. He asks Leon why he's pushing himself this hard. Leon pauses and gazes at his Jayama sword. This sword is supposed to bring joy to everyone, but ever since Jayama appeared, it feels like all his efforts are pointless. This battle is meant to prove who's who between him and Jayama. Leon powers up his sword again, preparing an even more powerful strike than before, and swings it down. Our guy charges at Leon just as the massive blow comes his way, and they clash briefly. As the energy fades from Balmung, a small piece breaks off. Leon freezes for a moment, staring at his damaged sword. It seems like the destiny he was meant for is slipping away. From his perspective, Jayama is the one who should have been chosen. As Jayama sheathes his knife, the wind stirs around them, and as the dust settles, he's gone. That duel was a surprise for Jayama, but seems like he wanted to use this as a way to level up as a hero and get stronger. Jayama's not about to lose to anyone, no matter what drives them. Leon didn't even attack in a way that would make the fight easy to finish, and he ended up losing a bunch of sashimi knives in the process. If Jayama had gone easy and slipped up even once, he'd be done for. He tried hard not to target Leon, but because of that, he was just dodging around without really fighting. Still, Leon's growth is totally protagonist level. Even though Jayama nicked a bit of Balmung, as long as he gets it fixed and gathers more parts later, reaching its final form shouldn't be an issue. At least he didn't end up taking out Leon himself. That would have been a whole other mess. With no more surprise attacks coming, Jayama heads off to grab the orb for survival training and collect his new blessing too. He picks up the blessing, and a system message pops up, confirming it's now one of his abilities. It's a passive skill, so to test it out, Jayama cuts his own skin with a stone. Instantly, the wound vanishes without a trace. This is exactly what Jayama has been hoping for all along. But getting this ability was no easy feat. He returns to the forest and sits by a campfire, trying to collect his thoughts. He still can't shake off the unexpected duel with Leon that seemed to come out of nowhere. The only reason he can think of is that he might have accidentally interrupted Leon's special moment with Abel. But Leon mentioned their fight was inevitable, and things were so tense that Jayama didn't even question it. Now, he's dying to know what the blonde protagonist meant. He knows Leon exists in this world, but that doesn't explain what Leon truly is. And beyond all that, the real mystery is who brought Jayama into this world. He can't figure it out, so for now, he just follows his instincts. Even in his past life, he was a hothead. He's been trying to keep it cool lately, but he can't stand injustice. He used to clash with rude customers all the time, never backing down, no matter how tough they were. Maybe that's just Jayama's own quirky sense of justice. Initially, he tried to stay out of the main storyline, but soon enough, self-preservation took over. His actions were just supposed to earn him a blessing. That shouldn't mess with the main plot. Yet today, he ended up fighting Leon, and now he's also facing assassination threats. His life's really on the line, and if he keeps going like this, he might end up taking down a real person. He's struggling with the idea of becoming a monster. He really doesn't want to go there, but the thought is weighing heavily on him. While he's lost in thought, Ryoso suddenly pops up behind him. She teases him, telling him to stop overthinking and just go with the flow. He turns to face her, but she's vanished. It hits him that it was just a figment of his imagination. Still, he knows if Ryoso were actually there, that's exactly what she'd say. He pauses to consider what his friends might be up to. In that instant, he realizes he's thinking about his friends. The word friends might sound cheesy, but right now, it's comforting. As the night drags on, Jayama eventually dozes off. Out of nowhere, the leaves rustle quietly around him as a sketchy group with sharp weapons approaches. Their leader, Rei Shin, gives a nod to signal the attack. Two of the goons launch their shuriken at Jayama. He jolts awake instinctively and manages to dodge the attacks. Jayama only gets a few scratches on his arms. He turns to face the Undertaker Syndicate, and instantly spots their leader, Rei Shin. In the tale, she's the first half-demon Leon ever battles. She used to be a noble's daughter, but after her family betrayed her and cast her out, she turned into a contract killer. Over time, her hatred grew, leading her to become a villain that Leon eventually defeats. Her story is tragic, but Jayama can't feel sorry for someone who abandoned their humanity. As the assassins close in, Jayama tries to keep his distance. The assassins quickly realize Jayama isn't your average guy, and even when surrounded by powerful fighters, Jayama looks like he wants to take them all down. Rei Shin breaks the silence, asking Jayama which organization he's with. He stays silent. He's mostly at a loss for words. Why would hitmen ask him something like that? Maybe they think he's not a cadet because he seems too skilled. From what the others are saying, it sounds like this is the first time Rei Shin has shown interest in someone they're about to kill. They know he's the target, but they didn't expect him to put up any resistance. Jayama doesn't react to their taunts. He just watches them, realizing that since they're after him, whoever sent them must be at least an elder in the academy. That revelation shocks them all. They didn't expect Jayama to be onto them. He knows the Undertaker Syndicate are just hired killers, and Jayama steps right up to Rei, looking down at her as if to mock her. One of the grunts finally snaps at the disrespect and turns to confront Jayama, but our MC taps into the Sword God's blessing and swiftly takes down a side character. The guy mocks Jayama for just dodging around, but then his head suddenly detaches from his body, courtesy of Jayama's clean slice. He doesn't even realize he's been attacked before he's gone. This marks the first time Jayama has taken someone out outside the academy's subspace. The group freaks out, scrambling to figure out their next move. Meanwhile, Jayama's assimilation rate skyrockets, jumping from 12 to 88 in no time. In a different reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and notices it's already past midnight. He figures it's time to wrap things up and find what he's been searching for. He's on the hunt for his humanity, but it's nowhere to be found. As he rummages through the fridge, he spots some juice boxes spelling out, "Blessing of the Sword God." Staring at the oddly arranged boxes, he reverts to Jayama, still unable to locate what he's after. He spots some juice boxes, and they seem to be spelling out a message just for him. The message urges him to cut everything down, no matter what it might be. As soon as he reads it, a bright red light bursts out from the fridge, swallowing him up and snapping him back to reality. His left eye starts to darken, and a wild look takes over his face. It's obvious Jayama is ready to take down anything and anyone in his path. The other goons don't realize they're already toast, and they charge at him, thinking they can take him down. But Jayama doesn't hesitate for a moment as he takes them out with one clean strike. Another pair of assassins rush at him with swords drawn, but our guy leaps over their attacks, twisting in the air before slicing them from behind, taking them out effortlessly. The men try to hype each other up, determined not to be beaten by one kid, and they all rush him at once, while Rei Shin, their leader, watches from the back as chaos unfolds. Body parts are flying everywhere. As she watches her men get slaughtered, she can't believe they're up against just a cadet. This guy is on a whole different level, and at this rate, they're all doomed. The goon nearest to her shouts in panic, asking the captain what to do. But before Rei can even respond, Jayama suddenly appears beside him. He takes the guy out in one swift move. They thought the kid would be an easy mark, just a quick job they'd forget by morning. But now, all her men are dead, and she's probably next. Now she understands why the old man offered such a ridiculous amount of money for what was supposed to be an easy kill. That crazy old man set them up against someone who isn't even human anymore. He must be some half-human, half-demon pretending to be a cadet. Jayama's focus shifts to her, and before Roishin can even think of backing away, she's already stuck to the glue trap as Jayama sits on her, completely pinning her down with a knife at her throat. Jayama wraps this up fast, with a solid 9 seconds to spare on his painlessness blessing. The whole day's time got eaten up thanks to Leon and this Undertaker crew. It was self-defense, but Jayama hopes he won't have to do it again. Battling humans feels way different than fighting demonids. He's not thrilled about what just happened, but these guys were human butchers out for his blood. Mercy wasn't an option, and he doesn't have any regrets. Now the only one left is Reishin, who's clearly given up. He ties her hands to a tree to keep her in place. He kicks off the interrogation by asking who sent her. But even now, Rei's a pro, and she's not about to let Jayama's scare tactics get to her. But Jayama isn't about to back down either. This is his big chance to uncover who's been targeting him. He just needs to figure out how to get her to spill the beans. Jayama leans in and asks her if she's lost her mind. After all, her entire crew has become forest fertilizer, and she might be next if she keeps messing with him. Roi's had enough and clenches her teeth, calling Jayama a demon. But now she gets why the elder wants him gone. She tried digging into Jayama's past before the mission, but all his personal records were wiped clean, even stuff about his relatives and his parents. This makes Jayama stop, puzzled. Roi keeps ranting, but he's not listening. He's baffled by the idea that his family records are gone. He tries to recall his relatives and parents, but suddenly realizes he can't even picture them. He frantically demands an explanation from her, pulling out his sashimi knife as he speaks. His initial plan was to uncover who hired the mercenary group and then let her walk away unharmed. But now, with her shocking revelation, he's forced to take a much more serious approach. He bluntly warns her that if she doesn't cooperate, she'll lose limbs at Jayama's discretion. As long as she can still speak by the end, he doesn't care how battered she becomes. Suddenly, the area is overwhelmed by an intense magical pressure, forcing both Jayama and Rei to the ground. Jayama turns and notices the blood from the corpses rising into the air, heading straight for Rei. Rei's expression shifts from stoic to sheer terror, as she watches the blood encircle her. Meanwhile, Siegfried uses the downtime to try out his new fishing rod, taking a moment to fish. He hasn't caught anything yet, but he's enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Suddenly, there's a splash in the water, and he thinks he might finally have a catch. But nope, the fish are flying into the air like something's shaking the island to its core. He instantly knows something's off. There's a crazy amount of magic in the air, like Demon Commander level. As blood envelopes Rei, she cries out in pain, begging Jayama for help. Her skin turns purple, and her eyes look shattered as she pleads with Jayama not to let her die. Out of nowhere, a massive blast erupts where Rei was just lying, and the explosion is so bright and loud it lights up the entire area. The smoke from the explosion clears, and Rei is standing in the debris, but this isn't Rei. Whoever she is now, her skin is burning in patches. She stretches and casually mentions she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. Her magic power is off the charts, making the mermaid that almost took out Jayama seem like a guppy. Plus, the impure flames surrounding her are a dead giveaway. Jayama instantly recognizes her. She's the commander of the Demon King's army's 5th Legion. This is Ager, the succubus known as the Bewitching Flame. Just as Jayama's turning into a demon himself, he's about to go head-to-head with the demon commander. The dream demon is practically giddy with excitement, and even the birds in the sky are dropping from the intense heat she brings. She jokes with Jayama, asking if this isn't how humans say hello, since it's been ages, 700 years, to be exact, since she last visited the human world and she's a bit rusty on customs. Whether or not her introduction is spot on, she repeats it, even saying it's nice to meet him before asking for his name. Jayama is completely speechless as she keeps bombarding him with questions he can barely process. He's desperately trying to piece together his memories, hoping that even the tiniest, most insignificant details might somehow help him predict what's coming next. Jayama's biggest edge in surviving this world is his past experience with the game Blessing of Miracles M. Those memories are his lifeline. From what he recalls, the succubus Ager is a fire-type demon and one of the Legion commanders. Her physical strength is just average compared to the others, but her mental magic is top-notch. These are the basic facts he remembers from the game's wiki, back when he stopped playing. But he can't figure out why Ager would bother coming to the human world after 700 years. Plus, she used possession to descend through Lishan as a host. Doesn't have time to dwell on it because Ager interrupts his thoughts. She questions if he's the one who took out all the mercenaries scattered around. From the moment she arrived, she noticed that Jayama is no ordinary guy. The fact that he's still standing and sane after seeing her shows he's got some serious skills. But even with that, just by looking at him, she can tell he's still a rookie, though he might turn out impressive someday. Given that, she offers him a deal to make a contract with her. As she speaks, she unleashes her mind control powers, completely mesmerizing Jayama as he stares at her. He tries to ask what she's doing to him, but she shuts him down before he can get a word out. Jayama should feel privileged because a Legion commander is giving him the rare opportunity to become her servant. In the end, she believes that even though humans pretend to be noble, they just end up judging each other and establishing their own hierarchies. They're all about their own agendas, hurting others just for kicks. Ager, though, wants Jayama to ditch that world and join her in dreaming of glory. Her mind control starts kicking in, and her words really get to him. The more he thinks about it, the more he finds himself agreeing with her. People just judge and block each other. If he wants to make it, teaming up with Ager seems like the smart move. Plus, joining the Demon King's army would make surviving way easier. His enemy is a demon, after all. And not just any demon, it's Ager, the succubus queen. That's why he needs to resist her pull and make his own choices. Just as he barely manages to break through her magic, Ager realizes he's got some serious magical skills. She starts to think he broke free because she's stuck in a vessel. She only made that deal with Leishan because of all her nagging. Now she's starting to regret her choice. As she keeps complaining about her host, Jayama just bursts out laughing. He finds her nonsensical rant hilarious, and can't help himself. There's a moment of silence as Ager tries to wrap his head around what Jayama just said. Then he whips out his sashimi knife to respond to her question about becoming a slave. With a quick flick of his blade through the air, he basically tells her to get lost. Ager grins at his rudeness as flames begin to swirl around them. Jayama slices through the flames she effortlessly sends his way. She even yawns while he scrambles to dodge her attacks. But our main guy isn't even pushing himself to the limit yet. He moves fast enough to land a hit on her, forcing her to dodge and leap away, laughing maniacally. The more they clash, the more she starts to crave him, even though her offer to make him her slave was only half serious. She decides to test his true limits, and unleashes even more of her power all at once. Jayama slices through a barrage of fireballs like they're nothing, charging straight at Ager through the flames. His impressive skills just keep wowing her more and more. As he gets closer, she has no choice but to turn and run, with him relentlessly on her heels. Jayama's clearly surpassed human limits, while she's struggling to keep up, even though it's been several minutes since she descended. Our main guy catches up to her, and tries to stab her in the back with his knife. Ager is genuinely worried about how insanely fast Jayama is to have caught up so quickly. They clash, causing a huge explosion that tears up the ground around them. When the dust settles, Ager is standing over Jayama, effortlessly stopping his knife that was about to stab her. She remarks on his impatience, and asks if he's in a rush. Ager's got all the time in the world, but Jayama's in a rush. He knows he can't waste a second. With a burst of strength, he breaks free from her grip and charges in for another strike. His body glows with aura as he pushes himself to end this fight. Time's running out, and soon his painlessness blessing will vanish, leaving him wide open. Ager notices he's somehow getting even faster, surpassing human limits. They keep clashing, sparks flying everywhere as each second slips by. Their battle grows more intense and Jayama's painlessness blessing fades. He's left exhausted, panting heavily, barely holding on as she looms over him. Ager, on the other hand, only has a severely cut hand engulfed in flames to show for the brutal fight. If not for the pact humans and demons made 700 years ago, this fight could have turned out way differently. She's staring at her hand, still not used to seeing her own red blood dripping from all those wounds. It's like she's become human or something. But just like that, she uses her flames to heal her arm completely, good as new. She walks over to Jayama, who's struggling to stay on his feet, and tells him it would be a shame to leave him as just a human. His burning determination is something else, and it really catches her attention. Sure, he might not have the best manners, but Ager digs his fiery spirit. At his age, he might even have more potential than the kid everyone thinks will be the vessel of the past hero. Ager chuckles as Jayama keeps glaring at her with defiance. Now that she's almost used to her new form, she sees him in a new light and wonders if he might be the one to fulfill the demon's wishes. To figure that out, Ager decides to give him one last test, to see if he's really the one she's been searching for. She amps up the flames around him, rising into the air, and tells RMC that if he survives her next move, he passes the test. The flames gather into a ball in the Legion commander's hand, glowing brighter than anything she's unleashed before. Jayama's eyes start to lose focus as she powers up the attack. It's obvious he's completely drained. Ager tells him he needs to withstand this much as she hurls the mini-sun towards him. Just then, someone else charges in from the side, jumping up to intercept the blast and shield Jayama. It's Siegfried, swooping in just in time to save his young student from certain doom. As Siegfried uses all his might to block the fiery attack aimed at Jayama, he urges RMC to snap out of it. Ager is slightly irritated by the old man's unexpected interruption in their duel. She warns Siegfried to stay out of their business, but the old man can't just let Jayama fall, especially with all the promise he's shown. Since the sword master is ready to risk it all for Jayama, Ager decides to test him to see if he can truly protect the kid. Meanwhile, Jayama's mind drifts in a void as he fights to pull himself together. His first thought is wondering if he's dead, especially when he hears coughing nearby. Slowly, he regains his senses and notices someone standing before him. The first thing he spots is a fiery stump where an arm should be. As his vision sharpens, he realizes it's the Sword Emperor, missing an arm. Yet, even without it, the Sword Emperor is determined not to let a rare talent like Ken Jayama be wasted in such a pointless fight. With all his might, he uses his sword and bare hand to completely block a Legion commander's attack. Even as he loses an entire arm, he stands firm in front of a student like a human shield. He knows that this boy he's protecting will become the bridge between humans and demons, and he'll grow to be the hope that breaks the cycle. He sees that RMC is finally snapping back to reality and tells him to take a breather for Siegfried can tell things are looking grim, and he needs to hold the line while his student catches a break. Jayama mentions Siegfried's missing arm, but the old man brushes it off, saying not to worry about it. After all, you don't need two hands to wield a sword. Right now, Jayama needs to focus on pulling himself together. Agora's had enough of their little chat, and she calls out to Siegfried, baffled by how someone past their prime is taking her magic head-on. After all, he's just a regular human. He should be totally overwhelmed by her presence, not standing his ground like this. Siegfried doesn't respond, Instead, he's trying to figure out the mess he's gotten himself into. Right now, he's up against Agora, one of the Legion's top commanders. For someone of her rank to appear, they need to sacrifice flesh to weaken the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. Once that's done, they can possess a human body to act as a catalyst. But because of the backlash from this process, demons can't unleash their full power while possessing someone. Still, they're absolute nightmares whenever they show up. Luckily, it seems Agora and her current host aren't exactly a perfect match. It's one thing for her to struggle against Jayama, given how insanely strong he is, but she's even being pushed back by an old man on his last legs. She can't figure out what trick Siegfried used to hold his own for so long, but she's determined that her next move won't just end with him losing an arm. So, she charges at him again, and Siegfried meets her head-on, gripping his sword with his one good arm. They rush past each other, and our old man manages to slice off her arm as a little payback. Agora screams in pain and fury as her flaming arm drops to the ground. She stares at it, shocked, while Siegfried taunts her, asking if she's scared now. He points out that they're even. This just fuels Agora's rage. She launches another attack, unleashing massive flames that engulf the whole area. Siegfried remains calm, his sword glowing with aura as he prepares to counter. He doesn't quite get why she crossed from the demon realm to the human world, but he can tell her eyes are filled with fear. The flames lash out at him like a fiery whip, but the old man slices through them with ease and dodges the attack. Then he jumps away from his spot, moving so fast that Agora can't keep up. The succubus still underestimates Siegfried, thinking he's not much of a threat. She's so caught up in mocking him that she almost loses her head to his sword. In a flash, Siegfried is right beside her, swinging his sword at her neck, and she barely dodges it. Siegfried's aura is so intense that she can't even track his movements. That's when she finally takes a good look at his face and realizes he's a descendant of Eren, one of the legendary heroes. Even so, Agora tries to keep her cool before panic sets in. After all, Siegfried is still just a human, and his body is way past its prime. She tells herself there's no reason to get worked up over someone like him. She flies into the sky to create some distance, then conjures a storm of spears above her. Descendant of Eren or not, there's no way Siegfried's frail body can dodge this attack. The spears fill the sky, and the heat is so intense that even the clouds start to dissolve. She cackles like a madwoman as Jayama and Siegfried both realize that dodging this next attack is going to be a real challenge. Not wasting any time, she unleashes a fiery downpour. Siegfried might be old, but he's still got some agility left. He moves quickly enough to avoid the firestorm. Jayama can only watch and call out to his teacher, wishing he could help. Right now, though, he's using every ounce of strength just to stay conscious. If he lets go of his sashimi knife, he might never regain it. Losing his blessing now would be like signing his own death warrant. Siegfried keeps leaping around, dodging the molten spears tearing up the ground around him. With his one good arm, he swings his sword at any attack that gets too close, slicing the fire spears cleanly in half. Even Igor can't help but be impressed by his skills, considering his age. She upgrades her view of him from a pesky bug to a nimble rat. But they're still falling, and it seems like there's no end in sight. Siegfried hasn't just been dodging aimlessly all this time. With each move, he's been inching closer to her, and now he's within jumping range. As he narrows the distance, he admits that demons are insanely stronger than humans. Back in the day, he was bitter about this reality. He realized that sheer effort wouldn't cut it. But now, in his old age, he's learned something new. Igor taunts him, but despite her mocking tone, she can't deny the raw skill that proves just how seasoned he is with the sword. Siegfried is nearly in striking range, and she still hasn't spotted a flaw to exploit. Then, just as he gets closer, she sees it. His left side, where his arm is missing, is wide open and vulnerable. She grins as a plan forms in her mind and tells Siegfried to keep talking. The old man leaps into the air, sword ready for a final slash, and shouts at Igor. He tells her that humans can grow and adapt even in dire situations, and that's what demons fear most. That's why they're always trying to invade the human realm. With that, Siegfried finally gets within striking distance, raising his hand above his head for the decisive blow. As he gets close, Igor starts laughing. With a swift motion, she summons a fiery spear from the ground, piercing his foot. Siegfried's heroic leap is halted, leaving him vulnerable to a final attack. Igor doesn't hesitate. She closes the distance between them, placing her hand on his chest. Fed up with his chatter, she knows there's only one way to silence him. With that, she unleashes a burst of fire from her palm, tearing through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam explodes, engulfing the old man in bright flames as Igor walks away, looking bored with the whole fight once more. Siegfried coughs up blood and collapses to his knees, racked with pain. His body feels like it's on fire, he's missing an arm, and there's a massive hole in his chest. Honestly, the old man has seen better days. With Siegfried utterly defeated, Igor plants a flaming foot on his head, pinning him to the ground. Siegfried is too weak to even speak now. Igor has humans all figured out. Whether it's 700 years ago or today, the heroic types are always so predictable. The mighty Sword Emperor can't even muster a comeback as she verbally dismantles him. Jayama calls out for his teacher again, barely able to move or do anything to help. Igor almost forgot about the kid, but his cry draws her attention back to him. For the first time since they met, she addresses him by name and approaches to pick up their conversation from before Siegfried showed up. Now that the interruption is dealt with, she's ready to give him the results of the test she assigned earlier. The Sword Emperor desperately tries to warn his student to escape, but it's already too late. Jayama has passed her test, and as a reward, he's subjected to another round of mind control. His mind, already fragile, struggles to resist. The Legion commander places her fiery hands on him, convinced that Jayama is the perfect vessel for demonkind's ambitions. She sweetly tells him they'll meet in hell, while Siegfried shouts at her not to ignore the enemy to chase after a young cadet. Igor just laughs at Siegfried's efforts to save our main guy, as she readies a seal on her tongue. She's not interested in dealing with an old-timer like him. Her focus is all on Jayama. She leans in, touches her tongue to his forehead, and marks in with a devil seal, acknowledging his success. With that, Jayama collapses, seemingly overtaken by the demon woman's influence. The demon mark embeds itself in his mind, spreading across his body and engulfing him with her power. The system instantly detects this unauthorized intrusion and starts panicking. It kicks in its self-defense protocol automatically. But just like with the Sword God's blessing, it can't execute because the user's level and world line are too low. So, instead, it uses Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily boost Jayama's power. Then, it uses its restraint to realign and sync the world line. If you're lost, my friend, it means our OP main character is about to go nuts, and Igor is toast. Jayama's sync level jumps from 12.7% to 99%, and finally it hits 100%. With that, the condition for unlocking his mysterious power is met. Jayama is about to awaken. Meanwhile, Siegfried is still trying to take on the cocky demon, but he's so beat up that he's hardly a threat. He's moving slower, but even Ager has to admit it's impressive he's still going despite his injuries. It's not too surprising though, since even bugs keep moving after losing their heads. Siegfried is still trying to land a hit, but Ager is just dodging his moves like it's a game. He's ready to risk it all, even his life, to take her down. His sword glows with his aura, and Ager notices the color. It's the same aura the Sword Saint had 700 years ago during the war. His aura flares up, a desperate move as he clings to life. Ager realizes she needs to finish him off before he becomes a bigger threat. She charges at him for a final showdown, and Siegfried braces himself for the clash. Suddenly, a magic blast crashes down from the sky, hitting Ager and shaking her to her core. She whirls around, anger etched on her face, trying to find out where the magic came from. Her eyes go wide. At first, she thinks it's Jayama, but it can't be him. An ancient, unsettling chill runs through her as she sees the glowing figure approaching. She hasn't felt a presence like this in 700 years. The system cranked up all of Jayama's blessings, including painlessness and regeneration. Then it used the blessing of transference to stop the world line's pain with those other blessings. Ager let out a low growl, glaring at the person bold enough to mess with her plans. She then called out to Joaquin, who was hovering above them. Jayama came down from the sky, his sword god blessing on pause. Instead, the system declared he should witness the power of pseudo-invocation. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, Abel rested her sword on her back, making her way through the thick forest. It was the final day of the training exercise, but as she walked, an uneasy feeling crept in. Something felt off. It was almost 7 a.m. Ryoho glanced at her phone. Her face showed disbelief. Weapon, waking up behind her, asked why she was wandering around when it wasn't even dawn yet. But she mentioned that dawn had come and gone. The sun had risen, yet the sky stayed as dark as midnight. Whatever was going on, it was time for the cadets to head back to the academy. Everyone would regroup there, including Chloe and Rachel, who were still dreaming about Kenjiyama. Other cadets were waking up too, realizing it was time to meet at the return point. Ryoho clutched her bag, feeling a growing sense of certainty. Meanwhile, at the battlefront, smoke twisted in the air but refused to clear. Jayama descended calmly, while Ager's mind was spinning. She couldn't wrap her head around Joaquin suddenly showing up. Fear, which Siegfried had only glimpsed in her eyes before, now completely took over her face. But as RMC landed, electricity crackling beneath his feet, Ager finally got a clear view. It wasn't the Joaquin she dreaded for centuries. It was Jayama, the kid she was just messing around with moments ago. Now that she got a good look at him, she realized it was reckless to think this might be Joaquin. No matter how powerful he was 700 years ago, he was still just human. There's no way he'd still be kicking. But that didn't stop the icy fear that gripped her as Jayama came closer, clouding her once sharp tactical mind. And where was Siegfried in all this madness? He could only stand there, struggling to breathe, as if he was witnessing the arrival of a new deity. As Jayama approached, Siegfried's knees gave out, and he knelt in reverence. Jayama paused, looking at him, then raised his hands. Instantly, Siegfried's wounds began to heal themselves. Once Siegfried was sorted out, Jayama closed his eyes, focusing deeply. Then he opened them, and a surge of raw power exploded from him, electricity crackling around him, engulfing the whole area. In a blink he vanished. Before Ager could even blink, he was suddenly behind her, moving in her direction. The Legion commander just stood there, frozen, trying to wrap her head around what was happening. She couldn't make sense of his form at all. It was like he had become something beyond her understanding. She wondered if it was because of the weak body she was in, but it was definitely more than that. This can't be real, she thought. The whole situation was just too much to grasp. But one thing was clear. The being in front of her was no longer human. If that's true, she had to retract what she said earlier. She apologized to Jayama for taking back her words as she reached down, pulling magma from the earth for one massive attack. It was a pity she had to use all her strength to take him out now. His body would have been a perfect vessel, but if she didn't stop him here, he'd definitely become a major obstacle for demonkind. Jayama watched calmly as she gathered a powerful attack in her hands. The magma burst from the ground, forming right in front of her. Then, she gathers it all up, molding it into a gigantic fireball that she expands. His jaw tightens at the sheer force on display. Jiyama, though, watches the incoming blaze with a blank expression. She launches the enormous fireball straight at Jiyama, bidding him a final farewell, promising they'll meet again in hell. The colossal fireball races toward Jiyama and Siegfried, so massive it rips the earth apart as it approaches. Siegfried can only stare in terror at the size of the attack, utterly helpless to stop steps forward as the inferno barrels toward them. The system is in overdrive. The world lines unstable. This new form lasts only 60 seconds. But for what he plans to do, 60 seconds is more than enough. The world seems to pause as he advances toward the fireball, aiming to slice it with absolute precision. A ton of potential cutting lines appear on the blazing sphere, but his eyes zero in on the real path. He taps into a new power. With one smooth move, his will lashes out, slicing through the fireball and way beyond, hitting Ager right where she stands, her hand still reaching out. The fireball blows up in a blinding flash that wipes out everything. When the light fades, Ager's body drops, split perfectly in two. She falls to the ground, completely drained, her blood pooling like molten lava. Her mana source, the core of her being, is severed. As she lies dying, her eyes drift to the sky. All over the island, the other cadets point up in shock. The heavy darkness covering the sky is split open by a perfect cut, letting the morning sun finally shine through. They have no clue what just happened. They just think the sunrise on this island is super weird. Back on the battlefield, Jiyama's transformation fades. The massive power leaves his body, and he collapses, out cold. Spotting her opportunity, the Legion commander starts crawling toward the boy. She refuses to die in such a pitiful way. More crucially, she realizes Kong Jiyama is destined to become a disaster for all demons. With her last bit of strength, she prepares one final spell, but it's abruptly halted. A sword pierces through her mouth, driven straight through the back of her head. Siegfried stands over her, looking serious. He reminds her that he warned against turning her back on the enemy. He channels his aura into the sword, and her defiant screams are silenced as her body disintegrates into nothingness. As her final sparks vanish, Siegfried announces his name to the deserted battlefield. He declares, "I am not Aaron's descendant. I am Siegfried von Nibelung." Then, he turns his attention to the unconscious Jiyama. He checks on him, finding his breathing steady and no life-threatening injuries. Jiyama's life isn't in danger. But as Siegfried looks at him, he wonders, what is he? He recalls how his body moved on its own, instinctively kneeling out of respect. It was a reflex, something ingrained in every swordsman. Since ancient times, people have believed there's a mysterious will within all of creation: storms, comets, lightning from a clear sky. These supernatural forces have always been feared and revered. Over time, people started naming them. They called them calamities or gods. And that's a wrap on this recap. Honestly, I can't even decide what score to give this manhwa. Jiyama's journey has been nothing short of amazing, packed with highs and lows. Drop your rating from 0 to 10 in the comments below, and share your favorite part. Thanks for watching, and catch you in the next one.